right. Good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is September 6th at 9 a.m. and we are continuing with our docket on cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking 2406-00145. I've said that enough now to where I don't even need to look at the agenda to rattle off the right number. With that, let's recognize our existence with a roll call.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Oath.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
And Commissioner Shea.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 commissioners present plus yourself.
Great. That is a quorum. We have a busy day ahead of us. This is the 4th day of the rulemaking, and we will move into cases in chief. Really excited to see that Mr. Dean has already joined us. He is with Adams County, and Adams County is first, and I believe they've been allocated 10 minutes.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my presentation okay?
It looks great, Mr. Dean.
Great. I'll get started. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Greg Dean. I'm the Oil and Gas Administrator for Adams County, and I will present our positions on this rulemaking. First, for some context, the county was the 2nd largest producer of crude oil and the 4th largest producer of natural gas in 2023, and has 24 multi-well facilities and over 900 active shut-in or orphaned wells spread across our county from the western urban core to our rural eastern agricultural plains. The average distance from a multi-well pad to a home here is under 800 feet. Further, 8 interstates, tollways, major state highways transect the county, and we're also home to various other heavy industrial operations, such as natural gas processing plants, open pit aggregate mining, asphalt and concrete manufacturing, and landfills that are all capable of potential adverse impacts to public health and welfare and the environment. Accordingly, the county is in a unique position to consider and scrutinize cumulative impacts and advocate for necessary and reasonable regulations to limit their further effects. By now, we are all eminently aware of the potential for impacts from oil and gas development, including the incremental and site-specific, and those broad or larger scale varieties on regional and local air quality, climate, and other resources. Therefore, I will not belabor those arguments further, instead use our little time to outline some of the county's specific recommendations and concerns and present some, we believe, pragmatic and reasonable solutions related to these topic areas. First, as it relates to outreach, notice, and consultation, I've created this example for illustrative purposes of a hypothetical proposal in Adams County. In this example, the proposed oil and gas location is the yellow box, and the 2,000-foot setback is denoted by the dashed yellow box. The larger black hash shape represents the minimum 1-mile impact area around the facility as currently presented in the draft, and the shaded blue rectangle is a nearby DI community. As you can see, the patchwork of notice and consultation distances in the draft rules could create issues whereby some potentially impacted residents and communities are notified or consulted while others are not. For instance, only the RBUs in the blue oval that's inside the 2,000-foot setback would be notified and invited to a pre-application consultation, whereas the RBUs in the blue oval within the DI community to the west in the impact area would only be noticed post-completeness. Also, all the RBUs circled in white ovals across the map, not within a DIC, would not be notified or consulted at all for this hypothetical application. Further concerning, in this example, the operator would not be required to submit a community outreach plan based on the current draft. The county believes that substantive engagement should be less about which RBUs are notified, which are consulted, and which aren't, but rather more about actively, holistically, and purposefully engaging the community as a whole in good faith so that residents and stakeholders can understand their procedural rights at the commission, the potential for adverse impacts, provide feedback, and have their concerns addressed. As such, the county has the following comments on notice, outreach, and engagement. We contend that while certain site-specific impacts do not extend past 2,000 feet, cumulative impacts almost certainly do. We assert that there is a significant difference between a 2,000-foot setback utilized for siting or for the application of BMPs at a localized facility scale and an appropriate threshold distance for outreach to potentially impacted stakeholders. We believe that the current draft relies too heavily on this 2,000-foot measure for outreach during permitting and especially during cumulative impact reviews, and contend that utilizing only the Commission's presumptive minimum residential setback ignores the expansive, complex, nuanced, and often transient nature of cumulative impacts. As such, the county requests that notice and consultation distances be increased to at least 1 mile or more, or to the designated impact area threshold, whichever is greater. Additionally, the county supports community outreach plan requirement pursuant to Rule 304C19. However, we believe that the instances in the draft when one would be required is far too narrow, like in the earlier example, and lacks specificity about which plan or what kind of plan requirements there would be. In staff's presentation, they mentioned the intent to make this community engagement continual, but there are no provisions requiring that, nor are there specifics of how this outreach should occur, its format, who should be invited, or other details other than a, quote, description of any measures taken to directly mitigate adverse impacts. This is inadequate. An operator should be required to discuss how their application uses the avoid, minimize, and mitigate hierarchy with those communities in a meaningful way. Accordingly, the county recommends changes to the outreach plan submissions such that they would be required for all OGDPs within 2,000 feet or greater of RVUs and schools or childcare centers, regardless of whether the proposal is in a DIC or CIC, potentially larger when they are. Further, these plans should require specific timeframes for continual engagement, such as quarterly or semi-annually, from approval through the entire permit term until pre-production operations conclude or for the lifetime of the facility. A complete list of our suggestions for community outreach plans are included in our red lines. Next, the county wishes to reiterate our support for the dual and co-equal regulatory authority established during the mission change rulemaking between local governments and the Commission for evaluating service-related impacts, and we concur with the presentation by ECMC staff that clarifies the intent for the director to consider rather than defer to local government disposition in 302B. The county, however, does have some concerns about the blanket deferment to local pre-application consultations to satisfy the requirements of 301G. While we certainly agree that it's prudent to preserve local government processes and would never advocate for reducing or diminishing our land use authority, we believe that some local pre-application processes, generally speaking, may only address impacts at an individual or site-specific permit basis, could largely ignore cumulative impacts at a broader regional or aggregated scale, may bypass cumulative or other impact considerations that cross jurisdictional boundaries, are outside local government's jurisdiction, or those within overlapping regulatory authority, could also omit the complete reasonably foreseeable future development examination, and could inadequately engage stakeholders for the determination of impact area for cumulative impact analysis. Given the importance of these pre-app consultations that can include discussions of alternative locations, BMPs, or particularly for cumulative impacts evaluations, and the lack of recourse in the draft rules for stakeholders or the Commission to reevaluate an impact area determination, the county has concerns that a local government pre-app meeting may not be the appropriate avenue for identifying or avoiding cumulative impact related issues. As such, we request amendments to Rule 301G that places limitations on when this local process may not satisfy the Commission's rules, especially when an OGP or any of the alternative locations are near a DIC or CIC or a dense residential development, close to multiple industrial sources. Alternatively, we would suggest that you move the determination of the impact area, any formal ALA discussions and BMP considerations to another more transparent process. Next, the county has some issues specifically surrounding the administrative approval of Form 2s for wells at locations permitted pre-mission change and not subject to an OGDP under 308C. Particularly, the county disagrees with the may require language in 308C2B in relation to when an operator could be required to file a cumulative impacts analysis in these instances, and therefore requests added specificity be added to the rule that requires these plans for a new Form 2 with no OGDP when they are within 2,000 feet of an RVU or school and 1 mile when they are within a DIC, and apply that same requirement to subsequent well operations under Rule 312. Additionally, while the county supports the provision in 308A2 requiring the notice to relevant and proximate local governments for filing of Form 2s not subject to an OGDP, We contend that notice only, absent accompanying consultation or public comment processes, does not provide an appropriate level of engagement for all potentially impacted stakeholders. This lack of outreach and involvement has resulted in issues in the past at the ECMC, with stakeholders and community members feeling ignored or blindsided by an operator requesting to commence pre-production operations at facilities, often several years after initial construction and drilling, and with less robust regulations. Further, as an example, proposed Rule 308C2B Romanet 3 allows the director to consider changes to surrounding land use, such as homes, schools, industrial facilities, or additional wells. This rule also allows the director to consider changes or delineation of high priority habitats or the classification of an area as a DIC or CIC when making her decision. The county asserts that these important considerations by the director are highly technical and nuanced and should therefore be done in formal consultation with all relevant state and federal agencies, such as CDPHE, CPW, local governments, and include the involvement of the community liaison if the proposal is in or near a DIC or CIC. This request could be satisfied by requiring all pre-mission change location Form 2s to conform to all notice, public comment, engagement, and consultation requirements of a new OGDP, pursuant to Rules 301F, 301G, 302, and 303D. Overall, to address the concerns that could arise from these types of pre-mission change Form 2s, the county would recommend that all of these types of applications be heard by the commission at a public hearing and not be approvable administratively. So I'm almost out of time. For the sake of time, I'll just flip through the other recommendations and instead offer my sincere gratitude to ECMC staff, particularly Ms. Trask, for her dedication and professionalism on this very complex and multifaceted concept and navigating stakeholders through the long process and the incorporation of many of the county's past proposals. I would also like to thank the commission for the opportunity to participate in this rulemaking and your considerations of our recommendations. And I'm available for questions.
Mr. Dean, thank you very much. I have a question. Please revert back to the slides that you started to skip over and go through them for us, please. And this is on my time.
Okay.
Not yours.
So lesser impact areas. The county, as we've been advocating since mission change, we have issues with the entire concept of lesser impact areas in Rule 304D. The county position remains that an applicant must therefore demonstrate through the submission of plans and data and information that a particular topic area such as noise or odor is not an impact at that application, rather than just getting an administrative waiver saying, hey, there's no noise impacts at this facility, so we're not going to submit a noise plan, as an example. This is particularly true in the world we live in now with cumulative impacts. So while noise or odor or dust may not be an impact at one facility specifically, in a cumulative sense, it could be, and without the data from that application, it's very hard to assess the cumulative impact of that particular topic area. So we would argue that our preference would be for the deletion of Rule 304D for lesser impact areas, because we don't believe it aligns with environmental justice concerns, and it is not very transparent through the process of the commission. So we would request it be removed, or we would alternatively be supportive of an amendment to that rule, which prohibits the director from granting these exceptions when there are any RBUs, high occupancy building units, schools, childcare centers, DICs or CICs, or high priority habitats that are within a mile or more of the proposed location. And we also support the provisions in the 300 series that prohibit an operator from being exempted from an ALA or a cumulative impacts analysis for all applications. So high ozone mitigation plan, this is for the enhanced systems and practices rule in Rule 316 for operations within the ozone non-attainment area. As the county submitted in our pre-hearing statements and responsive statements, we would request the removal of as practicable language in Rule 316 C3B5 surrounding mitigation measures on CDPHE forecasted high ozone days. Instead, the county would recommend that operators be required to submit a high ozone day mitigation plan or something similar with an OGDP. This plan would include enforceable measures and conditions that an operator would be required to take as opposed to as practicable on these types of events, especially in the ozone non-attainment area. And also reporting mechanisms to the commission and to the local government should an operator be unable to comply with shutting down a rig, a non-electric rig, or shutting down diesel engines due to safety concerns. We understand those are realistic avenues when an exception might be necessary, but then those should be reported to the commission and local governments. And we'd also support annual reports to the director summarizing the operator's compliance history with this high ozone day mitigation plan, both site specifically and company wide, with any changes operationally that they made during high ozone related events. And then setbacks, this is a hot button topic. The county supports certain added protections in the form of setbacks for siting of CICs and DICs in Rule 604 as presented in the June draft. We acknowledge the inherent challenges of applying hard setbacks for DICs and CICs, given that how these communities are defined. As we presented in our pre-hearing statements, we don't believe a hard setback really addresses how certain cumulative impacts could be avoided, minimized, and mitigated. And so instead, we would support a tiered approach to the application of setbacks for DICs and CICs that would be depending solely on the scale, scope, intensity, and timing of the proposed facility. And it could range between 2,000 feet and a mile. That would use the provisions of 316C for enhanced systems and practices as a guide for the siting and setback application, but also provide some well-defined off-ramps, informed consent options, and general flexibility for the commission to approve permits that are protective. So for example, at the county level, we have an informed consent mechanism in our local regulations. It doesn't mean that an application, if you don't get informed consent, is unapprovable. It means that it has added administrative pressures and burdens that the application has to go through to be approved by our Board of County Commissioners. In the world that we live in, it's almost impossible to get informed consent on any sort of development. I mean, we have people protesting the installation of parks and golf courses and gas stations and new homes, and it's almost impossible to get 100% informed consent on any sort of development application. And if that were the case, where nothing was approvable without 100% consent, nothing would get approved anywhere ever. So that's our position on setbacks. And that's all I have.
Mr. Dean, first, I have a few questions, and then I'll let my fellow commissioners ask some questions. But first, I want to applaud Adams County for thoughtfully thinking through about the contentious issue of setbacks and actually delivering some alternatives to a hard setback with informed consent or no setback. That's something that I suggested that I wanted to hear from all parties at a work session approximately a month and a half ago. And Adams County is the first stakeholder, and we've been doing this for 4 days now, that has actually provided some perspective on something other than a black or white approach. And I applaud the county for that. I believe that the county commissioners are thoughtful in their approach. I appreciate what you said at the end. It's almost impossible to receive informed consent for anything. I mean, you know, frankly, I don't think I'd sign a piece of paper put in front of me from an oil and gas operator, and I'm an educated lawyer. So I just want to applaud that. Did you provide red lines to your ideas around an alternative, or did you just have these notions?
We had notions. We were hoping, we thought maybe there'd be another either draft regulation released or some more stakeholder outreach before the hearing. But obviously recognizing the short timeline required for this rulemaking, we didn't provide any specific red lines.
Okay, no, that's great. And it starts to format or frame a discussion that needs to be had by commissioners with their stakeholders about this topic. And it's hard to have a discussion if you're just folks are advocating it's either yes or no. That's not a discussion. And so I really appreciate the leadership of Adams County commissioners and yourself for framing it in that perspective. And it's a wonderfully refreshing way to start a Friday when we're all tired.
I appreciate that.
The high ozone day idea to have a high ozone day mitigation plan and removing as practicable, are you suggesting that let the operator sort of like define the parameters of the things they can do so that we're not taking out the, well, I'll try, but I may not be able to do it in this instance? Is that the idea there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So there are, in the June draft, there were a lot of specifics like, reducing, and I think there are a lot of them were maintained in the August draft, reducing engine idling, rescheduling refueling. If it's a diesel engine, for example, you might have to stop drilling temporarily. But the way that the August draft is framed, it says where practicable or as practicable. And our concern is that an operator may say, it's not practicable for us to shut the rig down because whatever, they have a timeline for their drilling rig, they need to keep on schedule. We would argue that those instances would not be an appropriate time to not do something. We also acknowledge the realistic world we live in, where if they're in a very precarious place in drilling, it may not be safe for the workers on the site or the surrounding neighborhood to shut down a rig for whatever pressure or drilling, or they're removing casing from the hole. We recognize those options. And so providing some off ramps where, in particular examples where safety might be of a concern, or it might be more impactful to the environment to do these measures, they can essentially submit, similar to like an upset condition. It's not an upset condition, but similar to how they could avoid, venting requirements in an upset condition. They can report that to the director and say, hey, I know we said we would shut this down, but we can't for this reason. We hope to be able to shut it down in 3 days from now if it's still a high ozone day, and then make that information available to the public so they're aware of why that specific site, for example, can't stop drilling on a high ozone day, for example.
Okay. Going back up through my notes, I appreciate a local government's strength in going forward and understanding that consider makes more sense than defer. That's refreshing, once again, to hear from a local government. I believe that is more in line with how we're doing business. And that's not to undercut the integrity of the work that Garfield is doing or Weld is doing. We've got great working relationships with those communities. I think we've got a great working relationship with Adams County. I too have struggled with sort of the blanket consider for whatever the local government may be doing. And I want to explore some boundaries around like how a local government or how the commission can ensure that the local government's pre-application is robust enough to sort of be able to substitute in. And so I want to sort of think about that. And I think that's what you were getting at in your in your comments. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct. And I will note that we're not opposed to some level of community engagement at the pre-application phase, but we're not advocating necessarily for massive community outreach during the pre-app. Specifically, like, for example, the county, we have a pre-application process, and it usually involves local governments, state and federal agencies, and the commission. And it doesn't include community members initially, only because there's not a formal application that's been filed. So if we are getting a lot of public comment on something that may not ever become an application, because there's an instance where there's a pre-app and they come in and say, we want to put something here, and we just say, hey, listen, this is not going to fly with us. This application has a very low chance of being successful. We'd like to address that first, and then they don't actually have to submit the application to us, and therefore there's nothing for the public to be commenting on.
So help me with what I find as a struggle for all of us and our stakeholders. The staff has suggested, so the definition of impact area, and right now it's set at 1 mile and it can go further. And right now the draft identifies that determination is made pretty early on in the process, pre-application process, et cetera. And I know I get the why there. The why being is that we need to know, everyone needs to know what the impact area is early on so that we know where we're going to be looking for cumulative impacts. Set that against the struggle that at the pre-app, oftentimes there's not enough there to fully know what is being proposed. Now we can up the ante and make the there be more there, not to have a pun, but we can do that, and then we can invite more people. And then we've got a better ability to define the impact area at the director, versus waiting and doing it later, which means that the operator and folks are necessarily going to have to backpedal a bit to then come forward with that. I know Adams County has a sophisticated oil and gas and planning perspectives on some of these matters. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so for the determination of whether it should be a mile or 2 miles or 3 miles, I think we'd probably err on the side of higher rather than lower, especially given that a mile, really, if you look at that example I presented earlier, really is not that far. And so we know that impacts from I know the commission doesn't directly regulate traffic, for example. We know the impacts extend out much further than a mile. So we would be supportive of a higher initial impact radius. At the county level, we have a dual process where somewhere between pre-application and actual formal application, the operator is required to hold a community meeting. So they are required to, now that can happen simultaneously with the pre-app process, hey, is this going to fly with us? Hey, what processes will I have to go through at the county to get approval from this? Will it need board approval? So on and so forth. But somewhere in between a pre-app and the actual submission is required a community outreach meeting, the first of many. And we require continual operation. We require quarterly neighborhood meetings post-approval. And so they have to have this initial community meeting with them. We have our default right now set at a mile for invitations, and they have to go out, 2 weeks in advance, and you have to engage community groups specifically, and the format is determined by the county. We usually default to in-person meetings with an online option. And that, I think, maybe a community type meeting pre-application, pre-application, so like a pre or a pre-post determination meeting where the invitation list is much wider. We also want to avoid, and so we have our set at a mile right now, and we want to avoid discussions of concerns that are general in nature. Those are certainly valid, and we certainly want to address those later in the process, but things that we try to focus on things that are more site specific, especially pre-application. And so I think maybe some sort of more public, transparent process where that impact area is made post pre-application, because pre-application is really high level. It's, hey, we're thinking about this. What are your initial thoughts? Okay, cool. Hey, yeah, I think this location 2 makes a lot of sense. Let's maybe go through this process. There's no guarantee it's going to get approved. And then after that, before they actually submit the application, maybe within that 30-day notice where they have to submit notice to local governments, they intend to file an application. Maybe that's the appropriate avenue to have the impact area discussion with local governments. And I think that radius should be very wide. It could be even 3 to 5 miles wide for agencies. Again, I'm not suggesting that you engage every single community member, because that would be pandemonium. But I think
what I am hearing you suggest is that a greater distance to local governments who are representative of their constituents, as opposed to a greater distance to every single representative or every single person. And that's how our government works, is we rely on a, government at its smallest form is best, the local governments. So is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. I would say local governments have a larger notice radius, 3-5 miles, or maybe if you want to engage communities, that distance is shorter. Maybe that's a mile, because those are more site specific impacts. I would argue that the local governments and state and federal agencies are better equipped to address cumulative or larger scale impacts, because we have experts on staff. We know like a resident that lives on, Main Street may not know that we just approved an aggregate pit mine 3 miles away. They may not know that. We know that because we are in the permitting process. So we can bring our expertise on reasonably foreseeable development, pending or active permits for industrial sources to the discussion, and that a smaller narrative, a smaller group of residents can bring their more site-specific concerns to the commission earlier in the process. And again, we're not advocating for shutting people out of the process. We think later in the process, when an actual application with actual plans has been submitted, that's when you start engaging a larger swath of the community on that application.
Really excellent notions. Appreciate your involvement and the involvement of the Adams County Commissioners in this. I think this has been very helpful to start the day on day 4. Commissioners, I'm sorry I monopolized that. I would look to fellow commissioners for further questions to Mr. Dean. Commissioner Cross, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to say my appreciation for the thought put into this. I was hoping to get a little bit more information on how to tier the approach on the setback. Just kind of, because it sounded like informed consent's great, and then is it, if no informed consent, then the ESPs, or kind of how do you foresee that working out?
Yeah, that's right. So the way that it works at the county is that if you have 100% informed consent within the setback, there are certain administrative processes that an application doesn't have to go through because you have 100% consent. So I would imagine that might be an avenue that the county could take. And then if you get 50% informed consent, that goes to our board, and the board can use that as a consideration. Like, hey, they've got 75% informed consent. That's pretty good. That could be a consideration that the commission can use. We've got 94.9%. We're just only one person said no. Okay, well, not to sound flippant, but land use isn't a democracy. There are certain vested rights that applicants have to use land. I would use the 316 rules as that barrier. So is the application in the ozone non-attainment area? If yes, then the minimum setback near a CIC or a DIC will be 1 mile. You can get informed consent. It's not a hard setback, but there'll be specific requirements. Or, okay, it's in the ozone non-attainment area, but it's within a mile of a DIC rather than a CIC. But if you can't get 100% informed consent, you're going to have to conform to all the requirements that if that application was in a CIC, because you don't have 100% informed consent. Now, if you get 100% informed consent, then you only have to qualify for the enhanced systems and practices as applied in the rules. But if you don't, then you have to go one tier higher to get those protections. Or are there an X number of wells or industrial sources of impact near the facility? If so, then the setback's even larger. And again, I know I'm talking nebulously, and it's because I'm not 100% certain what those setbacks should look like.
Okay. No.
So that's how I view using the systems and practices in Rule 316 as a guideline. So are you planning to, drill in the ozone non-attainment area ever at any point during the year? Okay, your setback is X. Are you planning to drill in the ozone non-attainment area in the high ozone season? Then your setback is even higher. Is it in the middle of an agricultural field with no homes within 1.5 miles? Then your setback is the default 2,000 foot. Something like that, where it's tiered. And then again, providing those off ramps for operators, like, hey, we have 80% informed consent. Okay, that's good. Hey, we're committing to these levels of BMPs. That's great. Or hey, you're going to have to conform to you're going to have to apply to the CIC standards in the enhanced systems and practices rather than not.
Okay.
Or something. That's kind of how I envisioned it. And I put 2,000 feet to 1 mile to kind of help frame that a little bit. Because again, the county generally does not support 100% informed consent on anything, just because you're never going to get it.
Okay. No, that is helpful to at least try and.
Yeah, apologies. That's not as flushed out as I would like it to be.
Throwing some stuff at the wall and then trying to see what may or may not stick. I completely understand. And then the one other question I wanted to ask about, and maybe it'd be helpful if you go back to your slide on Rule 308A2, and you were talking about notice. Yes. So, and you talked about the consultation and public comment process in that kind of second paragraph there. And so I was hoping you could just provide a little bit more on that. And I know you did talk with Chair Robbins a little bit about the consultation aspect of the pre-app. So I was hoping to get a little bit more on, for the Form 2, with it being the downhole permit, what you see the consultation looking like for that, as opposed to, because I know we talked about this a little bit in the geothermal rulemaking as well, with if there's subsequent operations or anything like that, that notice is provided. And so I'm kind of curious how you see the consultation possibility.
Yeah, and so I'll start by saying that the county was advocating during the mission change rulemaking that Form 2s not be administrative, or at least have a public comment process to begin with, because while we recognize that it's downhole, there are surface impacts to downhole operations. We all know that. Our request here, as it relates to 308A2, is specifically for Form 2s that don't have an OGDP. So these were older facilities that were approved pre-mission change rulemaking. There's been issues in the past with Coyote Trails and other sites where now they're coming back to these facilities and they're wanting to finish drilling maybe previously approved wells. Hey, they were approved for 50 wells, they only drilled 20, they want to come back and drill the other 30, now post-mission change. We're arguing that because of the avenue that we're in, we now live in a cumulative impacts world, that those types of Form 2s by default should not be administrative. A local government or a party should not have to request a hearing. That those types of Form 2s should automatically be hearing. And because they're going to a hearing, we would argue that the director and staff should be consulting with all relevant agencies for the determination of whether this Form 2 is appropriate here. What additional BMPs might need to be put in place, whether or not a cumulative impacts plan should be required for these instances, because otherwise it's not going to be required because it's not an OGDP. We don't have as many concerns with Form 2s that do have OGDPs because they are going through the cumulative impacts process. They are going through the ALA process. They are under the new protective regulations. So we view this as a way to kind of help close the gap between the commission's old regulations, pre-mission change, and the new ones by requiring these specific wells, Form 2s without an OGDP, to go through the same consultation, notice, and public comment process that a new OGDP would be required to go to, with the understanding that they don't have to necessarily comply with setback regulations specifically because the facility is already built, right? Or even wells might be drilled at that location. It's just to make sure that we're closing that gap when it comes to public health and welfare and environmental protections where it's appropriate and necessary. That's kind of where we have that process, that concern with the may require language in the rule for 308, is because there's no specifics on when the director would require that. We're kind of trying to close that and saying she will require it when the Form 2 doesn't have an OGDP. A cumulative impacts plan will be required. Not maybe, it will be, just like any new application would. And also, we're going to engage all the state agencies, specifically because that rule also says that she can take into consideration land use changes. If she's not consulting with the local government, only notifying the local government, how are we supposed to give her that information on what land use changes have occurred around an application since the initial permit approval? So that's kind of where we fall on the consultation. Okay. Normally notice is fine. I just think in these specific examples, again, we're not requesting this for all Form 2s, just Form 2s without an OGDP. We believe that notice only is not appropriate.
Okay. And I appreciate that additional detail. I'm curious, and for not as anything negative against this proposal, I'm curious if you had some operators in Adams County come forward with some of these recently with the pre-181 kind of mission change, wanting to drill again, more of the Coyote Trails type of situation.
Yes, so all of our facilities in Adams County are pre-mission change. We probably have 50 to 80 wells left on existing facilities that operators have a legal vested right to come in and drill. And because pre-mission change, we had less authority. Our local permits, for example, are you drill one well, your local permit's vested forever. So they don't have to come back to us for any sort of approval or review of any kind in Adams County. We have built a process locally. It's called an administrative or a minor amendment process, where we've had a great working relationship with our operators here, where they've agreed to voluntarily close the gaps between the county's current regulations and our old regulations at a lot of these facilities. But there's no guarantee that they will. This is a voluntary kind of program that we've had a lot of great success with, specifically with Chevron. At closing these gaps, they've agreed to electrify everything. They've agreed to install new modern remote shut-in capabilities at all these facilities, but there's no guarantee that they will, or if someone were to buy Chevron or acquire their Adams County assets, that it would happen. And there's no guarantee that it's happening outside of Adams County. So that is our concern here. We have, like I said, 50 to 80 additional wells that can be drilled on additional locations. In the meantime, these permits were approved in 2018. Adams County is one of the fastest growing counties in the Denver metro area. And now we have homes next to those facilities that are encroaching on 500 feet. So we can't shut them down, not saying we want to necessarily, it's just having these applications reviewed with more specificity, I think is really critical.
No, and I think putting it in that 50 to 80 well kind of range there and providing everyone an understanding of how impactful this situation is helpful. I believe those are my only questions. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dean. I also agree that the kind of amount of work and pragmatic approach that Adams County takes, not only in this rulemaking, but in a lot of rulemakings, is super helpful. So I really appreciate the kind of contemplations around pre-app meetings versus public engagement and how much information is kind of developed at a pre-app meeting versus, you know, other processes in the application timeline. And so, you know, I'm going to ask you kind of an odd question here, but I wonder if you would walk through Adams County's process, because I'm hearing that in addition to a pre-application meeting, which most local governments do in land use applications, you also have, I imagine, with certain criterias of applications, or maybe for all applications, you know, a requirement for a kind of a pre-application or early application community meeting to help the community be able to also identify issues for operators as they develop their applications before it gets to completions. And then this 30-day notice, or this intent to apply, that is a timeline or a window in which this community meeting may take place. And I'm thinking there's probably some other process that Adams County does that may be good to hear about as we contemplate how this would work. And so I wonder if you could walk me through what an application process looks like in Adams County. And I mean, I don't mean to set up a situation for a dissertation here, but just generally kind of processes, right?
That's fair. Apologies, I'm not known for being succinct sometimes.
No, I'm not suggesting that you need to be succinct. What I'm just suggesting is I know that there's all kinds of different applications that come in, and so so I think kind of general steps would be helpful.
Yeah, so at the county level, all OGFs, regardless of where they are, require a pre-app. In this pre-app, we discuss, we don't require necessarily specific requirements, so you don't have to submit a noise plan or specific plans, because we're not reviewing those necessarily. They submit a high-level overview. It's generally very narrative, and it's up to the operator's discretion what level of specificity they want to include at the pre-app phase. This is honestly coming to us and saying, hey, we want to put an oil and gas facility here. What do you see? What is the process that we're going to have to go through? And then we would do a review with our engineering department, our stormwater department, obviously me, our environmental team, and our planners. And we'd say, hey, this is in a MS4, so you're going to need a stormwater permit. This area is already been platted for residential development, so you're going to have to work with the developer to get this removed. You're going to have to follow these 4 processes. We're going to have to get a stormwater permit, an engineering permit, an oil and gas permit. Hey, your initial traffic plan. Hey, you can't use this road. You say you want to use whatever you want to use. Powhatan Road. Powhatan's an unimproved roadway. You're not going to be able to use it unless you make improvements to it. That's the type of conversation we have pre-application. We also do at the county level, we do the alternative location analysis at the pre-app stage. And this is, again, we require the pre-app, the alternative locations to all be within unincorporated Adams County. So we would never allow an applicant to submit an alternative that would be outside of our jurisdiction, because we can't review that. Because it's an entirely internal meeting. We don't engage, typically we don't engage anyone other than ECMC and CDPHE and CPW in our pre-app process. So those are the 3 agencies we invite, the operator and us, and we have those high-level discussions. We specifically cannot, it's in our code, we cannot talk about specificity. We can't talk about BMPs. We can't talk about any specifics because there's not actually an application that's been submitted to us technically. At this phase, we give our recommendation to the operator and say, based on what you've submitted for these 3 locations, we think alternative 2 is probably going to have your best chance of success. It'll also have the less administrative blocks or processes that you will have to follow at the county level. While this is also occurring, and this is up to the operator, they have to hold a community meeting. And the community meeting is pre-application. So that is a requirement. A summary of the community meeting is a requirement of the application. So if you haven't had a community meeting, you can't even submit an application to us. So we have a pre-app, we have a community meeting, and those boxes kind of overlap. Usually operators like to have the pre-app first and then go to the community meeting and then submit the application. But there's some flexibility there. And the community meeting is generally the first one we require to be in person. It's usually town hall format. They have big billboards up. They have, or not billboards, they have signboards up. They have all their locations, where the locations they've considered, why they want this location, where it's sited, things like that. They usually have their engineering team there, their land team there, their geology team there to talk through all of the specifics with residents that show up or community members that show up. Usually someone from the county attends. They take all this into account. We consider this the first round of public comment. They have to address all the comments that were raised during the community meeting in their initial application. Once the application is filed, then formal letters of comment go out to all the same residents within a mile of the oil and gas facility. And that's in the mail. We send out letters saying, hey, a formal application has been filed here, because still at the community level meeting, they might get a lot of feedback from the community that says, hey, we're going to get a lot of community pushback on this. Maybe we need to move the location. And maybe the answer is moving it out of Adams County, or maybe it's moving it somewhere else, or maybe it's consolidating another facility. We're going to get a lot of community pushback. So they can actually tailor their application to what initially the community considered pre-application. Then they file the application, and then we have the formal, 45 days to submit written public comment to us. We set up a website where residents can click on the link and they get access to all the files that have been submitted for that application, and they can review the specifics, the noise plan in detail, the traffic plan, the odor plan, and then it follows a similar process where it's like public and referral agency comment. They have 30 to 45 days, and then we get all those comments back to the applicant, and then they have to address them all.
That's great. Super helpful. Does in that initial community meeting pre-application, does the county play a role in that at all, or is that the applicant making the presentation and engaging with the community?
It's 100% the applicant. Someone from the county is there, and we can answer questions. We would obviously take no stand on an application at a community meeting. We would explain a lot. Oftentimes, we've had, I think, 3 or 4 of them now. We will outline the county's permit process. Okay, so they have to submit everything I just said. We'll outline that for the community members. We'll discuss what was brought up during the pre-app meeting if they ask questions about it. Everything we do obviously is public record, so even if it's a pre-app, they can request those records if they want them. But it is required to be noticed by the applicant. So they host the meeting. The county just shows up and attends and answers any questions about the county's process.
Super helpful. And then upon completeness and in your internal processes, can you talk about your internal referrals and your external referrals and how those work into the process, and then how those get developed into your staff report?
Yeah, that's fair. So post-completeness, pre-application, or post-application, we don't really have anything called completeness. It's just once you submit the application, we'd start reviewing it as is. Then we do, in addition to all the community notice that I discussed earlier, we also do all the external referral agencies. So we will renotice ECMC, we will renotice CDPHE, we will renotice CPW, we notice all the fire districts. We will notice RTD. A lot of our locations are near the airport, so we'll notice DIA Airport. And then all local governments within a mile. Any other jurisdiction. As you're aware, Adams County is a patchwork of jurisdictions. Most often we notice Brighton and Commerce City. We'll notify them that they can submit comments to us, and then we also refer them to our Office of Emergency Management. And then obviously we have our engineers and all of our internal review, similar to how the ECMC would have it. Usually processes have to go through what we call submissions. So on average, an applicant has to go through around 3 rounds of submissions. So they have their first round, we submit usually robust comments, very long, and then the applicant has to address them all. And then they literally have to go comment by comment and address them and refile it to us. And then we'll re-review. Everyone that reviewed it first has to re-review it. And then any agency that responded with comments, they get re-noticed. So if, Commerce City said we have comments or we have concerns about air quality, they have to address those, and then we send those comments back to Commerce City, and they have to kind of decide whether they're happy with them. Again, we wouldn't necessarily, if Commerce City says no, deny the permit. Oh, okay, well, Commerce City told us to deny it, so we're going to deny it. We take it into consideration for making our decision. So after 2, 3, 4 rounds of submissions, then staff will make its determination on what we think our recommendation should be, and then we send that to our Board of County Commissioners to make the ultimate decision.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. It's always good to hear different processes, and I think Adams County's got a strong process. So, couple other questions. So on the setback piece, this tiered approach to setbacks, and I think at least understanding conceptually what you've got, I think I interpret that in some ways as actually being more stringent than a hard 2,000-foot setback, depending on what BMPs or enhanced systems and practices, or what tiered requirements would be for each of those levels and the residents in each of those levels. And I wonder if you could give your thoughts on that a little bit, because a hard approach of 2,000 feet with informed consent as the off ramp, does limit what enhanced systems and practices may be applied at at only, like, nothing inside of 2,000 feet, right? If there was informed consent, versus having a tiered approach that would require different enhanced systems and practices for each tier, and so therefore would perhaps provide additive protections to more residents. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
Yeah, so it's not that we want to make things harder or easier for an operator or an applicant, right? It's recognizing that not all locations are the same, not all designs are the same, not all locations they're trying to be sited are the same. And so again, in my example, I showed you that DIC, a lot of that DIC is open farmland. And so if you apply a 2,000-foot setback to that whole disproportionately impacted community, you're protecting open farmland, which is important, of course, for environmental protections, but is it really necessary from a BMP perspective? Now, if there's homes within that DIC, then certainly you'd want a certain level of protections. Our intent is to recognize, in a tiered approach, is to recognize that, again, the timing of it all, the scale of it all really does play into the impact of it all. And again, if they're proposing something in the ozone non-attainment area, a DIC, a home within a DIC within the ozone non-attainment area is different than an application in a DIC on the western slope where there's no homes, but it's still classified as a DIC. It's outside the ozone non-attainment area. It's also not near any residences, but it is still disproportionately impacted, so you want to still be sensitive to that. So you still have that added level of protection above what would otherwise be the minimum standard if it's in the middle of an agricultural field, not in a DIC with no homes within a mile. Okay, you have your baseline. And then, okay, if it's near a DIC, but there aren't any homes in the DIC, you still have an added level of protections, recognizing that community has been disproportionately impacted. If you're in the ozone non-attainment area, it's even higher. And then if you're in a CIC, it's even higher still. And if you're planning to operate in the ozone non-attainment near a DIC in the high ozone season, that setback would be pretty freaking hard, right? Like absolutely not. That this won't fly. Come back to us with a proposal that's either moved or we will specifically not allow you to operate this facility in this DIC during the ozone non-attainment area during the high ozone season. It's just too much. But maybe that location could be operable not during the ozone season. Something like, and so the setback would change depending on the timing and scale and scope of that proposal. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
So it's going to be harder in certain situations, and I think it should be, but I think it should give some more flexibility where maybe the impact is slightly reduced.
It's still enhanced protections throughout the DIC.
Right, above what would be otherwise bare minimum.
Correct. Okay.
I think
do you
a
see-
table,
I guess
honestly, in my
one
mind,
other-
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, in my mind, I started creating for a response statement a table, like a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 table. And it kind of fell apart because there's just so many moving pieces. And so I acknowledge the complexity of implementing this type of tiered approach. But I think some sort of base tier where you have some classifications. Is it in a DIC? Yes or no? Is it in the ozone non-attainment area? Are you planning to do operations during high ozone season? Tier 1. Tier 2, it's near a CIC, it's in the ozone non-attainment area, and you are planning on doing it here. Tier 3 is it's in a CIC, it's within 500 feet of homes, and it's in the ozone non-attainment area. It's like a hard setback of a mile. Like if you want this application and these standards, you're going to have to be a mile from the nearest house. If you want it here, you're going to have to be 2,000 feet from the nearest house. If you want it here, you're going to be 3,000 or 1,000 feet, not 1,000 feet, but 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, a mile, or whatever those numbers are. I completely made this up. And then you take informed consent into consideration. Like, hey, I know we're supposed to be 2,500 feet, but we're 2,100 feet, but we have 74% informed consent. Is that something the commission can consider when they make that determination?
Okay. And then I guess last question on this topic, and I'm just picking your brain. Do you see those enhanced systems being prescriptive or more performance-based? So, I mean, are there specific prescriptions to what might be required in certain tiers? Because I'm trying to figure out how we would.
Yeah, I would say they're probably
How
more
would we
prescriptive than
validate?
performance-based. Again, given the understanding that there's just not a lot of places left to drill that are near homes in DICs, not in Adams County anyway. There's just not a lot of places left to drill. So I would imagine these types of applications probably won't come in that frequently. Like an application where there's 1,000 houses within 2,000 feet and it's in a DIC and there's no land area left to put an oil and gas facility. So keeping that in mind, I think they would have to be prescriptive because I feel like on those high end, those tier 3s, there's just not going to be many tier 3 applications filed. I don't imagine so, or at least I would hope that an operator would look at that and go, it's probably not an appropriate place to put an oil and gas facility.
Okay. Thank you. Super helpful. So the high ozone day mitigation plan, I think that's an interesting concept. But I guess my question is, do you see that only applying to 316C, 3B5, where you're talking about high ozone days, or does that apply to the totality of 316C?
It's a great question. I could see it going either direction. I would say if it's just a plan, make it really broad. So all of 316C, anything in the ozone non-attainment area needs a high ozone day mitigation plan. Again, what is required in that
316C would be more kind of a non-attainment area plan than a specific day, I guess.
Right. It's just a plan if there are high ozone forecasted days within that drilling area.
Right.
And again, that mitigation plan is going to vary depending on where it is, because again, if it is, even if it is in the high ozone, the ozone non-attainment area, the scale of impact is different. So, hey, yeah, it is in the ozone non-attainment area technically, but there aren't any homes within 2,000 feet, for example, or the closest home is 1,800 feet away. Here's the plan. Here's what we're going to put into. Here's what we're guaranteeing you. Here's what we'll do as practicable. But if it's in the ozone non-attainment area and closer to a DIC and homes, then those three things that might have been practicable for another application will be required for this application. And that's what that plan would go through. And that review would be at the determination of staff and you, the commission, when you hear the application, when you review the ozone mitigation day plan. So it doesn't change what is otherwise required in the rules right now, or what is considered.
It's refined to 316C,
Yeah.
3B5. So that's where you want. Okay.
And again, it's just a plan, right? It's good to have the plan in place with specifics on what the operator knows they can certainly do, and it's enforceable. And so inspectors go out there and they've said, hey, we're gonna stop all diesel engines on high ozone forecasted days, and they go out there and they haven't, they better have a reason why. And if the answer is, oh, safety, okay, well then submit a report that explains why you couldn't, and your plan to shut it down for maybe another ozone forecasted day that might happen in another week or something like that.
Okay. I think this is my last question. So in Adams County, in your process, do you have expirations for permits for new applications? And what are those and how are those determined?
Yeah, so for new applications, our permit expiration term is 3 years. In our revisions in 2021 post-mission change, we removed the provisions that permanently vested approvals at oil and gas facilities, new ones. Obviously, vested rights, we can't change existing facilities, but what we can do is for new ones. So it's 3 years. Any well that is not in production at the end of that permit term, that approval expires. So if they were permitted for 36 wells, they drilled 18. At the end of 3 years, they want to come back 3 years later. Hey, we want to drill the other 18 wells. They need an entire new OGDP, or we don't call it, it's OGF. They need an entirely new permit under whatever regulations are in place at that time. So then they need to reapply for a new permit with the county if that 3-year term expires and they haven't drilled all their wells and then they plan to come back. Okay. So that's how we would do it at the county level. And then again, we created this because that weird nebulous thing, we created the minor amendment process for that. You can only get a minor amendment to pre-mission. We used to call them AUSRs, administrative use by special review. That's how we used to permit oil and gas. So if you have an AUSR permit, so an old well facility permit from the county, you can amend it if you want to add more equipment to it. We wouldn't allow you to drill more wells, for example, but because they permit all of their equipment during those permit process, they come in and say, hey, we want to swap out these pieces of equipment with this. We could technically say, hey, nope, you can't, sorry, you can't make any changes to your permit, you need a new permit. But we don't want to disincentivize them from improving the facility. So we created the minor amendment where they can add equipment to a facility if they can demonstrate that equipment is actually reducing impact. And so that's kind of how but in that minor amendment process, we make them comply with things that we would otherwise require now, like connecting to oil pipeline or produced water pipeline or whatever.
Okay. Thanks for the information. Always appreciate it.
Commissioner Oath.
Thank you. And Mr. Dean, on I think just 2 topics. The first being the setback idea. So thanks for bringing that forward. This has been a lot of good, interesting conversation. As I'm listening to it, and as you were talking with Commissioner Messner about the tables and the tiers and things, I was wondering if one way to kind of get at what you're proposing, but potentially simplify it could be, so I think what you're saying is, if what you want to do, because this is focused on cumulative impacts, right? If what you want to do is look more closely at applications that are proposed within 2,000 feet in a DIC, then that's what you do. You take a closer look at it, and you could just list out a number of factors, like what percentage of informed consent has been obtained, right? Like, what is its EnviroScreen score? What ESPs are they proposing? Is it also in the ozone non-attainment area? Are they proposing drilling in the ozone season? And just kind of list factors, as opposed to having like, yes, no criteria in boxes.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's a great solution as well. I think because cumulative impacts are so nebulous, they're so nuanced, and there's so much subjectivity to them, I think adding more flexibility to the director and the commission to approve or deny permits makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I would not want to get into a situation where it's technically a no, but really it's a maybe.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you have to deny something, or
Right.
maybe something's inappropriate, but it checks the mark. Oh, all the yeses are checked, so I guess we have to approve it. I wouldn't want to get the commission or the director stuck in a position like that.
Or at
So
least not until we learn more, right? Like if we go through a
Exactly.
number of cases and we start to learn like, oh, actually, this always leads us to a yes, or this always leads us to a no. So we can.
And that'll be learned through process, right? And through applying it. I think in the first, back in the straw dog in March or January, or whenever we submitted straw, I think we floated this idea of like how many wells we floated this idea of a baseline for tanks versus no tanks, or diesel engines versus electric drilling rigs. This floated this nebulous idea about a baseline where, okay, it's 12 wells, no tanks, connected to produced water pipeline, gas and oil pipeline, and there's no other oil and gas around it. That's a different tier than or that would be a different level of consideration. And again, I don't necessarily think at this stage we'd want to get into the threshold is 40 wells or what, but that needs to somehow take into consideration a major facility, a minor facility, or a
Right.
small
Right,
scale,
size
a
of
larger
facility
scale.
could be part of one of the factors.
Right. Like
yeah.
how many tanks are you proposing? Because again, even if it's 30 wells, if they're not having any tanks on it, the impact post pre-production is significantly lower.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. And then the only other question was about your slide on lesser impact areas. And you noted in general, Adams County is not supportive of the concept in general, but then I know you had a number of kind of alternative positions. But just for my learning as a new commissioner, I don't have a good grasp of how often or in what areas, lesser impact areas, is applied. So do you know in Adams County how often or where lesser impact areas has been applied? I wouldn't expect it to be a lot. That's why I'm asking.
That is a great question. I think, and I've read the intent of staff in the statement based on purpose, that it's intended for like very rural areas, and they won't use it. They won't use the impact area exception where there's people, but there's no provisions in 304D that actually says that. And in the June draft, there were protections for, okay, we can't apply them within 2,000 feet of homes. And then they changed it to 2,000 feet of homes within a DIC. It's like, really? Our position is this. You tell me there's no odor impacts. Demonstrate it to me. Show me in a plan, your odor mitigation plan, that there aren't any impacts. Show me why you think there are no, and that should be done in a plan. Not, we're just going to take your word for it. I'm not saying an operator is going to intentionally mislead the commission or the county. It's just the way our process works is we have these plans. They're very detailed. If noise is not going to be an issue at this location, then submitting a noise plan should be fairly easy. Because like, hey, there are no homes, so we don't really have to worry about certain mitigation measures for noise. But here you go, I've done the analysis to demonstrate that it's not. But that plan will be a lot less robust because there's less receptors. But in an area where there might be a lot of receptors, the plan's can be more robust. So the way we look at it as the scale of the plan, the scope of the plan is going to be different on the receptors, but you still have to demonstrate it to us. And again, that would probably be a better question for the ECMC staff, how frequently a lesser impact area exception is used. And we do support the prohibition of the ALA and a cumulative impact analysis would never be able to apply for a lesser impact exception. Our thing is, staff spent all this time and stakeholders have put all this effort into debating what should go into each of these plans. An operator should just submit the plan. And if the answer is there isn't any, then show it to us. Trust but verify.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Again, Mr. Dean, I want to thank you and the county for your pragmatic leadership on a lot of these ideas. It's been very helpful to commissioners, and it starts off a good final day of the week of rulemaking on these important issues for us. We'll let you go and want you to keep around and be involved in rebuttal down the road. Appreciate you again. Let's take a 10-minute break and return at 10:21. And I'll have staff tee up the next stakeholder at that point in time. We are undertaking 2406-00145, the cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. We are moving through the cases in chief for stakeholders, and the next party with a case in chief is the Black Parents United Foundation, Brown Parents United Foundation. You are recognized for a 15-minute case in chief.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is everything good?
Everything's good. Yep.
Awesome.
Hear you and see you.
I'm Rachel Lehman, and I'm the Environmental Justice Program Coordinator, and I'm joined by my colleague, Nikki Wells, who's the Environmental Justice Director. The Black and Brown Parents United Foundation is a 501c3 community-based nonprofit organization created for parents of Black and Brown children to empower their children and to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion through confidence building, community development, and community engagement. We serve Aurora, Denver, Commerce City, and we also have a chapter in Mississippi. We do not take lightly the privilege that it is to be here before you today, commissioners. I would love a robust conversation of the facts and to gain a better insight on your thought processes in how you make decisions. In this regard, if there's anything that I say that you found non-factual, please bring that to my attention and I will do my best to correct the information. What I don't want is silence. I want to be heard and receive acknowledgement that you understand what I said and that we can come to a place of agreement, and then we can go from there. The cumulative impacts draft rules for oil and gas permitting are procedural and sterile, written in legalese and inaccessible to the DICs and CICs they are intended to protect. However, the rules do not address the elephant in the room. Oil and gas operations are messy, toxic, and have grave implications for life on this planet. The precarious safety of and damage to human, animal, and plant life by oil and gas operations are painfully, woefully absent in the draft rules. Without this acknowledgement, the ECMC cannot adequately perform their regulatory mandate, and it erodes the trust the public has in our government and its ancillaries. In a full audit report published June 12th, the Colorado Office of the State Auditor discovered a plethora of major issues with Colorado's gas pipeline safety program. Upon extensive review, the auditor found the program failed to meet state and federal standards, including lack of proper training for its inspectors, refusal to enforce safety requirements, and failure to assess financial penalties for egregious violations of safety protocols. This analysis considers all incidents which occurred in Colorado over the 2010-2022 time period, regardless of jurisdiction. As such, it is not a reflection on Colorado's gas pipeline safety program alone. Here are some quick facts. From 2010 to 2022, Colorado pipelines caused 115 total reported incidents, including 56 hazardous liquid incidents, 29 gas transmission incidents, 28 gas distribution incidents, 1 gas gathering incident, and 1 underground natural gas storing incident. 55 significant incidents, 10 incidents ending in injury and or fatality, causing 13 hospitalizations and 2 fatalities. 25 incidents resulting in fire and or an explosion. 3,302 evacuations. Incidents have released 1,019,588 gallons of hazardous liquids. And this doesn't even account for the produced water that we are now starting to make those additions to. And 853,625 cubic feet of gas. The cumulative impact draft rules for oil and gas permitting are seemingly less stringent than the rules and regulations required to open a restaurant in Colorado. Continuing with the restaurant analogy, making people sick as a direct result of foodborne illness is a code violation, and restaurants are forced to shut down any and all operations until the violations are corrected. Facility must receive prior approval by the health authority before reopening. Oil and gas catastrophes cause infinitely more damage to individuals, communities, and the environment than restaurants. We would like to see the oil and gas operators provide an emergency preparedness plan and the ECMC create guidelines of how to compensate communities and individuals in a timely manner if and when an oil and gas operation causes damage. When me and my colleague Nikki Wells are in large groups, we ask people to raise their hands if they have asthma or a family member has asthma. Usually every single hand is raised. This isn't normal. We explain to children that certain toxins damage their lungs as a direct consequence of oil and gas operations and living next to highways. They very smartly ask, why is this allowed? As the grantors of permitting commissioners, why is this allowed? Oil and gas companies inject a cocktail of thousands of chemicals into our earth for hydraulic fracturing, polluting our already shrinking water supply. Only in the last couple of years has Colorado begun to track and report produced water. Fossil fuels are ubiquitous, and they have been found in people's blood, urine, semen, placenta, and breast milk, as well as their fatty tissue. Many fossil fuel pollutants are endocrine disruptors, meaning they interfere with the body's hormonal systems and have a negative effect on reproductive health. Research has shown growing rates of human infertility due to biological and environmental reasons, including testicular cancer, insufficient sperm and egg quality, premature puberty in young women, and an increase in the number of congenital malformations in male genitalia. So there is more to declining birth weights than the selfish Gen Zers out there. The top 4 toxic gases in the oil and gas industry are hydrogen sulfide, benzene, carbon monoxide, and sulfur dioxide. And then obviously NOx. Let's be clear, there are no safe levels of any of these toxins. So in effect, permitting is in effect the ECMC granting polluters the right to pollute. In the interest of time, I want to just point out carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide, as we all have carbon monoxide alarms in our homes, it's the silent killer. It's odorless, it's colorless, and it's an odorless, colorless gas produced during the incomplete combustion of carbon-based materials. Within the oil and gas sector, faulty equipment can become a significant source of hazardous carbon monoxide emissions. Carbon monoxide restricts the blood from carrying oxygen when inhaled, and exposure can be fatal if left untreated. This was the gas that the Nazis used in concentration camps to commit mass murder. In order to regulate cumulative impacts, you would have to have a receipt of the toxins oil and gas operators use. We ask that you make public what those toxins are. Your mandate is to prioritize human health and the health of biological resources. From the outside, and I want you to correct me, it looks like you are an operation that requires paperwork, and you diligently go through that paperwork. Perhaps because many of your activities are hidden from the public, this could be ameliorated by making more of your oversight public. Give us an idea of why you denied a permit, or why you approved it, or why you said, okay, I am going to approve this, even though I know this is near a school, or this has this level of toxins or produced water. We want to understand your thought processes so that we can better advocate for our communities. And the rest of my time will be given to Nikki Wells.
Thank you, Rachel.
Mhm.
Hi, I'm Nikki Wells, and today I'm going to be just speaking from my heart, from strength, from community, from experience. I am a Colorado native. I have grown up and planted seeds in different parts of Colorado. I've lived in Glowville. I lived on the east side of Denver. I lived in Montbello, and now I live in Aurora. When I was a child, I had bronchitis, which was triggered by allergies, seasonal change. And when I got really sick, I would have to go to the hospital and be treated by a nebulizing machine. I became a parent, and when my son was 4 years old, he was diagnosed with asthma. And we lived the east side of Denver, right by the Farina dog chow factory. And I only knew what asthma looked like because I grew up with it, and my aunt and uncle raised me, which my cousin had asthma, and he shown signs of the same symptoms as my cousin. The doctors told me he was too young to be diagnosed. I fought and fought, and lo and behold, he was treated on a nebulizing machine too. I've been in education for over 20 years, and I fell into this circle of protecting environmental justice by asking simple questions of why at 40 years old, now I have 3 inhalers, which cost $500 each, and I have to refill them monthly. I was at a town hall meeting last week in Commerce City, and the organization was educating the community in Commerce City about why they had an oil and gas refinery across the street from the school. In the last presentation, I heard the guy talk about paperwork and signage, and saying they communicate with community about what's going on and permitting and all of that. And that's not true. These people in this meeting said they know nothing about what's going on. Your job is to protect our communities, protect our health, protect our children. And we have a gas and oil refinery right across the street from a school, right in the backyards of DIC, CCI communities you guys talk about. You guys, I've heard in these meetings, we've all been sitting in these seats before, and we hear about the billions of dollars that you guys collect, and there's money poured into these schools, which is not true. I am a teacher, and I've paid for materials for my classroom because there's not enough funding for our students to have a successful year. No money amount is more important than our health. Parents in these communities would far want to worry about health impacts because we're already worried about paying our bills and putting food on our kids' tables. It's disheartening because I see the nosebleeds. I feel the headaches. Right now, I'm taking care of my father who has cancer, and I can't explain to these community members. I can't explain to my own kids. I can't explain to my dad why we're not protected. There's no safe levels of these air toxins and pollutants. You talk about reduction. How much reduction is there? Where is the max of drilling? I heard in the last presentation where you guys are running out of places to drill. That's ridiculous to hear. Why are we drilling in communities that are already impacted? Why are we drilling in our backyards where it is unsafe for our kids to go outside and play in the summertime when it's a beautiful day? We're already dealing with natural climate impacts, which fires and stuff like that. And then we have to worry about breathing in chemicals. This is unfair. I don't know what solution. I'm not a professional, but we need to sit down and bring unity and like create solutions because people are dying out here. I'm sick. My father is sick. Children are sick. And we need to protect them. This is sad that we even have to present something. We have to present data. We have to show pictures. We have to miss work to feel like we're protected. We don't trust and we do not feel protected. And that is sad. And I'm just going to end that by saying we come into these policies, we come into these meetings, these testimonies, and we already know that we lost this fight. But we keep on coming back because in hopes and faith, something will change. Now it needs to change. We don't want to have to talk about this decades later when our kids are fighting for their kids. Please make the change that you know needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. We appreciate your presentation and your honesty and heartfelt presentation to us. It makes a difference. And thank you, Ms. Lehman, as well. Commissioners, the witnesses are available for questions. Commissioner Oath?
Yeah, thank you. And actually, I don't know that I have any questions, but just a couple of comments. Also wanted to thank you, Ms. Wells, for speaking from your heart and sharing your story and for taking the time to be here. I appreciate that very much. And Ms. Lehman as well, thank you for your comments and particularly, I appreciate your comment about the challenge that the regulations are so technical and dense and hard to understand, and that's it's a really important feedback and something that is certainly on my mind. It's this challenge between meeting the regulations to be enforceable, right? So we can hold operators accountable, but that balancing this with like them being understandable by all of, what does this mean in terms of what's required? But I appreciate that comment very much. So thank you both.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks so much. And like Commissioner Oath, I really appreciate you being here. I especially appreciate you sharing your personal experiences. It's important to me that we continue to talk, as you've suggested, and talk about ways to understand each other's positions and the opportunities that we have to better the state. Just a couple of questions as I'm trying to get my arms around your testimony, and this one's probably for you, Ms. Lehman. And what I took your testimony as is generally you're not in favor of oil and gas development at any level. Am I interpreting that correctly, or am I just mishearing? And your points are that you understand that it's taking place and you have concerns about the safety of the regulations as they exist.
That is actually it. Like I see these explosions, I see these news stories, I see the pipelines bursting, I see, the ducts with oil on them, trying to clean them off. And it's baffling. And I just feel like we can I know that the technology exists to make this a lot safer, even for the people who work in oil and gas. There's a lot of drone technology that could be used that could, take the place of human bodies in some of these inspections. And I think that by allowing oil and gas companies to sort of trudge along and, do these minuscule changes along the way, it doesn't force them to innovate. It makes it so that they I have a teenager, they won't clean their room unless there's pressure. Like, I know how this works, right? So you have to say, look, this can't be the way it happens tomorrow. You have to change this, or else we're going to shut you down until, like the restaurant example, until you can prove to me you can operate safely in this community. I think that's a low bar to kind of get over. And then also, I would hope that would encourage them also to think about other ways that you could transition into more green economy, and you could become the next green, Exxon could become the next green energy source. It doesn't have to be an either or. It can be a both and.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional clarification, and they're very good points and points that we are considering and working on as well. And to your point, could use a little bit better communication to help others understand where we're working on those points, I think would be helpful. Also, my second question, and a little bit of lead up to this question through your testimony, a couple of the points that you made. One of the points was, as addressed by Commissioner Oath as well, that our regulations are pretty technical. You're not professionals in the field, and it makes it tough to take a look and provide significant technical response to those regulations. And, together with some of your comments, for example, the comments on pipelines, which are actually regulated by PUC rather than us, and the comments on oil refineries, which are also not regulated by us, further illustrate just how complex the situation is. So I wanted to ask, are you familiar with the concept of community liaisons that we're proposing here?
Yes.
And really am interested in your thoughts on how you think the community liaisons can be most effective to you.
Well, just like what you said, there are, yes, the oil and gas industry is like upstream, midstream, all of these different chunks essentially, and it's regulated in different areas. So community liaison would say, oh, that's the issue that you're having. Let me direct you to the right place so that you can be in the right space to give comment. And then again, I think that more so it's just like it's an acknowledgement that these things happen. These accidents happen. These toxins are being used. I think that it goes a long way if you just say, hey, we're sorry. We made a mistake here. We should have, we didn't, and I know that's hard for people to do. I know that that's especially for oil and gas companies when, they're told to deny until they can't deny anymore. But it would go a long way to community if you could just say, hey, we messed up here and we're just as, flawed as you are. We'd like some support in figuring this out and immediate and timely, redress. Like families that have, a oil spill in their backyard should get immediate cleanup, immediate support, immediate health issues addressed, instead of prolonging it and making people wait a decade for any kind of amelioration. I think that we could start to trust these government ancillaries and say, well, they treated me right. I'm okay with that. This happened. It was a mistake, and they rectified it pretty quickly. But we don't see that happening, and that's the piece that's really disheartening.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. That's very helpful. And Ms. Wells, I don't want to put you on the spot, but wondered if you had anything to add to that question.
I just want to say that when you go into community and you're talking to community, you have to understand that there's language barriers, right? Like we said, we're not the professionals. We don't understand. We just know that you're in our communities. You guys are talking over communities' heads. They don't understand. Some people don't even speak the language, so they don't even know how to ask the question. So when you're sending these people into the community representing, they need to represent for not just themselves, but the people that they're talking to. We need to educate ourselves on both ends, right? We need to educate ourselves on what's going on with industry, and industry needs to understand the impacts of what's happening when you go into their communities. You leave these notes on the fence, you're sending notes in the mails. You guys are talking about websites where people can't even navigate to understand what's going on. So we just have to build some better communication line that goes both ways.
Thank you. I really appreciate that input, and I think that was well stated that we need to educate on both ends and try to be able to communicate effectively. I hope that we can continue to communicate, not just throughout these proceedings, but especially as we deploy community liaisons, and you can help us understand how that's working and how it may be able to be improved. Thanks so much for your testimony here today.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for your presentation today, and Ms. Wells, thanks for your service on the Colorado Produced Water Consortium as well. It's been an honor to serve with you on that commission or consortium, sorry. I want to just go through what at least are in my notes from your testimony and your pre-hearing statements, and make sure that I capture at least the message that you're trying to provide to us. So what I'm hearing is that the technical aspects of the regulations are difficult to understand. You're suggesting the utilization of an emergency preparedness plan to better understand how communities can get mitigated or compensated from accidents or spills. Clarity and reasons for decisions by the ECMC for either approval or denial of applications. You're advocating for additional community liaisons because you don't believe 2 is going to be adequate for the needs for those community liaisons. You're advocating for better two-way communication. You don't believe that the rules as drafted address the regional nature of cumulative impacts adequately. I think I'm understanding that you believe that CPW should not wait until January of 2026 to report to address biological resources. You're concerned that more explicit denial criteria is absent from the draft rules. You'd like to see additional medical professionals or public health professionals in permit reviews, and additional review by experts of the enhanced systems and practices, BMPs, that are being proposed in the rules. And in the CIDR database, or in the Form 2Bs or 2Fs, you're concerned about the lack of identification of the cumulative impacts of health. Did I capture that? Or is there anything that you'd like me to make sure I include in my notes?
Those are the high points for sure.
Okay.
Those in like zonings, right? Like you guys talk about zoning and like when you guys are passing these regulations, timing, right? Yeah, you may come into season where ozone is low and it's okay to produce that. But then when off season, when it's high, you're going to shut it down. But it's like, why would we even do it near community if we know it's going to harm them? So it's like, okay, if we're going to go a certain amount of miles, why is it across the street from a school? I just don't understand that. Like, how did that get regulated? And then if people can have pushback, how is that communicated? Because community is saying, I didn't know that they were going to build a oil and gas right across the street from this school. Like, I didn't know that was going to be in my backyard. I didn't know that I was going to be affected by this when I bought this house. So how do community find out these things in a timely manner where it's not too late?
Great. Thanks for the addition. Thanks for being here and thanks for the information.
Further questions for the panel? Again, appreciation from all commissioners for your participation with us.
Thank you.
Let's take a bit of a break to get the next panel up. Let's return in say 7 minutes, about 10:58. All right, we are returning. It is September 6th. It's 10:58. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission taking up docket 240600145, the cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. We have for a case in chief the Western Colorado Alliance, represented by Attorney Matt Sura. You are recognized for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Chair. I have my presentation up, and before I start, Matt Sura, representing Western Colorado Alliance. I want to just mention for the record that it was really good to hear from the Black and Brown Communities United, and want to say that I really appreciated their point that hadn't come up in this proceeding before, that the catastrophic failure of the Public Utilities Commission pipeline safety program to adequately protect residents in the gas patch who live among the pipelines, as described in the scathing state auditor's report last year, is a cumulative impact of oil and gas development, and really has to be part of all cumulative impact evaluations until those safety issues are addressed. So Western Colorado Alliance's community groups and members work together to create healthy, sustainable communities, social and economic justice, environmental stewardship, and a truly democratic society. Western Colorado Alliance has been working to decrease the impact of oil and gas production on neighboring communities for more than 3 decades. I want to now introduce Dr. Barbara Vasquez, who is on the North Platte Basin Roundtable and on the Colorado Water Conservation Board.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Barbara Vasquez, resident of Jackson County and member of Western Colorado Alliance's oil and gas campaign team since 2017. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today and applaud your active listening over long hours and days to the input to this rulemaking by parties and the public. It's clear that you are listening actively, as evidenced by all your thoughtful questions. I provided my background to the commission, so I'll keep this short. This slide lists a few volunteer positions in which I've served since retiring from careers in biomedical research and engineering. Transitioning in retirement to the role of citizen scientist, these positions over the past 18 years have afforded me the opportunity to learn about oil and gas operations, regulations, and impacts to public health and environment, and additionally, to have a voice in state and federal legislation and rulemaking. As we at WCA engage with the ECMC and our communities on this cumulative impacts rulemaking, I was triggered to step back and ask the more high-level question: What's the end result required to maintain a Colorado that continues to provide a healthy environment for all? We, the humans that walk on two legs, and all the other species that share our landscapes, and what's needed to get us there. I imagine all 5 of you as commissioners, as well as the staff, have been entertaining similar questions throughout this rulemaking, putting in many more hours than I have. But from my perspective, we clearly need to have a landscape level mindset to achieve statewide protections of public health and environment, goals to which we should all aspire as Coloradans. With that mindset in place, we need to establish robust data collection in order to integrate impacts across landscapes and communities. And the ECMC data systems must be structured to support the analytical tools needed to transform those data into information. This transformation is critical to support decisions by the commission and the staff with the intended protections as the top line. And for many of the categories of data specified in these rules, location-specific baseline data is fundamental to creating thresholds, as you've heard from other parties during this rulemaking. Next slide, please. There's obvious tension between the work required to implement CI rules in a comprehensive manner versus collecting sufficient data, assuring that that data is useful, and then applying meaningful analyses to support well-informed decisions. Requiring operators self-reported data is more than just a check-the-box activity, as you well know. There is no point in gathering data if it's not useful, verified, and validated. Next slide, please. These data must be analyzed in a timely manner, timely enough to support permitting and enforcement decisions by staff and commission. Creating data graves is in nobody's interest. To that point, however, the Produced Water Consortium was recently surprised to learn that ECMC, by their own admission, is a year behind in even verifying that some forms have been filled out properly by operators. Verification is just the first step in database management. There must be validation, that is the data correct and complete? WCA's red lines propose that the ECMC require independent validation of much of the data and to take the observations of members of the public as a functional adjunct to staff and operator reports, given the fact that ECMC's resources will always be limited. Given the need to coordinate with other state agencies, ECMC, CDPHE, CPW, etc., should be working together to create functional interfaces between their databases. And the data system and analytical tools must support timely analysis of cumulative impacts data. All of these comments assume that the budget's going to allow ECMC to have the capacity, the headcount, and skill sets to do this work. Otherwise, the cumulative impacts rulemaking we're all engaged in here will be an empty exercise. Now I'd like to turn to 3 specific areas of impact. The nexus between water, both quantity and quality, with oil and gas development has been with us since the first wells were drilled in Colorado in the early 1900s, some of which are here in Jackson County. But the impacts on water have grown sharply with the advent of hydraulic fracturing and the advances in horizontal drilling. Being good stewards of our surface water as well as groundwater is critical in the face of climate change and the continued aridification of the West. Now, across the country, representatives of industry, academia, regulatory bodies, and elected officials are wrestling with how best to regulate the skyrocketing volumes of fresh water used in unconventional oil and gas well completions, and to manage the very large volumes of produced water, the highest volume E&P waste product from these wells. Colorado created their Produced Water Consortium last year with HB 23-1242, calling for a reduction of freshwater use in oil and gas operations. The path to that goal is an increase in produced water recycling and reuse in well completions. As a member of the consortium, I can tell you that achieving an increase in produced water recycling and reuse without unintended impacts to public health and environment is complicated, and I imagine our chair, Commissioner Messner, might agree with me there. The first problem the PWC identified was that there are significant data and knowledge gaps regarding water use and produced water contaminants. That's why we're urging the ECMC to include separately both water quantity and quality data collection for commission decision-making during the CI rule implementation. The data for volume of fresh water used should include the specific source, not just a river name, but the specific source, so that use can be analyzed based on depletions of specific watersheds. In this slide, you will see Jackson County, which encompasses the North Park Oil Basin and the North Platte River Basin, overlaid with a Huck 12 network. We'd like to support the proposal made Wednesday by WRA to use the Huck 12s as the definition of local hydrology for siting oil and gas operations and considering water quality and quantity impacts. Such overlays of our oil and gas basins and river systems will be needed to assess impacts to both water quality and quantity. We suggest that placeholders be left in the cumulative impacts rules for thresholds for freshwater use that will be informed by the current ECMC produced water rulemaking that's underway now. These next suggestions I'm going to make may be a reach, but I hope ECMC takes them under advisement given the aridification we face due to climate change. We're recommending the freshwater volume forecast for use by oil and gas operations in an operator's water plan be considered as go, no-go for permits if they call for withdrawal of freshwater from surface water systems that would impact endangered species or impact Colorado species of greatest conservation need, or would push the region out of attainment with the produced water reuse target set for the area by ECMC. We're also recommending that ECMC include an internal follow-up action to compare the operator's plan with their reported actual freshwater use following well drilling and completion, determine whether such thresholds have been crossed. Next slide, please. Now on to disproportionately impacted communities. The maps look very different on the western slope on the EnviroScreen map than many of the Front Range DICs, as you've seen in previous presentations. But it's because of the significant differences in population density. Industry has claimed that they're unfairly penalized on the western slope because the census block groups that are considered DICs are so large. But with the lower population density on the western slope, it's far easier to avoid residences and other occupied buildings in those areas. And we've not seen a lot of well proposal within 2,000 feet of homes. One of the biggest issues that we've seen is when a large ranch owner or other large property owner enters into a surface agreement with an oil and gas operator for creation of a facility on their property, they have it placed far from their own home. That has meant the development occurs adjacent to a neighbor's home in many cases. Requiring informed consent before allowing oil and gas wells within 2,000 feet of any home would eliminate that unjust practice. Next slide, please. We'd also like to support the numerous requests you've heard from the parties to eliminate the use of CICs in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. This map of CICs on the western slope underscores the stark difference in coverage for protections for DICs intended by the legislature. These are the only instances of CICs in the western slope, South Grand Junction and the downtown area of Delta, Colorado. So we're advocating that increased comment periods and CDPHE consultation occur whenever an oil and gas location is proposed within 1 mile of a home within a DIC. Given the standard impact areas proposed to be 1 mile, it seems right that homes within a DIC that are less than 1 mile away should be afforded some additional time to comment. We frankly have no idea why a local government would oppose giving their constituents such additional time to comment on a state oil and gas permit. Next slide, please. And this is the third impact area I want to discuss, and that is on-site equipment. What you're seeing here in this slide is implementation of Crusoe Energy's Bitcoin mining, generators, and computer banks on a central tank battery on Fulcrum's operations in North Park. We're recommending that the cumulative impacts rules should include all the necessarily reasonably foreseeable industrial equipment on oil and gas locations and not be restricted to equipment that is currently core to the oil and gas development. So a single shale oil operator in North Park was challenged by the mission change no routine venting and flaring rule with their large quantities of co-produced natural gas in this field, which has no pipeline. Their solution was to engage with a customer to provide an offtake for that gas by combusting it on site. For stranded gas operators, Crusoe Energy specializes in offering to place their mobile units on site that include a field gas generator. That's the larger building you see that powers twin buildings housing banks of specialized computers used for cryptocurrency mining. The next slide shows a single module and gives you a closer look at those three elements. That is the generator building on the right with its stack on the far right, and the two front to back parallel computer buildings housing these banks of specialized computers. At present, according to the Fulcrum field manager in North Park, there are 21 Crusoe units co-located with Fulcrum's operations, with more planned associated with permits to drill additional wells in this field. To my knowledge, the only state permit required for these mobile units is an air pollution emission permit from APCD, issued to Crusoe, not to Fulcrum. I was indeed dismayed to see in their permits that they forecast only 83% destruction of VOCs during the field gas combustion by their generators, which makes it likely less complete than even from flaring. Even though this equipment is not owned by the oil and gas operator, it should be included in the cumulative impacts data provided to ECMC, including at a minimum the emissions of VOCs and methane and other hazardous air pollutants, as well as noise. I'm going to take a short segue now to wildlife impacts. The North Park Basin is blanketed with high priority habitat for greater sage-grouse, an important subpopulation that's isolated in this county by the continuous ring of mountains surrounding us. Yesterday, you heard from Eric Mulvar on the impacts of noise to this species. The video on the next slide highlights the noise issue from these Crusoe modules. Matt, I think the volume is not up. Can you try again, please?
Yeah, let's rerun it. We're not hearing anything, and I think that was the point.
Well, that's,
Yes, thank you.
yeah, that's the volume is up as high as it goes, and I've got my my speaker on, so I'm not on mute. So that's.
Ms. Vasquez,
The
do you
best
want
you
to
can do.
provide your opinion as to what sounds we would have heard if we could have heard it?
Appreciate
Yeah, this is taken on my cell phone from a public road adjacent to the central tank battery and is very loud. So it sounds like jet engines at more of a distance than to these generators, but it's quite loud. And I don't have a quantitative number for you because I don't have a noise meter, but that's something I could get and provide a number to you regarding the decibels of noise following our rulemaking here. And what I would like to do, Matt, if you could send the video to the hearing officer, that way the commissioners could hear it after the fact.
Happy to do that, and not sure why the technology won't allow for that to occur, but you will hear it as was described by Barbara.
Okay. So these above comments address only a few of the cumulative impacts the environmental community is encouraging ECMC to address in their decisions to approve or deny oil and gas developments. And now Matt will detail some of the red lines WCA is suggesting for this rulemaking. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Barbara. As Barbara stated, for oil and gas wells that have no gas pipeline takeaway, they are turning to on-site businesses that will utilize the inexpensive natural gas. Western Colorado Alliance has a very hard time believing that crypto mining is a beneficial use, but if allowed, crypto mining used to burn natural gas is certainly a reasonably foreseeable industrial development, and therefore all nitrogen oxides, greenhouse gases, other pollution, as well as noise and impacts to wildlife must be considered in a cumulative impacts analysis. We've added this language to capture these reasonably foreseeable future industrial developments. And we use the term on-site natural gas burning enterprise, but would be open to suggestions as to what would capture these industrial developments. We recognize that the new information generated by the cumulative impact regulations will likely be a new burden on staff. Independent review and verification of the information will increase the reliability of the information and reduce staff having to correct or ask operators to resubmit forms. It would also increase public confidence in the information supplied in a cumulative impacts report. As was mentioned, we would really like to see water quantity separated from water quality. And would like to see threshold limits indicated in this section. We have the evaluation of whether the basin and the produced oil and gas operation is meeting the produced water reuse target set by the Produced Water Consortium. Now, review and criteria of your decision-making should include threshold limits. Otherwise, the basis for each decision will be subjective determinations. We have supplied threshold limits for every resources in the red lines provided. To focus on these two, as I already mentioned, the water quantity, local air quality and water quality quantity, we acknowledge that important threshold limits will have to be established next year. So these rules will need to be updated at this time. For air quality, we understand that hazardous air pollutant health standards will be set by the Air Quality Control Commission in the next year. And similarly, in the next few months, we're expecting to see limits or targets imposed by the Produced Water Consortium. Now I'd like to turn to oil and gas development in Battlement Mesa in 2017, which holds, I think, some important lessons around cumulative impacts. Battlement Mesa is located here. It's an unincorporated area just across the Colorado River and I-70 from the town of Parachute. It has in its area about 140 natural gas wells. Over the time that I was working as a community organizer in Garfield County, this area was redesignated from, I think it was a 320 density, every one well for every 320. Then it went to 160, 80, 40, 20, 10, then down to 5. And so that's why you have this kind of dense oil and gas locations. And every one of those, has to come from a location, and they're all around Battlement Mesa. And if we were to pull out a little bit back, this is, again, probably around 40, just under 40 oil and gas locations that are within a mile of the community that is Battlement Mesa. And one of the important issues that was addressed, just as Commissioner Robbins then was becoming director, was this pad A, pad that was being put forward by URSA resources. And at that point, APAD was being located less than 500 feet from about 7 mobile home units. This is where the APAD was going to have to take some of the escarpment, and then the mobile home units are here. They said in the Form 2A that they didn't know how they were going to control noise, because the noise walls put here are actually going to reverberate and push all the noise into the community. So they thought that what they would have to do is create a noise wall up throughout here as well. So these are the folks who would have been very impacted by that. And each one is a family out of this number of families that are going to be within 500 feet. 3 of them did not speak English as a first language. I think that another important point is that there was also an ECMC process. Through the ECMC process, all these folks were notified. Even in the regulations back then, there was a requirement for notification. But in the process that was happening at the local government, which is Garfield County, they had no notification requirements, because these folks aren't property owners. They aren't landowners. They own their mobile home unit, but they don't own the pad underneath it. And so therefore they were not due any notice whatsoever. And when I inquired about it and said, look, can you make an exception in this case? They said, absolutely not. It's in our code. They get no notice. So lessons from Battlement Mesa. Procedural justice granted by this commission may be the only procedural justice a community receives. Sometimes the impact area needs to be the impacted community itself. Impacted communities cannot necessarily count on local government to protect their interests. And this, is going to be reflected in whether you choose to consider better than to defer a local government's decisions, and certainly where and when impact areas are defined. And then we ask that the ECMC use the statutory definition of disproportionately impacted communities to include mobile homes, parks in the definition. Western Colorado Alliance supports many aspects of the June draft. We would like to see required informed consent when placing oil and gas facilities within 2,000 feet of a home within a disproportionately impacted community. We believe that that is a critical procedural justice protection. To respond to Commissioner O's question to Conservation Colorado about the weakening of a 60-day requirement in the August draft versus the June draft. In June, the requirement was a 60-day comment period if the oil and gas location is within a DIC at all, or even if the oil and gas location was within 2,000 feet of the boundary of a disproportionately impacted community, of the census tract itself. The August draft is completely different. For the 60-day comment period to be triggered, it must be within a disproportionately impacted community and within 2,000 feet of a home. So the considerations, and I just, to make it really clear, 60-day comment period require anytime an oil and gas facility is within a DIC at all, or within 2,000 feet of a disproportionately impacted community in the August draft. Change that to anytime an oil and gas facility is within a CIC or within 2,000 feet of a home within a DIC. Here's our proposal. The 60-day comment period, it should be triggered anytime a working pad surface is within 2,000 feet of any home, whether it is in a disproportionately impacted community or not. And that 60-day comment period will be triggered if it is within a mile of a home or a school within a disproportionately impacted community. So first, the 60-day comment period within Western Colorado Alliance believes that the presumptive 2,000-foot setback should mean something. I answer these calls a lot. People receiving notices that don't even know what the ECMC is, let alone what impacts they should be expecting. They need to have time to be able to educate themselves on these issues before they can be expected to put forward any sort of meaningful comment. That's going to take at least 60 days. The regulations recognize that 2,000 foot, there's going to be impacts. Those folks should be afforded time to be able to respond. And we believe the proposal answers the question, the problem that Western Slope companies have raised, that Western Slope disproportionately impacted communities are too large and cover huge amounts of land. That includes public land. And we agree that that is all true. And so what we've done is that if they are not within 1 mile, the presumptive impact area from a home, they should have the standard 30-day comment period. Even if they're within a disproportionately impacted community, the standard 30-day comment period will apply unless that oil and gas location is within 1 mile of a home or a school within a disproportionately impacted community. And we have very similar proposal here. We're proposing the same thing for CDPHE consultation. CDPHE consultation is currently required if a home is proposed within 2,000 feet. That is I'm sorry, if a location is proposed within 2,000 feet of any home. And we're proposing that CDPHE consultation be required if it is proposed within 1 mile, the presumptive impact area of any home, school within a DIC. And again, the same sort of thing with community outreach plans. And I want to say first that I'm a real fan of community outreach plans. That the best industry operators already use them, whether they're required to or not. It formalizes what they should be doing anyway, getting to know and respect their neighbors. The June draft required a community outreach plan anytime an oil and gas location was within 2,000 feet of any home or school, regardless of whether it was in a disproportionately impacted community. And that's important. That was a big change because community outreach plans are, as you know, currently only required within a disproportionately impacted community. The August draft changed that and actually made the requirement weaker than it is today in current rules by only requiring a community outreach plan if there is a home or a school within a disproportionately impacted community from the working pad surface, not the oil and gas location. The oil and gas location where they do the drilling could be up to 10, 12 acres. That is reduced. And so therefore, the application of this protection, this procedural justice protection, has been lessened by the August draft, even from current regulations. So we're proposing the same thing here as we proposed in the 60-day comment period, requiring community outreach plan anytime an oil and gas location is it within 2,000 feet of a home or a school. And so just to summarize, we've got a 60-day comment period, a CDPHE consultation, and community outreach plan triggered by the same two things. An oil and gas location either being 2,000 feet from any home or school located anywhere, or less than 1 mile from a home or a school within a disproportionately impacted community. We think that that brings some consistency to these rules, and the folks that are afforded one protection are also afforded other protections, similar protections. Moving to the CIDR database, Western Colorado Alliance recognizes that the CIDR database is meant to track impacts from the oil and gas decisions since it was implemented in 2021. It is not a cumulative impacts database, truly. It's more of a cumulative oil and gas impacts database. And while that is helpful to track such issues such as the amount of water used, the wells permitted within 2,000 feet of a home, it could be much more. Western Colorado Alliance comments put forward redline changes that would transform the CIDR database into a true cumulative impacts database that could be useful to track cumulative impacts generally in oil and gas fields within Colorado. This database would be more useful to ECMC staff and also the oil and gas sector. And as we heard from Beatrice Soto yesterday, the Colorado community at large. Now I want to introduce Dr. Richard Allward. He's a former ECMC or Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission commissioner, and he's also the senior ecologist and owner of Arid Lands LLC.
All right. Do I get to share?
You do. I'm gonna stop sharing now.
All right. I just need to move a couple things here on my desktop. So good morning, Chair Robbins, commissioners, and all your dedicated ECMC staff. I'm pleased to be here this morning to describe some of the red line changes that Western Colorado Alliance has included in its Exhibit 1. And as Matsura noted, I am Richard Allward. I'm the owner and senior ecologist of Arid Lands LLC, which is an environmental consulting business based out of Grand Junction. My CV was included with my written testimony. I just want to note a couple relevant highlights. Senior ecologist is the highest professional certification conferred by the Ecological Society of America, and I did serve as a commissioner on the former Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission for 9 years, specifically to bring reclamation expertise to the commission. Also, I served on the Biological Resources Working Group. It was an incredible professional group of people who brought a wealth of expertise to develop a working definition and identify resources useful to ECMC. It would give me great satisfaction to see the report of the working group carried forward and implemented so that ECMC can expand its protection to organisms that don't necessarily have big brown eyes. I appreciate staff's extensive efforts to develop the draft rules before us. From my perspective, the major stumbling block to estimating and analyzing cumulative impacts is a lack of relevant information, and that's what I will address today. Unfortunately, ECMC has not been collecting the necessary data. The red line rule changes in WCA's Exhibit 1 address some areas where we think staff's proposal can be strengthened. I will address the additional data needs to ensure protection of wildlife, habitat, soils, and biological resources. I'll illustrate sources of publicly available quantitative data that will not be burdensome for either operators or staff. And I will suggest ways for this data to be reported uniformly. I will argue for the importance of a database to be used by staff and others to evaluate cumulative impacts during the permitting process. And I'm going to add in there that a fully populated database of this type will also bring value to evaluating reclamation. So WCA's proposed red line rule changes and my presentation today are being made with the objective of making the rules for data collection and evaluation conform more fully to this definition of cumulative impacts. This is the definition of cumulative impacts that we all must agree on. First, it's the law. Second, stakeholders cannot redefine ECMC definitions to meet their objectives. My presentation will be focused on wildlife and biological resources, and my examples will be drawn primarily from Western Colorado. I will also be emphasizing that being able to evaluate cumulative impacts requires much more than narratives about new impacts. Only when quantitative new impacts are added to quantitative existing impacts of all types can cumulative impacts be rigorously evaluated. So here I've reproduced a couple of figures from the director's report released earlier this year. I want to point out, and I'm sure you're aware, this data is for 2 years only. This is not an evaluation of cumulative impacts in any sense of this legislative definition. Now, to illustrate the harm that has occurred and will continue from a failure to rigorously consider cumulative impacts, I want to take you to Western Colorado and show you what has happened in some greater sage grouse habitat over the last 2 decades. Impacts that are not captured in this part of figure 2 that I've outlined in the red box. So I've recreated that red box here, which shows over the last 2 years the incremental disturbance in greater sage-grouse habitat. Total is a bit over 50 acres. Now, in this figure, I'm sharing with the commission what can happen when there are no rules about cumulative impacts. This white shaded area is the greater sage-grouse priority habitat management area, as defined by CPW and obtained from the ECMC website. The orange rectangular-ish polygons are the well pad disturbances. These magenta polygons are additional disturbances associated with well pads, but I haven't yet been able to figure out what their purpose was. The yellow are the flow lines, and you can see the scars still remaining on the landscape, and red are access roads to these well pads. Now, the greater sage-grouse high priority habitat in this figure totals 230 acres. The existing oil and gas habitat destruction is 66 acres. Now, I'm not using destruction flippantly. These locations were constructed between 2004 and 2015. This image is just a couple years old. These scars are decades old and will likely persist for decades into the future. So approximately 30% of this critical wildlife habitat is currently no longer habitat. This is a shocking level of habitat destruction. My take-home message is ignoring cumulative impacts or looking only at new incremental disturbance has and will continue to result in undesirable permitting decisions with great consequence. This is another dramatically disturbed landscape in western Colorado. And if the cumulative impacts component of the wildlife rule 1202D had been in effect before many of these permits were approved, we may have been able to avoid or minimize some of these impacts. This map illustrates the density of oil and gas disturbance nested within 7 overlapping wildlife high priority habitats. So recall that in Rule 1202D, CPW must approve mitigations once a threshold of 1 location per square mile is reached in both severe winter range and winter concentration areas. So again, every delay in promulgating protective rules results in detrimental impacts to Colorado's biological resources. Now I want to highlight some of the WCA redline changes as they relate to requiring, collecting, and reporting cumulative impacts data relevant to wildlife, habitats, ecosystems, soils, and biological resources. I'm going to focus on Rule 315, but Exhibit 1 includes complementary changes for Rule 314. In Part D, I first suggest moving ecosystems and grouping it with soils and biological resources to harmonize Rule 315 with Rule 314. The draft rules require a list of high priority habitats and a brief narrative. Alone, these are not useful, and these requirements are redundant if our suggestions are accepted. Instead, operators should be required to report a quantitative accounting of each high priority habitat found within the impact areas. Measuring the area of surface disturbance is one relevant quantification of impacts to high priority habitat. Similarly, operators should report the acreage of each habitat that will be disturbed by their proposed development. This includes new and expanded pads, roads, rights-of-ways, and other disturbances. Continuing with Rule D, and I want to point out for this next rule change, I struggled with where to include it in the draft rules. I've included it here because Rule 315A is about data collection. I understand staff may have conceived 315A to be strictly for data that will be entered into CIDR. Nonetheless, I think it makes sense to combine similar data collection requirements in the same rule. Certainly open to identifying the most appropriate place for this. So just as in the previous slide, operators will report acreage of all existing surface disturbance within each high priority habitat found within the impact areas. And oil and gas disturbances will be further characterized by their reclamation status. Oh, I'm sorry there. Only reclaimed portions of oil and gas disturbances that meet current ECMC standards in Rule 1003 and 1004 can be excluded from disturbance acreage. And then Roman numeral 4 here, this suggestion is a recognition that within mapped high priority habitat, there may be significant patches of non-habitat, or some areas may have been mistakenly mapped as habitat. If an operator wants to dispute that their proposed development will contribute to cumulative impacts in habitats, they may submit quantitative field-based evidence for the director to consider. How will operators collect this kind of quantitative data? Well, these habitat layers are freely and readily available using the ECMC online mapping tool. Most operators likely already have these high priority habitat polygons as layers in their GIS applications. Any marginally skilled GIS specialist will be able to identify the areas where an oil and gas application intersects high priority habitats and generate reports with acreage for each type of habitat. How will the data be reported? Here I provide a prototype interim Form 2B for reporting this data. It should be quite familiar since it's modeled off the interim Form 2B staff developed, and I believe it was 2021. The reporting form has drop-down menus for all the high priority habitat categories, and then the operator enters the appropriate acreage for each of these disturbance measures. Okay, so now I'd like to briefly look at WCA's proposed changes to Rule 315A 2E. As noted earlier, I think it's appropriate to move ecosystems here and group it with soils and biological resources, as was done in Rule 314. These draft rules are very brief and inadequately address ecosystems or biological resources. We offer extensive language to remedy this. First is a requirement for a quantification of the vegetation cover, soils, ecoregions, and disturbance ranks identified within the impact areas. I've suggested here two options for vegetated cover. I think it'd be beneficial to have a conversation with David Anderson and others at CNHP about which of these databases will likely be best suited for addressing cumulative impacts of biological resources after both are updated in 2025. I'm assuming we're going to be using the swap from 2015 as of now. Acreage for each soil type, ecoregion, and disturbance rank included within the impact areas will be reported. And similar to the language in 315D or A2D, operators should report the acreage of each resource type that will be newly disturbed by their proposed development. Continuing with Part E, again, just as previous, operators will report acreage of all existing disturbance within each of the listed resource types in the impact areas. And existing oil and gas will be further characterized by their reclamation status. This is to require assessing whether rare plants and communities are likely to be in proximity to construction areas. And this again is that suggestion for a mechanism for an operator who wants to dispute that their proposed development will contribute to cumulative impacts to these important resources. How will operators collect this kind of quantitative data? Well, as you heard Wednesday, these data sets are readily available using the Codex geographic database hosted by the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. The data layers include these key terrestrial habitats from SWAP 2015, soils, ecoregions, rare plants and communities, and a landscape disturbance index. Operators can import their plans into Codex securely and privately and identify where their disturbance polygons intersect important biological resources and generate reports. Biological resource data will be reported in the same manner as for high priority habitats. The familiar interim form 2B prototype. This form has drop-down menus for vegetation cover, and then the operator enters disturbance acreage as required. A similar procedure can be followed for soils, for ecoregions, and for rare plant species and communities. Both operators and staff have experience with these sorts of forms. I'd like to switch over just a bit to the idea of impact areas. Staff proposed a 1 mile radius, and I understand it's easy to conceive and it's predictable for everybody involved. However, this arbitrary radius has no relevance to potential impacts on wildlife, habitats, ecosystems, biological resources, water and air quality, disproportionately impacted communities, and many more items. So what I've got here is a map of oil and gas disturbance in one township in western Colorado. So within this, the royal blue line is approximately 36 square miles. From first appearances, one might conclude that the vast majority of the surface in this township has not been disturbed by the 1,900 acres of well pads, roads, pipelines, and other facilities. However, it's well documented that linear and point disturbances have impacts that extend far beyond the boundaries of the surface intentionally disturbed. This figure is the same township characterized by the Landscape Disturbance Index that's available in Codex and that was noted by David Anderson on Wednesday. LDI is based on research reported in a scientific journal published by the Ecological Society of America. It models impacts from anthropogenic disturbance. It has been validated against plant species field data in Northwest Colorado. Here you can see that within this 36 square mile township in Western Colorado, there's just 1 square mile of this darker blue polygon that is not impacted by oil and gas disturbance. What we have here is 4 categories of none or minimal. The pale blue is low disturbance. The kind of tannish orange is moderate disturbance. And then this brick red is high disturbance. And you can see how the high disturbance really tracks a lot of these access roads and well pads. Recall from the testimony you heard Thursday about mule deer and elk being essentially evicted from otherwise suitable habitat long after the construction phase is completed. Habitat quality throughout Western Colorado has been greatly diminished over the last couple decades, impacts that will persist for additional decades. If simple must override biology, then at least the impact area for biological resources should be defined as a buffer extending out from the edge of the surface disturbance identified in the application, not just a radius around the center of the working pad surface. So I want to note that we're not requesting that operators complete field surveys for rare species or raptors or any of that, because all the data collection we are recommending can be completed with the existing geographical databases. There's minimal extra effort or expense required to quantify impacts at distances that are more suitable to the resources that are trying to be protected. You've been presented with a number of suggestions for impact areas specific to different resources under consideration. For example, the 12-digit watershed introduced by WRA and mentioned again today. Each category of resource may need a unique impact area definition based on the manner in which effects are propagated from the source and in which the resources respond to that source. Now, this colorful image over here is from another area in Western Colorado. These crosshatched areas are all different high priority habitats. I want to bring your attention to this habitat that goes down like this and the number of wells within what is no surface occupancy aquatic sport fish management waters. Again, not having rules has severe consequences for our natural environment. Slow walking rules for protecting biological resources will extend opportunities for further detrimental impacts. So biological resources has been a subject of great interest to many stakeholders, so I want to spend a couple minutes here. I served on the Biological Resources Working Group, and this is the complete definition we submitted to the Commission. Note the footnotes that were not included in the June draft rules. These footnotes and clarifications were added with the thought that they could be incorporated into a statement of basis and purpose, or guidance, or even into rule, to provide information and certainty for stakeholders. These terms have very specific, precise meanings, some of which are set in statute. Okay. And we identified this definition as a working definition, not because we thought it was incomplete, but because we were aware it couldn't be elevated to an all caps definition until it was adopted through a rulemaking. So as for next steps, my sense is we provided a rulemaking ready definition in 2022. I don't see that there's much to be gained by delaying and reconvening a working group. So recall this area of oil and gas disturbance within greater sage-grouse density habitat. This habitat destruction is what happens when ECMC lacks rules to prevent or even limit harm to wildlife and other biological resources. The data requirements in the WCA proposed rule changes must be entered into a database managed by ECMC. It would be nice if we could update the CITER database to perform this critical function. Otherwise, a new database built for purpose is needed. A fully populated and functional database can be used for evaluating these cumulative impacts. And such a database will have value beyond cumulative impacts, again, for example, in evaluating patterns in reclamation success or failure. I want to consider another important change we have proposed, which is how to consider stages of reclamation. So operators must report unreclaimed oil and gas disturbance as a surface disturbance. Previous disturbances that meet current reclamation standards may be excluded from the impacts assessment. And all oil and gas surfaces with no reclamation status documented in the reclamation inspection status reports will be considered ongoing disturbance until ECMC receives documentation indicating otherwise. Now, recall this when we come back to the current ECMC standards, the reclamation standards are in Rule 1003E2 and 1004D, which is that revegetation on non-crop lands is achieved after vegetation cover reflects pre-disturbance or reference area forbs, shrubs, and grasses with total percent plant cover of greater than 80% of the pre-disturbance or reference area vegetation. So one thing I'm talking about here too is you can see the evaluation of cumulative effects and the evaluation of reclamation success are intimately related. Rigorous evaluation of cumulative effects requires current and complete and quantitative information about reclamation. This critical information is missing and must be remedied. Options include more aggressive enforcement and rulemaking. I want to come back to this term, no reclamation status. In preparation for this rulemaking, I reviewed reclamation inspection status reports for several larger operators in Western Colorado. It's incredibly disturbing that the vast majority of locations have no reclamation status, even on locations where the last well was completed decades ago. The top 3 operators average over 80% of their wells reporting no reclamation status. For all 10 of these operators, it was nearly 80%. Visual inspection of aerial imagery for samples of these wells confirmed there's been very little vegetation growth on these pads. And many of these pads and wells were completed when it was typical for there to be a single well per pad. It's clear from this review that some operators are not taking responsibility for compliance with ECMC reclamation rules. Failure to reclaim must be included among the criteria for rejecting a permit application. If ECMC takes this step, along with requiring operators to submit quantitative data on existing surface disturbances, one of the secondary consequences of this rulemaking may be some motivation for operators to make significant progress on their reclamation responsibilities. So I want to wrap this up with one final image. This is a pad location, a surface that was installed within no surface occupancy cutthroat trout crucial habitat. No wells were ever drilled. Cutthroat trout crucial habitat was put at risk and no benefit was obtained. So the Colorado legislature defined cumulative impacts. We must work within that definition. Rigorous evaluation requires quantitative data. The data can be met with available databases. Data reporting can be standardized to make it almost unburdensome for operators and staff. And data need to be entered into an accessible database that can be queried to look, for example, at changes, the cumulative impacts across habitats or across a county or within an oil and gas basin. So if this database exists, we can start looking at cumulative impacts and really get an understanding of what's going on in the natural world. I hope that's gotten through. And I hope that this would then provide motivation again to operators to come into compliance with their reclamation. So reclamation status must be a part of the cumulative impacts evaluation. The biological resources has been ready for rulemaking. We teed that up. It would really be nice to see that carried forward. Now, the mission of the ECMC is to regulate in order to protect, including protections for Colorado's natural heritage. Please act with deliberate haste. And as you confront questions about where to set limits and thresholds, please err on the side of protection. Thank you for serving on the ECMC, and thank you for all these ECMC staff for your incredible and thoughtful efforts at developing and enforcing strong and carefully crafted rules. Thank you.
Mr. Sura, does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I've just got one slide to share, and I appreciate your patience. As we mentioned, we've put forward impact threshold limits that we believe will be helpful in determining whether or not to approve an oil and gas location and whether or not the cumulative impacts thresholds have been met. As was mentioned, we go through a lot of them here and we can go into the detail of those. Reclamation inspection status report by operator through the COGIS database is now not populated at all, and really feel like that needs to be done. One of the ways that we feel that will be done is to include this threshold limit for biological resources, an operator's interim and final reclamation failure rate is greater than 10%, the commission must deny the application. And all of the operators' oil and gas locations and access roads throughout the impact area must be considered. No reclamation status will be considered failure unless the operator supplies third-party quantitative analysis to verify reclamation success to the satisfaction of the director. Clearly, we don't want to have a situation continue where we're not monitoring reclamation success, or we're continuing to give new permits to operators who have proven that they aren't or are not willing to reclaim or haven't figured out how to reclaim their well pads that they already have. So with that, we're open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, a lot of information here. Who would like to start off with questions for the panel? Commissioner Ackerman and then Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation today and for the significant preparation that went into it. Lots and lots of thought here and lots of good dialogue and discussion and suggestions here. Dr. Vasquez, I think this first question is probably for you, although Dr. Allward also touched on it. And first, just wanted to say thank you for your significant contributions to the well-being of the state, especially in your numerous post-retirement volunteer capacities. That's one of the great things about living in this state. Thank you very much. I appreciated your thoughts on the importance of intercommunication of systems and databases and agencies. And certainly, as you know, we're a state of many agencies with many different jurisdictions, many different systems. And our missions do, as you pointed out, sometimes interact and even overlap. I'm a little more interested in your thoughts on how to best develop an overarching impact assessment system. Granted, it's a large undertaking, but could be a beneficial one for the state. And any further thoughts on maybe the appropriate landing point for the development of more of an overarching intercommunication system?
Well, I am not a database expert, so let me get that out in front. But as a scientist and an engineer, fully aware that if you don't have quantitative data and functional data systems to apply your analytical tools, you as the commission are left holding the bag, trying to make decisions without sufficient information. That's not a good place to be, and it's not good for the state. So consider CDPHE. There was quite a bit of talk during the mission rule change of improving the intersection between CDPHE database and ECMC. I'm not sure much progress has been made there. So as Dr. Allward was saying, if the CIDR database isn't going to work for purpose, then building a new one that would have effective links to CDPHE, to DWR, to the Codex database of CNHP is really, I think, what's going to be needed to have that intersectionality function. So beyond that, I don't have any more specific recommendation other than almost exhaustion in attempting to make sense of decisions that are made by disparate siloed state agencies where they have overlapping responsibility, but don't have the capability or the will to collaborate to get the right decisions made.
Yeah,
And I don't know if that's of any help.
Yeah, they are. They're great points, and it helped certainly reiterate your philosophy, which I found to be compelling. It's a very large undertaking and a very important one, and I do, I've pondered this a lot and how we can improve these systems and their intercommunication, and whether that's a larger undertaking, certainly than this rulemaking, but a larger undertaking than this agency. And I'm not saying that to defer, but I'm saying that to say, how can we build a foundation for the construction of that kind of a system? And I really appreciate your thoughts and your expertise on the necessity of larger picture points of view.
Yeah, what we're dealing with is the legacy of data systems being built in silos without the intention of communicating. And there needs to be funding and a direction from top down that, because of the overlapping responsibility and authority of these different agencies, we really need to have a statewide data system that can talk to all of these different issues. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you for your response, and thanks for your comments. Dr. Allward, I have a few questions for you as well. I first wanted to say thank you for your service on the Biological Resources Working Group, and particularly also on this commission and helping build a foundation for where we're at today that we can hopefully improve on. And I agree with you. I certainly, as one commissioner, have a desire to move forward with the further protection of biological resources in the state, especially pollinators and rare plants. And I do think some progress can be made on these points during this rulemaking. And I wanted to also state that I really appreciate your thorough thought and input on area of impact and all of the other components of your presentation. I found them to be very interesting, and I'm definitely going to spend some time pondering them. A lot of them resonated with me without going into detail. I appreciated many of your points. And like I said, we'll continue to think about those as we move towards decision making. I did want to chat real quickly about the biological resources definition, and I didn't necessarily want to debate that with you, and so I hope you don't feel like I'm putting you on the spot here in that way, and you're welcome to not answer these questions if you would prefer not to. But I wanted to recognize, like you said, the amount of incredible expertise that was on that biological resources working group, and the difficult task that was before them. I think they made a lot of progress and put forth some good recommendations. I think they did so in an environment that's a little different than today with regard to CPW now having been granted statutory authority. And they did the best they could under the nebulous circumstances of the time. But as far as the definition for biological resources, and I won't bring up anything today I'm sure that you didn't think about or that your group didn't think about during the time, but I wanted to highlight some of the concerns that I have with moving forward with the definition as currently constructed, and see if you have any thought or input on some of those thoughts. And I think that, and I'll just go through them really quick here, but certainly happy to go back through them. And I think that, you know, the inclusion of wildlife resources in biological resources is clearly technically correct, but we'd have to find a way to figure out how to deal with the legal overlap of the inclusion of wildlife resources in biological resources, since we generally treat them separately in the regulations. The inclusion of the phrase "and other organisms," which would be, in my mind, you know, dust mites, bacteria, viruses, prokaryotes, fungi, algae, and whether beneficial or not beneficial would all be included in this definition as well. And I think that's what some folks thought when they state that it's a bit broad. And then I really appreciated, as you pointed out, the footnotes in that definition. I went through them thoroughly, and you're right that they do clarify a number of terms that was used in that definition. But there are a few terms that I found a bit difficult, and that would be undesirable plant species, which is a legally and practically vague term that didn't refer to a statutory definition or further clarification. The term pests was well done at the time and cited ag-based regulations that actually are now outdated, and a lot of further discussions taken forth on pests. And then invasive mammals. Invasive is also a vague term, and the inclusion of just mammals and not other invasive species. So those are some of the thoughts that I had that caused me concern for points of discussion. And before I ask you to, you know, take a quick pass through them, I also recognize that the Biological Resources Working Group stated this is a definition proposed for potential further refinement during a rulemaking process. And I do think it's important to continue to talk about what's included in biological resources and how we address them. So I didn't want to give anyone that listening the impression that I don't think this is an important topic, or that I don't think we should include it in the rulemaking in some form or fashion. Thanks, Dr. Allward.
Yeah, and I appreciate your questions, and they're certainly relevant. And I do believe some of them were actually brought up during our working group meetings too. And so, like, including wildlife, well, that's what happens when you get a bunch of scientists and nerds in a group. We have to be precise, and biologically, wildlife is a subset of biological resources. We also understand that legally, ECMC can define them differently and have wildlife resources be excluded. And so that is something that would certainly be appropriate. It happens in a number of cases where scientifically it doesn't make sense, but legally and for enforcement reasons or for developing rules, you have to come up with a definition. And with the other organisms, for example, or where we set all plants and everything, recall at the time, there was no state agency that had authority over managing, protecting, conserving any of these other organisms. We didn't want to constrain anything at that time. And now that CPW has been given some of that authority, we think we need to look at what, working with CPW and CNHP, as to what are those critical organisms that we need to add in so that we can exclude dust mites and ticks, and not all ticks, but most of them. So I think we can work through that, and it doesn't make sense to me to put this definition through another, beating by, again, a bunch of nerds and scientists, but rather it's now time to have it be confronted by the broad stakeholder group that's out there and hammer out the details. And so that I know the final definition will only reflect the intent of the existing definition and will then become something that really works for our communities and regulation. And I just wanted to point out the term undesirable plant species is actually defined in the ECMC definitions. So we did not, if that definition is vague, then that needs to be addressed. But it did go through a rulemaking and was accepted. And so I think it's not a shortcoming of the Biological Resources Working Group on that. But that definition probably came about back when I was a commissioner too.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Nope, that was it. So just wanted to thank you for those questions and the opportunity to clarify that.
Yeah, thanks for that additional color. I really appreciate that as well. My next question would be, are there, and I've asked this a couple of times during this hearing because I'm trying to get my arms around it, I've pondered it a lot as well. Are there items that are included, in your opinion, in the broad term of biological resources, other than pollinators or rare plants, which is generally the focus of biological resources when we talk about it, that currently aren't addressed in ECMC rules?
So I think somebody else mentioned things like rare plant communities, for example, or ecosystems, areas worthy of protection. But also one of the things that was one of the sub footnotes was, especially in terms of reclamation, healthy soils. And that's where then the organisms we get into are fungi, for example. And so, and since somebody else pointed out that plants are the basis of our food system, but actually soils are, so we do need to make sure we're addressing that and that it's included in some way. I don't have a good suggestion for how to do that, but it may in part be in reclamation rulemaking and requiring how you measure when final reclamation is successful.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Switching to area of impact, I really, again, appreciated all your thoughts and your consideration that went into your proposed red lines there. And I think if you've been listening to these hearings, you've probably heard me mention some degree of standardization, and at least that conversation of how much can we be malleable and how much can we set some degree of standardization to move forward. And so I really appreciated your bringing up the thought of buffer zones on all disturbed areas rather than just working pad surfaces. I may have missed it as I was taking notes, but did you have thoughts on appropriate buffer zones? And do you feel like they would be different buffer zones depending on the type of disturbance?
Well, I think the buffer zones could differ both on the resource you're trying to protect as well as the type of disturbance. That a one-time use something may be different than, for example, an access road or a feeder road that's getting daily truck traffic. So I think in part, some of these are going to be, it's going to require experts coming in. I'm not a wildlife expert. And so what are appropriate impact areas for raptors versus sage grouse versus cutthroat trout? I'm not somebody who can tell you this one sort of defined impact area will work for all of them. I do think if we can hammer things out that in some cases there will be, this works for this entire group of organisms. This sort of impact will work for all air quality impacts. So I think it will be necessary to have different impact areas. And I fully appreciate your desire, the whole commission's desire, to have as few different types of impact areas as possible. I would be pleased to be a part of discussions that would help hammer that out.
That's really helpful. Thank you once again. One kind of final question here, and we don't need to pull it back up, Mr. Sura, but on sides 5 and 6, you had some maps, and particularly the sage grouse disturbance map that showed conditions that were very difficult for sage grouse, to say the least, and damaging to sage grouse habitat. And I believe that, most of those conditions occurred prior to the mission change rulemaking, and that we've certainly have made some strides on how we approach high priority habitat since then. But I took your point to mean that those previous impacts, continue to exist, continue to impact that habitat, and they should be taken into account with regard to a cumulative impacts analysis, not necessarily an indictment that we're not making progress in that area. Is that accurate?
Yes, thanks for letting me clarify that. What I showed with those figures was not meant to be an indictment of the commission or operators that they're circumventing the rules. Almost every single one of those well pads was put in place before we had defined what the wildlife habitats were, which actually came about in 2008 when I was on the commission. So the point I was trying to get across was that impacts to biological resources that we want to protect are ongoing now, and they will continue until we take steps to stop that. And I think once we had those high priority habitats in place, operators they took the initiative to look for areas that were not within those habitats. And so it became much less. I lost work because I wasn't going out and doing surveys because operators were taking that initiative and avoiding those areas. So I think great benefits beyond what you see in applications happen when we have areas that we realize are important and we want to protect, and they end up better protected.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with you. And your point is well taken there. And as someone who sat on the other side during that time period and fought for sage-grouse habitat, those were difficult times. And I do appreciate the progress that you made on the commission, that commissioners before me made, and where we are now with regard to wildlife protection. That said, part of this rulemaking is talking about how we can continue to improve on that, particularly in a cumulative impacts analysis standpoint. So again, I found your thoughts really helpful. I know there are several members of CPW listening in, and I hope that we'll see some maybe some comments from them on some of the ideas that you raised. Thanks.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Dr. Vasquez, I see you've raised your hand.
Thank you so much, Chairman Robbins. I just wanted to expand a bit on Dr. Allward's comments about reclamation standards. And I think the images he showed of unreclaimed or unrevegetated surfaces echo some of the things I saw while I was sitting on the BLM Northwest Colorado Resource Advisory Council. We were taken out to areas in Northwest Colorado by the BLM to mine sites where the reclamation engineer would very proudly show the RAC members who are on tour, haven't I done a great job? And we would see one species of grass and a bunch of thistle, no forbs, no sagebrush. So I think we all agree that the reclamation standards are critical before the box is checked that that reclamation has been completed and is, again, a functional ecosystem. Thank you for letting me speak.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. And thank you for that input, Dr. Vasquez. Just asking for a little more clarification on that point, and it's a good one. Is your point to make sure that we're reviewing and agreeing with a reclamation plan under existing regulations and ensuring that that reclamation takes place according to that plan on the back end? Or is your point that we need to do further work on regulations to improve that process?
I really can't speak with knowledge about how complete the reclamation requirements are coming from ECMC. But what I could say is we should require a functioning ecosystem when the box is checked that final reclamation is done. Otherwise, the habitat issues that Dr. Allward just brought up are not being addressed. And in the case of the mining sites that we visited, clearly it was not going to function as sage-grouse habitat.
Yes, well stated. Thank you.
And if I could just bounce in here again, because I do have some expertise in this area, and we did submit, as in our written testimony, an item that some research that I published, in which prior to the rulemaking in which we required reclamation to be forbs, grasses, and shrubs, it was largely just grasses. And our research and the research of others have shown that planting grasses actually hinders the ability to then reclaim shrubs and forbs. And in part, that's the interaction between plants and soils. And so we need rigorous rules, perhaps that extend beyond what are currently in your rules, and enforcement. And if we're collecting data in a quantitative way, ECMC may be able to develop guidance that helps operators perform better.
Thank you, Dr. Allward. Good points. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your thoughtful input.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. As Commissioner Ackerman said, I appreciate your prior service and your expertise on these matters. I think I just have a couple clarifying questions for all three of the panelists here. I'll begin with Dr. Vasquez. And the first question I wanted to ask is, in one of your introductory slides, you talked about establishing baselines. But I think, and I just, again, clarification purposes, I think the baselines you were talking about are the baselines that Mr. Sura brought up with the water quantity and the air quality that's being worked on in other agencies. Is that the baselines you were referring to?
Actually, perhaps a little more comprehensive than the specific ones we've mentioned, in that without a starting point, just as Dr. Allward just so beautifully demonstrated regarding reclamation, if you don't have a baseline from which you are starting, you have no point of comparison. So thinking about water quality, for example, quantity, yes, but water quality is also an important point, with a potential for contamination from spills or runoff from pads. Having a baseline quality threshold certainly would be appropriate. I'm going to give you a personal example. So when I started working as a citizen scientist in North Park, there was no baseline data on oil and gas hydrocarbons in the North Platte River system. And yet we have been a location for oil and gas development since the early 20s, with the legacy field that we have to the northeast of Walden. With the advent of the shale oil operations to the southwest, it appeared to me critical to develop a baseline for hydrocarbons in the river system. There is no agency I was able to find that actually takes that baseline data. I actually went around and collected money to support sharing money with USGS to get 3 years of baseline data in the North Platte River. So there's an example. If you don't have a baseline and you have a big spill, how do you know if you've cleaned it up to the original level of water quality?
I appreciate that. And so I guess one of my, in hopes of what we want to accomplish in the rulemaking, are you proposing that we have just the baseline understanding, or are there quantitative thresholds that you think that we should be implementing?
I think baseline data will give you that starting point, and it may be that the threshold is below what you measure now. It depends on the attribute that you're developing that quantitative baseline for. Hopefully that's not the case, but Matt, you have a comment, and I'll defer to you.
Well, I just wanted to note that in our red lines and in the slides that we're sharing and we'll send to you, in Rule 315B3, we have offered threshold for every one of the resources, threshold limits, and believe that that's important. Otherwise, you don't know what you're trying to avoid. You don't know how to plan to avoid it. And you certainly will be in a much more difficult position in approving or denying or even conditioning oil and gas permits if you don't have those thresholds in mind as to what you're trying to avoid.
I appreciate that. And then Dr. Vasquez, I believe the other question that kind of two related questions, as we're talking about the cryptocurrency mining operations that you discussed. The first is you talked about it including in the cumulative impact analysis. And are you hoping to address the potential impacts of cryptocurrency mining, or are you hoping to evaluate it as part of the cumulative impact analysis?
First of all, I wanted to make sure that it was being reported by Fulcrum in terms of their air emissions per location. I'm not sure that's true, given that the air permit is granted to Crusoe, not to Fulcrum. So that's the first question. Interestingly enough, there is a Inspector General report put out a few years ago, which I can get sent to you, where the federal government came in and took a look at cryptocurrency mining on federal oil and gas operations here in Colorado, and made the statement that they did not feel it was of a public benefit. I'm not sure that the BLM, and this was addressing the BLM. So I'm not sure that the BLM has done anything with that in terms of limiting these types of installations, but it's a knife edge for the operator. They can't vent and flare. They don't have a pipeline. But with this solution, there's no encouragement to find other ways to get this gas to the marketplace. Now we have 21 of these in Jackson County, spewing more VOC than the flaring might have, if we believe the nominal efficiency of enclosed combustion devices. So there's nobody looking at this. They're like a distributed power system, not of interest to the POC, not regulated by ECMC, and only constrained by the Air Quality Commission of CDPHE. So it's a question for ECMC. If this is going to be a routine solution for gas plans, for shale oil wells, do you think that you should have responsibility for having regulation of these on-site gas combustion devices?
And I'll just say, I think that's probably better left for the legislature to decide if we have authority to talk about that, but rather than providing my own
that there are a
opinion.
lot of, I know there are a lot of champions of cryptocurrency mining, but imagine, let's say it's just a vanilla database, a data center, right? We have these distributed data centers, if you want to look at it that way, and they're on the oil and gas location. So these sites are having on-site customers, but those on-site customers are not regulated by ECMC. So it's a question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then I think my last question for you, Dr. Vasquez, as you were talking about the noise related to them, I just want to say, ultimately, are you trying to, is your suggestion that the local noise ordinances are not strong enough and therefore ECMC should step in with some of the noise requirements related to those? Or again, is this more of an analyzing aspect of the cumulative impacts that are attending with this?
It's one suggestion that ECMC require reporting by the operator, the noise generated on their site. Second, for most of the sites we're talking about here, the population density is quite low, but I'm concerned about the wildlife impacts. So whether CPW has actually gone out and made measurements of noise and considered habitat impact is a question. So that hand in glove between CPW and their wildlife decisions related to oil and gas development and ECMC rules, I think need to be examined.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Sura, just a couple quick questions for you on some of the points that you made. One of the points you talked about was the consider versus defer, and you made the comment that you can't necessarily rely on the local government to protect. And I just am hoping to get a little bit more information from you on how that could be better implemented or expanded upon. Because I'm sure if we heard from Weld County or Adams County or Garfield County, they might say, no, if we say this is the appropriate place to put it, how are you now overstepping our authority in that co-siting regulatory approval?
Well, in fact, Adams County said that they agreed with consider rather than defer. You're hearing defer from oil and gas producing counties that, to be frank, aren't as responsive to citizen, resident, wildlife, water quality, air quality concerns. And so, yeah, we would like to see you consider them, but you have to consider it in light of, okay, they're saying that this is appropriate in a disproportionately impacted community. What outreach did they do to that disproportionately impacted community? Did they even allow them to get notice? In the case of Garfield County, they don't, or they didn't in that case. And in that case, you know, you would have to discount their location decisions almost entirely, because they didn't even inform the residents that were going to be impacted that they were making that decision.
And if there was a situation where ECMC said, you have to put it over here instead, but the county says you can only put it over here, are you then saying that then there would just be no development because the county and the state could not agree?
That's not the way that works, because the oil and gas operators recognize they have to get both. And so they're going to be looking for locations that are going to satisfy both agencies. And in the case of any oil and gas activity within Weld and Garfield, because the baseline of regulations within ECMC are so much greater than the protections afforded in those counties, they are looking to meet your requirements. And that was the point, is that you are baseline protections. And in a lot of the places where we're going to see a lot of oil and gas development, there's not going to be greater protections afforded by the oil and gas, by the local governments. You know, you are the vanguard of protections for the residents and for the environment.
I appreciate that elaboration. And then the other question I had for you is, you did have a slide that talked about the outreach aspect. And one of the points you had said, you talked about needing the outreach if it's within 2,000 feet of any RBU or within 1 mile of an RBU in a disproportionately impacted community. And you had underlined in there that that was for an oil and gas location. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood, you had underlined and emphasized the oil and gas location to distinguish that from the working pad surface, or was?
That's exactly right. Thank you for catching that. And this is a concern in that this current draft actually, in one respect, made the protections, the procedural protections and procedural justice within your regulations. They lessened that in the case of looking at a community outreach plan. Community outreach plans are currently required if they are within the oil and gas location is within 2,000 feet of a home or school within a disproportionately impacted community. That has now been shrunk to 2,000 feet from a working pad surface. I don't think that it's in itself extremely significant. It just shows really how far the industry and the staff draft moved from what was happening in what was put forward in the June draft from the August draft. We would like to see a lot of the great thoughts that this staff had for the June draft reincorporated into the draft that you finalize.
I appreciate that. And then Dr. Allward, I think I just have 2 quick questions for you. I know there was some discussion about some of the information, there being a deficit of information, and I'm kind of curious of your thoughts of some of Dr. Vasquez's comments towards the beginning of her presentation as well, that a lot of this data, I don't want to say can't be trusted, but it's not verified, it's not validated. And so how do you couple those arguments together, that we don't have the sufficient data, we need more data, but at the same time, the data we have and the data we may be trying to get isn't necessarily appropriate or isn't sufficiently verified?
So, yeah, thanks. And that's a sticky problem all the way around. I think, you know, what I was envisioning with mine was that operators are reporting what those impacts would be, for example, by doing the measurements themselves. And I think, you know, staff would have to, it might be as simple as some spot checks, just looking at aerial imagery for the areas that operators are submitting data and saying, does this check out? Does this seem even reasonable that operators are saying there's 2 acres of disturbance, and you look at last year's aerial imagery and there's no sign of any vegetation on the surface. So we don't get to call it just the working surface, or there's nothing in the staff records that says any inspector has ever been out there. So let's send an inspector to confirm what the operator is saying. So I see the staff is verifying that and confirming, checking things, and not being responsible for the data gathering. There's just not enough resources for them to be able to do that. And if staff find shortcomings, that they put the burden back on the operator. And, you know, it may be that the operator needs a third party contractor to come in and do something because the operator's not skilled at it. And that happens all the time. Operators hire contractors to perform functions that they don't have the resources or skills to do. But I think the verification process could be simplified for staff to not be a burden on staff.
And I see Dr. Vasquez has raised her hand. I'm guessing she has some.
Just a quick comment about verification that the form is filled out correctly. That shouldn't be too hard, but I'm not staff, so I don't know what the burden is. But certainly that first step in verification, then validation, they're both critical to being able to rely on the database to make informed decisions. So both are critical. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Mr. Surster.
One sentence
Sir.
is, thank you. We have put forward in the red lines that we provided, that we showed today and that we're going to send to you, that we would like to see independent verification of operator provided information and data. You do have the ability to enforce if there is inaccurate or falsified data, or if they just flat out, didn't work very hard at providing you data. We'd like to see, more enforcement of those if that becomes a problem.
And then I think one final question for Dr. Allward. I know you talked about looking at some of the existing development. What are your thoughts on CPW's current process of looking at density of existing development, especially within high priority habitat, as they assess the quality of habitat during consultation?
I apologize, but I'm really not familiar with that process.
Okay. No, and that's fine. I just thought I'd double check on it. So
Yeah.
I believe those are my only questions. Again, thank you very much.
Right.
Others with questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No question, but comment that I really do appreciate the information that was provided by WCA, the testimony. It was clear, it was understandable, it was robust, and really appreciate the red lines that were provided in your pre-hearing statements and the amount of work that was done to really make your points clear. And so I don't have questions because of that, but I did want to acknowledge that it was incredibly helpful in me understanding your points and how they would apply in this rulemaking. And so thanks for that. And Dr. Vasquez, also an honor to serve with you on the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, and thanks for all your volunteer work.
Others with questions? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. We will let the panel go. I think it's appropriate for a break for lunch. Let's return at 12:25. Good afternoon. It is September 6th. It is 1:25. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission, and we are undertaking docket 240600145, the cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. We are continuing with cases in chief this afternoon. Next up is Citizens for a Healthy Community. Hello there.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me and see me well?
Both.
Wonderful. Then I will share my screen. Can you see that?
We can, looks great.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Natasha Leger. I'm the Executive Director for Citizens for a Healthy Community. A CHC is a citizens group of 500 community members dedicated to protecting the air, water, and food sheds of the North Fork Valley from the impacts of oil and gas development. CHC represents concerned citizens, farmers, vintners, scientists, healthcare providers, and small businesses. Over the years, CHC has consistently advocated for rules that protect its community from the off-site impacts of oil and gas operations. Proposed and existing development is in our mountain watersheds and wildlands in geologically unstable terrain and upstream from farms. When we talk about off-site impacts, we're concerned about what Kate Burke mentioned as impacts that travel beyond the well pad and can travel fast: landslides, water contamination, air pollution, induced seismicity that can create pathways to contamination and activate landslide complexes and wildlife. We hope that the testimony you have heard from other parties and this cumulative impacts rulemaking has brought newfound awareness to the issues that we've been raising for the last several years. CHC appreciates the work that staff and all stakeholders have put into the draft rules. CHC is particularly concerned that the proposed rules are missing clear standards of review, baseline data, thresholds, or limits to demonstrate how the ECMC will make a decision based on the information required, and that the 1 mile radius impact area is arbitrary, and that the rules don't comprehensively analyze and address cumulative impacts as statutorily intended. CHC supports the positions of Earthworks, 350 Colorado, Conservation Colorado, Western Colorado Alliance, and allied local governments. They have made cogent legal and policy arguments, which we do not seek to repeat. We also very much appreciated the landscape perspective on water, biological resources, and ecosystems brought by Western Resource Advocates and Colorado Wild. I'd like to use my time today to talk about the purpose of cumulative impacts rules, addressing cumulative impacts with clear denial criteria and review standards, local warming threshold, and federal lands. I'd just like to point out that this picture to the right is a picture of a collapsed oil and gas access road up the Clear Fork in the upper North Fork area. This was discovered last year when citizens were doing a field trip, and that road, it was unaware to all three of the regulators, state, federal, and also the operator, that it had collapsed. And in fact, ECMC inspectors couldn't get to the sites to even inspect them. So I just bring that to your attention as we talk about some issues throughout our conversation. The purpose of cumulative impacts rules is for the commission to analyze a proposed project within the context of existing and foreseeable impacts to determine whether a proposed project should be approved or denied. The purpose of analyzing cumulative impacts is to recognize that when an operator proposes action that has impacts on the environment, the effects do not occur in a vacuum. Cumulative impacts rules should be about understanding the safe and healthy environmental levels, preventing more damage and returning to a safe and healthy zone. I just want to point out this picture on the right is a picture of the North Fork oil and gas operations upstream of the Paonia Reservoir. This was courtesy of EcoFlight. Yesterday, Kate Burke and allied local governments proposed clarifying and separating out the minimize adverse impacts hierarchy of avoid, minimize, and mitigate. We could not agree more. As Commissioner Messner stated, application of this hierarchy is critical to the effective implementation of these rules and meeting the statutory obligation and intent. We would also suggest going a step further and including in the SBP, Statement of Basis and Purpose, and even in the rules, the fundamental purpose and objective of a cumulative impacts analysis in the rules. I want to talk about addressing cumulative impacts. You've heard a lot of testimony on how the rules are skewed to evaluating instead of addressing cumulative impacts. You also heard from Mike Foote and Kate Burke that it's okay to say no. CHC contends that the missing link in addressing cumulative impacts is clear denial criteria, which requires amendment to the denial provisions in Rules 306B3, 307B, and 308C5, and clear standards of review. Just as the industry seeks regulatory certainty, the public seeks certainty regarding how ECMC will make its decisions based on cumulative impacts analysis, and certainty that in fact it has a mechanism to meaningfully address those impacts. We have long taken the position that the ECMC rules lack a definition of adverse impacts. But now that cumulative impacts is a defined term, the denial provisions need to be updated. Allied local governments advocated for this as well and supports this change. In addition, the denial provisions need to include the failure to avoid adverse impacts. So you can see in our red lines here, which are actually in blue, we've included cumulative impacts in the 2 denial rules for OGDP. And also we've added into that denial provision, failure to avoid adverse climate, environmental, or cumulative impacts on air, water, soil, and biological resources and DICs to really mirror the legislation in 1346. And then we also did that for administrative denial on Rule 308C5. Next, I want to move to addressing cumulative impacts from a standard of review perspective. Actually, let me just go back for a second. I wanted to mention that the draft rules already amend the director's review and recommendation in Rule 314G to include cumulative impacts. So this would be a natural extension. You've also already taken the leap to establish denial criteria for NOx and greenhouse gas emissions intensity. So now you really need to extend that to all cumulative impacts. The Commission's proposed standard of review to adequately evaluate and address cumulative impacts in Rule 315B3 is ambiguous. So we would like to see the following changes that include specifically the review as avoiding cumulative impacts, minimizing and mitigating those impacts that could not be avoided, or located in areas of exceedances, federal, state, county, or air, water, climate, or local warming thresholds. I don't want to go into much more detail on 315B3 because WCA did such a really detailed job of suggesting amendments to this, and so I'd like to review that later. But I would like to say that we also have advocated for independent verification of operator provided information and data. So moving on to baseline data, a credible cumulative impacts analysis requires context and comparative data to be able to assess safe and healthy environmental levels. I was going to say actually a lot about this, but given WCA's in-depth presentation, I don't want to belabor the point except to thank them for the work that they did. And I do have a table in here that shows where the rules lack baseline data. And also there's a lack of baseline data for public health information and environmental baselines to determine threat levels due to climate change, local warming, and geological hazards. In our pre-hearing statement, we provided a list of potential thresholds. I want to focus just on local warming right now because that's an issue that has not gotten a lot of attention. The Western Slope is a climate hotspot. We are warming disproportionately compared to the rest of the nation and the country. Delta County in particular, where we're located, has warmed 2.1 degrees Celsius, Gunnison County 1.6 Celsius. The Bureau of Land Management field office around us and the Grand Mesa National Forest have both warmed 1.9 degrees Celsius. And we think it's just critically important that these local warming levels be considered in the rules, and in particular, considered in the impacts analysis, cumulative impacts analysis, and also denial criteria. 19 of the 24 counties that have already warmed 1.5 degrees Celsius are oil and gas producing counties, and we really cannot divorce the impact of local warming on public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. Quickly, I just want to address the impact area and 1 mile radius. I wanted to share this photo of the Upper North Fork Valley. This was taken on an aerial tour. CHC partners with EcoFlight to provide our residents with the opportunity to get an aerial perspective of development. And one of the passengers posted this right after her flight, and I think it's really instructive, especially when we talk about whether the 1 mile radius applies on the western slope. So what she points out here is that the Paonia Reservoir is downstream of an injection well in particular, and she ultimately really questions what that impact is going to be under the current rules. If under a 1 mile radius, this would not qualify as a cumulative impact. The major concern is contamination from pathways that would be created, and also from potential landslides or mudslides. This is the Colbrand West Salt Creek landslide that happened in 2014 and this was 2.8 miles long. The toe of the landslide stopped about 200 feet before an oil and gas pad. And so you can clearly see from this picture that you probably would not get from seeing a 2D map, is that these facilities are located upslope. And if there was a landslide of that magnitude, it would go right into the river and onto the highway that crosses the county, and then into the river, and then into the Paonia Reservoir, which feeds downstream farms. I want to talk briefly about federal lands. Oil and gas locations on federal land should not be exempt from cumulative impacts analysis, and we support staff's amendment to 304E2. In conclusion, we recommend including the fundamental purpose of cumulative impacts and cumulative impacts analysis into the SVP and rules, amending rules 306B3, 307B, and 308, that should be a C, C5, to include cumulative impacts and failure to avoid adverse impacts into the denial provisions, amend rule 315B3 to include clear review standards that align with 181, and include baseline data and thresholds, and adopt staff's changes to 304E2. With that, I will conclude and reserve any time for rebuttal.
Thank you. It's always great to get the perspective from your group over on the North Fork Valley. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. If you could go back briefly, you kind of quickly went through the baseline data slide, referring back to what WCA had. I just wanted to try and make sure that I caught some of your points on the baseline data slide that you had.
Hold on a second, let me go back and share. Right here.
And so part of what I wanted to try and touch on was the red boxes at the bottom about the public health information, and was hoping to get you to expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, so the cumulative impacts analysis information requirement is not asking for public health information. That public health information is in the Form B2 and for the CIDR database. So it's still not clear how the information collected for CIDR intersects with the information collected for cumulative impact. So that's why I wanted to flag that.
And I think that was my only question. I just wanted to make sure that was hit upon.
Sure.
Others with questions? Well, again, well stated, articulated. We get the points. Appreciate the presentation. We will let you go and look forward to seeing you again in rebuttal.
Thank you.
Next, we will bring up Save West Mam Creek. If we can do this fairly quickly, we'll just keep moving.
Okay. Ooh,
Hello,
good afternoon. Can you hear me?
and we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay. The thing I'm not sure about here, I'm sorry, this is the first time I've done this on this sort of a thing, I don't see the point where I share my screen to share my PowerPoint.
Do you desire to share a screen?
What's that?
Do you want to share your screen?
Yes, I had a PowerPoint to present.
Okay, hold on just a sec. We'll walk you through it. Hearings Manager Thomas, can you help Ms. Colby share her screen?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Lulu. If you go to the bottom of the screen, you'll see a bar rise up with a bunch of options. They say mute, stop video. One of those will be an arrow in a box, and it should say share
okay.
screen.
Now I do see that now. Okay.
So I think you click on that.
All righty. Here we go. Okay. And then I'm going to share. And then I'm going to. So is this working?
It is. And yeah, perfect. Great job.
Okay. But now now you're in front of my notes. I gotta do something with you. Here we go. Okay. Let me get my presenter view and we'll be off. Okay. I'm Lulu Colby, head of the Save West Mam Creek group, which is a community group of landowners, hunters, recreationists, and wildlife supporters. We're dedicated to protecting the upper West Mam Creek drainage from further oil and gas development. West Mam is in trouble. Your 1200 series rules and HPH are not protecting our valley. Variances, mitigations, and off-ramps justify the march of oil and gas into the valley, expelling wildlife and degrading habitat. West Mam Creek is located less than 12 miles from the Rifle Town Center, with a 3,000-foot rise in elevation. It's the poster child for the need of cumulative impact rulemaking. Let's see, I need to move us again. Okay, some of the impacts in West Mam are oil and gas development, climate change, livestock overgrazing, recreation, hunting, roads, and invasive species. And one impact leads to impacts. The oil and gas road development led to easy access. The road improvements opened up the area to a huge increase in recreational and hunting use. Roads split our narrow valley, fragmenting wildlife trails and movement patterns. Locals testify to the changes. The herds have moved on. The springs are drying up. The heat and the dust are increasing. The poor range conditions, the species loss. And I just want to point out one slide here, if you can see my pointer. This is a herd of elk in the winter just over on Mam Creek, over the ridge from us. And they are just out in a big fallow field that is just solidly full of desiccated kochia. And I know from running livestock that there is no feed value in kochia, and yet they are out there scrounging around. And it's just a sad state of affairs. Okay. Okay, this is Google Earth image of the West Mam Creek area of concern, roughly 6,420 acres of private and federal lands. Over here is the Beaver Creek area. This is West Mam, and then we have Middle Mam over here. The light green arrows are what we believe is the flow of the elk population from the Beaver Creek area over into West Mam, getting pushed by this oil and gas development. Gant Gulch here is one area where our hunters have great success as their elk are moving over the ridge and into this sort of a refuge area.
Ms. Colby, just so you know, we don't see your pointer. I don't know if you're moving it around.
Oh, I should get my pointer out of the main
Well,
picture.
we don't see it on your PowerPoint. It sounded like you were moving it around, showing us.
Oh, yeah, I was. And
yeah,
you couldn't see it, huh? Okay.
No, just wanted to give you that heads up.
I practiced this too, darn it. Okay.
It's okay. I think we can, these are great slides, so I think.
Can you
follow
figure it
through.
out? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just quit wiggling that around then. Okay, here we're pulling back to a view of Garfield County. This is the ECMC maps with the high priority habitat layer showing. And that's the yellow crosshatching, which I'm sure you're familiar with, but it's just a huge swath of Garfield County. I don't know, it might even be 90% of Garco's high priority habitat. And of the active wells, which I know everyone knows, but maybe someone's listening that doesn't, each red dot is a well. And of the active wells in Garfield County, we had 12,003 as of 2023. And we have approximately 3,000 square miles. And that comes up to 4 active wells per square mile. Okay. Now we're zooming in a bit, and here's West Mam under threat. This is again the ECMC high priority map layer, and we're also showing here the high density oil and gas, more than 5 locations per square mile, and that's the red shaded areas. West Mam Creek is circled in black, and then we've got Beaver Creek right over the ridge to the west and north, identified, and you can see Rifle in the I-70 corridor. And this is just the march of oil and gas into one of the last relatively undeveloped parts of the region. Here again, this map is the same as the previous, but I'm showing the high priority habitat layers of elk migration, production, winter concentration. And again, let's see, I can't point it out, but West Mam Creek is circled again in black. And the little red circle is the most recently approved location in the area that was approved in October of 23. And I'm showing these maps just to say, where the heck is the wildlife to go? When is enough enough? You can see there's a little zone of respite and refuge between us and the Colburn area. Okay, and back to Google Earth, and this slide really does not need an explanation, not if you understand that each little tan dot is an oil and gas location. The wildlife is expelled from the north, there's impaired habitat to the south, and it's in the process of getting squeezed out from the west and east. Without adequate protections, West Mam Creek will become overdeveloped like much of the region. And wildlife will simply have no further place to go, suffering the direct impacts of mortality and displacement of species, speciously called adverse impacts. Your current rules accept so-called unavoidable adverse impacts, simply mitigating with dollars the death of wildlife and the destruction of pristine habitat. A line must be drawn, thresholds established. Again, enough is enough. Another Google Earth image. What happened in Beaver Creek? And is this West Mam's future? There's a lot going on in the slide, but there's a lot going on in West Mam. The red circles are the 2.5 kilometer elk avoidance buffer from oil and gas infrastructure from the Western Watersheds presentation earlier. The red asterisks, and I'm sorry I can't point these things out, are the existing locations. The blue asterisk is the last location approved for expansion in October of 23. The orange asterisks are locations planned, they're already locations, but they're planned for expansion. The pink asterisk is a planned new location. The orange dotted line is the planned pipeline for the produced water that will go from the wells down all the way down West Mam Creek and then up over the ridge and back into Beaver Creek. And keep in mind that the avoidance zones, the buffer areas, will increase greatly during the drilling and construction phases. And it's just going to keep pushing wildlife on and through. To where? Where do they have to go? Elsewhere? There is no elsewhere. Again, enough is enough. Okay, West Mam's place in the CRVO. These are taken from the Western Watershed Study, where it shows West Mam's location in the BLM Colorado River Valley Field Office area. And I'm sorry that I can't use my pointer, but you can see in the first map, they do have the area. You can see the area outlined in green, and it's in approximately the same area on all of these other maps, but they're just going to be harder to see. But oil and gas development disturbs and displaces elk from otherwise suitable habitats, resulting in stress, loss of body condition, lowered survivorship, and reduced recruitment of young into the population. The Western Watershed Study shows the need for action. Our herds are at the point of population decline. Each CRVO map shows West Mam Creek in heavily impacted areas. As we can see here, and I can't point them out, but they're in the on this map of the elk winter and parturition, I'm sorry, I can't say that word, range. They're in the heavily impacted area. And the elk, and in this slide, the second map, they are in the area of impacted by road densities of 1 linear mile per 1 square mile areas. And on we go in the mule deer summer and winter range, and in the mule deer fawn production ranges. West Mam Creek is again in the highly impacted areas. And here again, we unfortunately are in the red on the 1.6% complete loss of habitat effectiveness of mule deer summer and winter range. And we're also in the red in the surface disturbance of 3% or more, where that is critical to critical threshold for mule deer. I would really wish you would study the WWP maps and report. It is evident that your 1200 series rules have not protected our elk and deer herds. The elk and deer in the CRVO are already impacted by the cumulative levels of development found in the region. You know, and contrary to popular lore, this study shows that they do not habituate to oil and gas development, contradicting even many NEPA documents. Okay, here we're going on to some gleanings from the Roaring Fork Audubon and Colorado Wild, referring to the West Mam Creek area. SWAP identifies 26 species of high potential in the West Mam Creek area and threats to those species. Terrestrial wildlife is generally negatively impacted by oil and gas extraction through road development and other extraction disturbances. Poaching has been shown to increase near oil and gas drilling sites. Access roads fragment habitat. Construction and use of trails introduce weeds. Presence of humans and their pets disturb wildlife, potentially leading to abandonment of nest sites, feeding or wintering areas, and other important habitats. And roads, the big culprit. The most significant impact of roads on a landscape scale is habitat fragmentation. Okay. And here we have It's my conservation Bible. And I kind of believe if you have a Bible, you should use it. This is the CNHP program Survey of Critical Biological Resources, a resurvey and update of potential conservation areas in Garfield County, Colorado, 2016. It was prepared for the Garfield County Board of County Commissioners. And it just kind of appalls me that they commissioned this study and yet they seem to just absolutely ignore it. But please refer to the CNHP Garfield County Survey, the pre-hearing statements and presentations earlier in these hearings. There is so much good data from CNHP, WWP, Roaring Fork Audubon, Colorado Wild, Wildlife Hunting and Angling Groups, Western Colorado Alliance, detailing the diverse habitats and biological resources and threats to those resources in the West Mam area. And I do just want to read one of these quotes from the survey. That oil and gas development is a major threat to biological diversity in Garfield County. Okay, let's see. I think, excuse me, I just went too far in my slides. Okay. Here we are, weigh the balance, the economic benefits versus environmental toll. I was hearing about the U.S. Forest Service's problem, the loving it to death problem that they're dealing with. And they're starting to have to restrict access to certain trails in the area and visits to pristine sites because we're just killing it with our love for it. And they're boiling it down, to the question of are the dollars versus the economic toll. And it is the question. It's the question for you about how are you going to move forward? We know you are under incredible pressure from industry to develop, to move on, to approve. In the long view of history, oil and gas will be gone. Their profits will mean nothing, leaving our state's landscapes, habitats, and biological resources in ruins. What legacy will you leave? What will happen if you do not adopt cumulative impact rules? Will we have rugged alpine vistas? As the Garfield County website advertises, rugged alpine vistas and high desert mountains. Or will we have gas patch views? Land of 15,000 gas wells, see the last of the Rocky Mountain elk herd, pristine gas patch views. Which will it be? I mean, to us, the time is so short. Things are so urgent. Time is of the essence. You've heard from the biologists, the scientists, the lawyers. You have the expertise and data. What we're asking, Save West Mam Creek is asking from you, is to expedite the cumulative impact rulemaking for wildlife and biological resources. Adopt the biological resources definition that we removed just a bit ago. Expand the impact area definition. And I think most importantly is to, in these rules, set thresholds, have a point, a place where you can say no, where you can deny. If the rulemaking lags, you must pause development. If we keep delaying, kicking the can down the road, it's gone. Mortality and displacement of species occurs. It's to the operator's advantage to postpone the cumulative impact rulemaking as they gobble up our HPH and squeeze our wildlife out. Soon, no wildlife, no HPH. Drill it will. Please help us save West Mam Creek. Okay, so a little change here. This is Next, a political cartoon published 8 weeks before the presidential election of 1904. It depicts Standard Oil as a great octopus spread out across the US, having strangled state capitals and the Congress in Washington, reaching out next in an effort to seize the White House. What's changed in 120 years? Only the octopus, the name of the octopus has changed. It's, a collective of oil and gas, and he has reached the White House. What's changed in 120 years? Where here's a political cartoon depicting the state of affairs in Garfield County 8 weeks before a presidential election. This is the ad as it appeared in the newspaper. And I'm also providing a full screen view of the cartoon so you can better see the details and peruse at your leisure. But basically, and that's about all I have. And the last thing is just please, please give credence to those that live in it, live within it, and to those that love it. And I just so much appreciate this time. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Colby. Appreciate the heartfelt approach to providing us perspective that is important for us to hear. So we really appreciate you being with us. Commissioners, does anyone have questions? I'm not seeing any questions.
No questions.
That means you did a really good job in my book. So really appreciate it. Thanks for putting together the PowerPoint, and thanks for being with us and letting us know about what looks to be a beautiful part oasis in the state of Colorado.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. And I appreciate all the work. You must be getting pretty rum-dum by now listening to all of us, but
no,
you've got stamina.
We appreciate everybody taking time to testify with us. Let's take 5, and while we're doing that, let's get the next stakeholder up for their case in chief. Let's return at 10:09.
Apologies.
Okay, we are moving forward with cases in chief. Now the case in chief is by Be the Change Colorado. Mr. Doe and Mr. Wilson, you're both recognized.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Phil Doe. I'm the environmental director for Be the Change Colorado. Wes is a science advisor, and he's on base today to help if there's some technical questions about the information we're going to present. With that, I'd just like to begin. If you start the clock.
Sounds good. Go for it.
Okay. Be the Change Colorado, as you know, has been relentless in its criticism of the way the Polis administration and your agency in particular has said about the implementing of SB 181. We said early on in 2019, with the rushed release of Mr. Robbins' 16 objective criteria, that the largely procedural oil and gas operating guidelines set forth in those criteria would not and could not guarantee that the public and the natural environment were being protected against substantial harm. These protections are the foundational requirements of that law, which is now going on 6 years of labored non-enforcement. The fact that since Governor Polis signed SB 181 into law, over 7,000 new drilling permits have been issued and only a handful, perhaps 4 or 5, been denied, tends to support our assertion. The fact that these denials, amounting to a rejection rate of 0.7%, were never made on purely health or environmental grounds, strengthens our assertion. To add insult to injury, your agency continues the Swiss cheese policy of allowing the polluter, in this case the oil industry, to basically regulate itself. To our mind, this is a little like putting Bernie Madoff in charge of the Securities and Exchange Commission. One way of measuring the damage of this flimsy regulatory framework has caused to the human natural environment is to look at the cumulative climate impacts of burning or otherwise using the oil and gas produced in the state. One fairly uncontroversial way of doing this is by measuring the atmospheric CO2 resulting from burning the product. It should also be a fairly uncontroversial assertion that if you don't produce oil and gas, you can't burn it, and thus the annual increased social costs begin to be reduced. Atmospheric loading of CO2 from burning fossil fuels is regarded by atmospheric scientists as one of the 2 chief threats to planetary climate stability. The other is methane from fracking operations. We will take up the subject of methane later in this presentation. Unquestionably, these two chemicals form the chief threat to whether the planet will continue to support societal life and the natural environment as we know it, or whether through the continued fossil fuel reliance, we will return to our natural state, which the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes once described as solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The following chart shows, and Elias, you put that up now, please, shows that since Governor Polis took office in 2019, the oil and gas industry in Colorado has produced 2.9 billion barrels of oil. If we convert these barrels into CO2 loading, resulting from their use in the marketplace and on the battlefield, we come up with a grand total of nearly 1 trillion tons of atmospheric CO2 from Colorado production since 2019. The real question now becomes, what are the societal costs of loading CO2 into the Earth's atmosphere? A new study published in the National Bureau of Economic Research places the social cost of CO2 at a whopping $1,065,000 per ton. Thus, we can reasonably say that during the past 5+ years, years in which Mr. Polis has been the state's governor, and you, Mr. Robbins, have been chair of this commission, 1.1 trillion in CO2 social costs or damages can be attributed to the continued unrestrained production of oil and gas in the state. When we compare the climate cost of CO2 to the market value of oil and gas produced, other eye-popping deficits or negative cumulative impacts begin to surface. Here's one example. The Energy Information Administration estimates the market value of Colorado's total oil and gas production in 2023 came to about $17.4 billion. Yet if we use the newly published $1,065 per ton of damage estimate, the climate damage from these products in terms of global CO2 loading comes to about $209 billion for that same year. Thus, the negative climate impacts exceed the value of the product by a ratio of 12-1. It's actually more than double this amount when we add in methane leakage, as you'll see later in this presentation. And please keep in mind, climate impacts are only one of several parameters that demand cumulative impact analysis. A few of the others are public health impacts. Suncor Refinery and monster drilling pads in Adams, Arapahoe, and Weld counties come immediately to mind. Water use and destruction, land use fragmentation, and industry bonding to cover the cost of thousands of well closings. All of these parameters need to be part of any cumulative impact analysis since they are, for the most part, additive. That is, their impacts tend to increase over time since fracking demands ever more land and water and spews ever more poison into the local environment and atmosphere which each of us uses with each new well. We realize that water is a renewable resource, but we are concerned about the unexamined impact of dumping heavily polluted liquids into our deep groundwater. Radioactive materials are ubiquitous to this process. So what is the cost of deferring cleanup of these liquids to the day they could be needed for societal use? We see this as a hidden subsidy to the oil industry that probably reaches into the billions of dollars. It is your job under SB 181 to identify this subsidy so that it can become part of the public debate and a more accurate accounting of the oil industry's costs and benefits thereby becomes available to inform that debate. Plus, water in this state belongs to the people under the Constitution, not the state. Given the scientific predictions already manifesting themselves in the massively over-appropriated Colorado River, water will become ever more scarce and costly because of climate disruption attributable to burning fossil fuels. The public must be armed with this information so it can participate with its elected representatives in making informed decisions about allowing the industry to continue to destroy another of the public's most valuable resources with impunity. Remember, as the poet W.H. Auden observed, thousands of people have lived without love, but no one has ever lived without water. Just ask the citizens of Mexico City or Cape Town or Gaza City. As for your rules establishing bonding requirements for the closing of thousands upon thousands of wells in this state, they are so inadequate they could actually threaten state solvency. You will perhaps recall that during the bonding or financial assurance rulemaking, we proposed that full cash bonding for every well should be required so as to eliminate the risk of default reverting to the public. One of your commissioners, Bill Gonzalez, an erstwhile oil and gas lawyer appointed to the commission by Governor Polis, strongly objected to our proposal, saying the oil industry, and I quote, had better things to do with this money. Left unsaid was the assumption we, the people, have nothing better to do with ours, and apparently do not by being the insurer of last resort for the oil industry. According to a report released today from Carbon Tracker entitled Backfire, Why Colorado's Bonding Reform is Not Working, the minimum cost for closing all existing wells in the state is $6.8 billion. Yet your agency has only about $218 million in bonding in hand to remediate and close an inventory of roughly 47,000 open wells. And remember, this is just 2 years after your new rules required by SB 181 were finalized. Carbon Tracker estimates the best we can ever expect to recover from these bonding rules, given their sieve-like nature, is about $456 million. That leaves the taxpayers on the hook for $6.4 billion in cleanup costs. And that's if there are no cost overruns and no new wells. In sum, the public under the state's new bonding rules is on the hook for 94% of the well retirement costs. The oil industry only 6%. And this is assuming everything goes right in these closes. And believe me, it won't, as you know. Perhaps one of the most alarming pieces of information in the Carbon Tracker report is that the ECMC, your agency, included in its May 22nd financial assurance update that expected to have $133 million in bonding from the operator KP Kaufman. This allowed you to inflate your expected future bonding to be $613 million, when in fact the real amount according to Carbon Tracker's analysis is $456 million at a maximum. Haven't you deliberately deceived the public in this instance? First of all, the $133 million bonding requirement for KPK is a number you assigned to it because of its past behavior and the huge financial risks its operation represent. KPK never agreed to this level of bonding. Why would you pretend otherwise? In fact, KPK is at this moment, as many people know from newspaper reports, in the courts contesting your bonding assessment, as well as the $1 million fine you've leveled against it for repeated multi-year environmental offenses. Even if it loses in court, it is highly unlikely it will ever ante up a penny, for the company has all but declared itself insolvent. The fact that it owns over 1,000 low-producing wells with an average daily production of less than one barrel per well confirms this claim. Unfortunately, as these issues are fought out in the courts, KP Kaufman is still selling product in the market, with none of the revenue being set aside to reduce the cost the public will certainly have to pay to close and clean up those 1,000 plus wells. It is with this information as background, we can start to judge Governor Polis's national PR campaign promoting the state's bonding rules as a model for the entire nation, thus promoting at the same time as Bonafides as a top government executive, one worthy perhaps of being considered for the presidency. Mr. Robbins, you have been the loudest frog in the congratulatory choir. What do we make of this sophistry? Should we dismiss it as just more governmental greenwashing, a political commonplace, or does it actually rise to something resembling government malfeasance or fraud? If you take the entirety of the rulemaking process as it's developed over the last 6 years, the second option may start to appear as the more reasonable. But to return to Mr. Gonzalez, as we must. Shortly after he made his plea for industry financial protection over public protection in the bonding rulemaking, he resigned, as he said, for greener pastures. After a short and respectable hiatus, he resurfaced with a spanking new promotion at his old employer, Occidental Oil. Governor Polis has subsequently graced him with an appointment to the state's Air Quality Control Commission, which, like the ECMC, was charged in SB 181 with responsibilities for devising oil and gas cumulative impact procedures. It appears the AQCC, which has responsibility for issuing all oil and gas pollution permits in this state, is no closer to achieving this mandated responsibility than it was almost 6 years ago when 181 was passed. It is perhaps worth mentioning that the pollution permits are issued by the AQCC after the drilling permit is approved by the ECMC. Thus, we have it has no impact on the approval process. It appears to us to be basically a paper chase, but one that nevertheless constitutes a major source of the agency's operating budget. The paper establishing the new damage threshold of $1,065 per ton of CO2 used in our presentation today is still under peer review, but it was published as a working paper in one of the nation's flagship economic journals. Plus, its study leaders, Drs. Adrian Bilal and Diego Konzik, are both macroeconomists and teach at Harvard and Northwestern, respectively. They attribute the big increase in the estimated social cost of carbon to using global weather variations rather than national or local variations. As Dr. Bilal explains it, global temperature is just much more correlated with extreme weather events. This is pretty heady stuff, especially for the one or two of us here who don't do macroeconomic climate impact modeling as a fun weekend exercise. Still, those social cost calculations must be contended with. One takeaway from this paper we should all ponder is that if we allow the global temperature to go up 2 degrees Celsius, we will reduce global output and production by 50%. This would be twice as great as the Great Depression. As Dr. Bilal warns, it would be forever. He means thousands of years. Last year, according to the Copernicus Climate Change Service, the global increase in temperature exceeded 1.5 degrees centigrade for the first time ever, and is ripping inexorably towards 2 degrees centigrade. Atmospheric CO2 has exceeded 350 parts per million, the generally agreed upon safe loading limit, according to readings at Mauna Loa, where in August, concentrations were 424.76 parts per million, up 3.24 parts per million from August preceding. To pivot just a bit, even if we use EPA's recent social cost estimates, which are based on national weather variations rather than global variations, we come up with a social cost value of $190 per ton of CO2. As you can see from the table above, this still results in a social cost of over $204 billion over the 5. As for the last year of complete record, 2023, the cost of CO2 loading using the $190 per ton index still exceeded the value of oil and gas production by about $20 billion for a ratio of almost 2.2 to 1. But we're still not done. If we add in the social costs of methane leaks from oil and gas production, which recent satellite monitoring by EDF establishes at a likely rate of 1.7% for the Denver-Julesburg Basin, we get even larger social cost estimates, much larger in fact. Because methane has an 86 times multiplier over CO2 for atmospheric heat retention over the short term, a period of 12 to 20 years, it increases the average annual social cost of methane to about $273 billion annually, or about $66 billion more than the annual contribution from CO2 alone. In terms of total dollars for CO2 and methane combined, it amounts to a negative impact on the world economy of over $2.6 trillion in the last 5 years since Mr. Polis has been governor. How's that for a Christmas present to the world? And maybe, just maybe, the governor should stop telling people he's working nonstop to save people money. Even if we pretend that methane has a 100-year life in the atmosphere, which it doesn't, but which Colorado's Energy Office nevertheless insists on using in its impact evaluations, we come up with a negative climate impact for methane loading of over $80 billion annually, as shown in the table. I should also add here that the leak rate for methane we've used in this analysis may be overly conservative. Measurements in other oil-producing states have detected methane leak rates of 48%. In Colorado, spot field observations in 2023 by Earthworks of 77 operations found uncontrolled releases of VOCs at 22 of those sites. This amounts to an equipment leak frequency of 1 in 3, or 29%. None of these leaks were reported by the industry to the state and SAN reporting. industry reporting forms the basis for the state's methane leak rate calculations, a rate it proudly proclaims is 0.6%. Andrew Klooster, the man doing the measurements for earthworks, told me that part of the problem is that many of the releases he measures on his FLIR camera were not uncontrolled leaks, but planned operational releases. The state says that it has no control over these permitted activities. He suggests this may be one of the reasons the difference between the actual releases and the reported releases are so irreconcilable. I'd like to finish with a story, a political story. Back in the middle decades of the last century, say 1959, when I was being discharged from the Army and wondered what the hell I was going to do with my life, the kingpin of Democratic politics in California was a fellow named Jesse Unruh. Uncouth and corpulent, he once famously said concerning backroom politics that if you can't drink the whiskey, take the money, and still vote against the next day, you don't belong in politics. I cleaned his statement up substantially by removing the misogyny. On another occasion, he also argued successfully for the state of California to ignore long-standing federal law so that rich, large farm operators in the state could receive billions in federal water subsidies. He summed up his argument by stating, apparently without irony, that sometimes we must rise above principle. What we are asking of you today is not to rise above principle, but do the principled, impolitic thing. Vote with the people who pay you for a rigorous cumulative impact analysis of oil and gas production in the state. It is the only way the eyes of this administration and your agency can be open to the reality coming our way like a short fused nuke. We have long held that the simplest and cheapest way to accomplish this from a taxpayer perspective is for the state to adopt as its own the basic concepts for impact analysis as set forth in the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. It has been around for 50 years and is widely understood even by those who object to environmental considerations influencing decision-making. We note that Commissioner Cross himself, a former attorney for the oil industry on the West Slope, has objected to this approach, claiming that the process is too litigious. We strongly disagree. The kind of analysis that demanded of policymakers in NEPA will make denial of impacts of fracking on the people and the environment impossible to ignore. We're not saying that by adopting this remedy, we will quickly discover all is lost, that we're already staring into the Hobbesian abyss. What we are saying is this approach, if undertaken honestly, may help give your children and grandchildren, indeed all children and most of the creatures living on this planet, a better chance of escaping the worst ravages of climate change. And that'll be clearly understood. We are not exaggerating or being hyperbolic here. Colorado is the third or fourth largest oil producer in this nation, a nation which is itself is the largest producer in the world. Clearly, we bear significant responsibilities for the future habitability of the planet. Another way of looking at what many can have termed the issue of all time is the world's carbon budget. According to many atmospheric scientists, that budget must stay below 40 billion tons annually over the next few years if we don't want to inherit the whirlwind that a 2 degrees Celsius increase climate temperature is predicted to bring. They, of course, warn that in conjunction, we must also start reducing our CO2 output by 7% annually. It should be sobering for everyone listening today, and might even listen to Munchie and scream from some, to learn that in 2023, this state's CO2 loading and methane releases ate up 1% of the world's $40 billion annual carbon budget, a budget climate scientists say we must not exceed if we are to avoid the abyss. And of course, we are obviously nowhere near realizing a 7% reduction in oil and gas production or use. Thanks for your time. Hope this helps.
The witness is open for questions. All right, we're not seeing any questions. We will move to our next stakeholder. That is Physicians for Social Responsibility. Let's take 5 and get them up, and we will return at 2:36. Okay, welcome back. It is 2:37 on September 6th, and we are continuing with the cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. We now recognize the stakeholder Physicians for Social Responsibility. Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity to give our comments for PSR Colorado. We're the Colorado chapter of Physicians for Social Responsibility. And we are, as such, Physicians for Social Responsibility is the Nobel Prize winning scientific, educational, and advocacy organization representing medical and health professionals and concerned allies. 5 medical doctors, 1 registered nurse, and 1 medical student serve on PSR Colorado's board, in addition to other subject experts and advocates. I'm their coordinator, who is speaking on behalf of PSR Colorado and conducts organizing and communications activities on behalf of our organization. PSR Colorado works to elevate the voice of health professionals in protecting the public from the health impacts of hydraulic fracturing, the climate crisis, and exposures to radionuclides and other toxic substances on current and future generations. PSR advocates for solutions to reliance on fossil fuels and nuclear energy. PSR National has co-published reports documenting the health risks and harms resulting from oil and gas production, both nationally and in Colorado, and encourages the commission to reference these resources to help assure that all sources of harm and risk to communities are fully assessed in the context of this rulemaking and others. PSR Colorado is deeply concerned that the draft rules do not adequately meet SB 19-181's mandate, quote, to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, the environment and wildlife resources, or protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource resulting from oil and gas operations. So the first slide here, we have a PSR national report on Colorado's fracking with forever chemicals that found that oil and gas operators had withheld fracking chemical identities from the public in more than 12,000 Colorado wells, or more than 12,000 Colorado wells over the prior decade. And this is a great document of how things can go very wrong when they're allowed to go wrong, and why we should not rely on operators to protect us or keep us safe, or rely on their information in assessing what protects us or keeps us safe. PSR National has also published 1 to 9 editions of the Compendium of Scientific, Medical, and Media Findings demonstrating the risks and harms of fracking and associated gas and oil infrastructure. This publication contains many studies, a building body of information that shows that regulations cannot protect the public from harms and risk from oil and gas. And that is why proximity and density of oil and gas production facilities are the leading ways. Controlling those, limiting those are the leading methods of protecting the public and the environment from their impacts. And there's just a quote here from the compendium that shows that if we do more permitting, we are also polluting more and protecting less, regardless of the intent of regulations. It stays in northeastern Colorado, ambient levels of atmospheric hydrocarbons have continued to increase, even with stricter emission standards, even with tighter enforcement and regulations. Total air emissions continue to rise as the total number of wells continues to increase, as there are more than 53,000 active oil and gas wells in Colorado as of the date of publishing here in 2023. So these are some findings, studies from the compendium. And these are studies that you could find anywhere. There have been many media reports on these studies. That's not the only source, but some of the key concerns that we have about the impacts of oil and gas production emissions in Colorado are childhood asthma, because there's a strong association to gas fracking operations and progressively worsening asthma symptoms. A high risk of premature births and high risk pregnancies associated with, this is a cohort of mothers who had these conditions, and there was a strong association with them living in the most active fracking areas, oil and gas production areas. Childhood cancer, lymphocytic leukemia was found to be 4.5 times more likely. Those children with that condition identified in this study were more than 4.5 times more likely to live in areas with high density and proximity of wells, and that expanded to a 10-mile, 16-kilometer radius. Congenital birth defects were also more common closer to larger concentrations of wells. And again, we're talking about proximity and density as being the major factors in health impacts. In this case, it's congenital heart defects being more likely. Those who have been identified with congenital heart defects were 1.3 times more likely to live in the highest density of wells as compared with those with no wells within a 10-mile radius. Proximity and density are the major factors here that harm or protect. And this is just an associated thought here with about costs and why we're doing this. Why do we care? Of course, we care about the impact on families and the individuals, but really we should put ourselves in the shoes of those families and not just see them as numbers. But if you're looking at numbers, the costs are much higher for our society, for insurance, for taxpayers, for individuals having to foot the bill. It is more costly when children are exposed to the risk of health effects from oil and gas production in proximity and density near them. Also, adults are harmed by exposure to the emissions of oil and gas production, and that has been associated with increased rates of hospitalization for cardiac, neurological, urological, cancer-related and skin-related problems. And in a more recent study, Colorado School of Public Health showed that adults had earlier signs of cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, if they were living in more intense oil and gas development areas. So this is what the studies say. We also have major health advocacy organizations, such as the American Lung Association. In their State of the Air report, we know that the counties routinely receive an F rating for ozone days in the Front Range, and that includes Adams, Arapahoe, Boulder, Clear Creek. And this is just a quote from the CU Anschutz School of Medicine, talking about how a lot of the ozone, as we well know, is highly attributable to emissions from oil and gas operations. And if you look at the American Lung Association page, you can see that all these effects that are documented in studies, these associations between density and proximity to oil and gas production, are they are the effects of ozone. They are the effects of the hazardous air pollutants that have already been identified as associated with oil and gas. So it is no surprise that the incidences are higher, or that those who have these conditions are more likely to be found to be living closer to oil and gas production. So oil and gas operations are a leading source of the hazardous air pollutants. That is NOx, PM2.5, and toxic volatile organic compounds, including benzene, that are known to cause and aggravate respiratory illness, adverse maternal and perinatal outcomes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and premature death. And the illnesses, hospitalizations, and premature deaths that result from exposure to oil and gas that disproportionately impact Black, Indigenous, Latino, and low-income communities, as well as children, the elderly, and people with chronic health conditions. And those populations, children, the elderly, and people with chronic health conditions, are everywhere. And some places they are uh, more densely, they are more densely represented in the local population, and we really need to know that in addition to the classic disproportionately impacted community designation. We need to know what the local incidence of various health conditions is, as well as the age and other conditions that the communities experience, and that should be a factor when we evaluate cumulative impacts, as we'll discuss. So the slide is, oh, there it is. Okay. So this is showing how environmental justice and health disparities manifest in the terms of prevalence of childhood asthma. So in public housing, the prevalence of childhood asthma is higher with race, Black, Puerto Rican, and white, compared to white populations have a higher incidence of childhood asthma, and with lower incomes, there's a higher incidence of childhood asthma. Just as an example of these vulnerable communities being more susceptible to the health impacts. Societal costs of oil and gas emissions. Some of this might be obvious, but it's not always obvious every day. But missed school days, delayed learning, that leads to greater risk of poverty and crime, missed work, loss of income and career opportunities when you're sick, increased costs for business when your employees are sick, higher healthcare costs for the individuals, higher insurance premium costs for all individuals, not only those affected, increased cost to taxpayers for Medicare and Medicaid, loss of caregiving from sickness or deceased caregivers, and higher cost for care, loss of property values for the impacted homeowners, and loss of tax revenue from workers and property taxes. Health impacts from the exposure to oil and gas emissions are experienced most often by those most vulnerable. And that means, and we just want to say that we support Green Latinos. Oops. Trying to go back. All right. Excuse me. We support Green Latinos and BPUF, Black and Brown Parents United Foundation, and their statements about the disproportionate impacts on their communities. So the fundamental message that we really want to get across, having an issue here, I'm sorry. Didn't move on. Having a problem with my presentation. Let's get down to it. This is something we really need to think about. We have to exercise the precautionary principle here. It cannot be stressed enough that in cases of doubt, permits should be denied, because permit denial based on failure to foresee the impacts can be corrected by future approval by the ECMC and extraction by the operators at any point in the future. And perhaps the prices will be lower. Perhaps by that time, pollution rates will be lower and the impacts will be lower. But permit approval based on failure to foresee the impacts and associated exposures and health impacts cannot be corrected or reversed by the ECMC granting that approval or by the operators taking action on that approval. So we need the precautionary principle applying to this situation. We cannot undo approvals so easily as we can undo denials. They can always come back and apply again at some future date when conditions are different. But what's done is done. If you have cancer, what's done is done. If you have a child with congenital birth defects, what's done is done. We can only prevent. So if there's any doubt about the cumulative impacts, we're asking that the permits be denied. Increased exposure to emissions leads to worse outcomes. Limiting exposure to emissions improves outcomes. Oh, there, now I'm back at my slides here. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. So here's what I said. In case of reasonable doubt that a proposed operation avoids exacerbating impacts, permits must be denied, especially where the unacceptable impacts are already documented in the case of ozone non-attainment and in DICs. And we furthermore recommend that an appeal process be established for DICs to challenge the ECMC approval of OGPDs and the caps. So PSR supports Citizens for Healthy Communities recommendations, including denial criteria below, and adds the following: that if the application fails to or is uncertain to avoid adverse impacts, the commission shall deny the OGPD, and the commission will identify in the record the basis for the denial or approval. The public needs to know why these applications are approved as much as they need to know why they are denied. That should be on the public record. We support Citizens for Healthy Communities recommendations for the list of thresholds for denial. And that is in their pre-hearing statement. We support allied local governments and others' arguments for inclusion of climate impacts in ECMC's cumulative impacts analysis. So here are some innovations, some points that we want to make that haven't been made so far, and that is that the US EPA defines cumulative impacts in terms of exposure, and the term exposure should be included in the definition of cumulative impacts, addressing the totality of human exposures to combinations of chemical and non-chemical stressors and their effects on health, well-being, and quality of life outcomes. And then cumulative impacts analysis is not defined. The terms analysis and evaluation occur over 50 times each, and yet they are not defined. The term cumulative impacts analysis is not defined. So we recommend that you adopt the EPA standard for cumulative risk assessment and define cumulative impacts analysis, thus that means an analysis or characterization, quantification of the combined risks to human health or the environment from multiple agents or stressors. We also ask that you define a school facility to clarify that this term is intended to reflect that the setback distance is applied to the outer boundary of the school property, and we suggest this definition. In 314E and 315 to 314E10 and 2A, we recommend that benzene, ethylbenzene, toluene, and xylene have their own, the operators have to report on the levels of those separately from other less harmful VOCs, because in particular, benzene is carcinogenic. According to the World Health Organization, benzene is carcinogenic to humans, and no safe level of exposure can be recommended. And so here is the way you can lay it out to address those particular VOCs in the operator's application. So for cumulative impacts, data and analysis, data and evaluation of the impacts provided by operators must be made public and easily accessible to all via CIDR or other alternative platform. The rules must include comprehensive protocols for conducting a cumulative impacts analysis, and we recommend that your protocols be equivalent to or more rigorous than those adopted by the state of Massachusetts in their guidance for conducting cumulative impact analysis for air quality, particularly and including community health evaluations and the cumulative impact analysis in DICs should include assessment of existing local health impacts, such as the rates of respiratory and cardiovascular disease. Operators should do not really have the capacity to conduct a comprehensive analysis, and they should be required to collect and report data, but they should not be, and they should be subjected to periodic audits, but the cumulative impacts analysis should be conducted by subject expert organizations, not the ECMC either. So that includes the CDPHE, the CPW, and other agencies charged with the having expertise on health or on wildlife, on the environment, etc. And ideally, the cumulative impacts analysis should be conducted by an independent research institution free from bias. And again, I'm just mentioning here that that with the issuance of decisions, the analysis has to be provided and made public, whether the application is approved or denied. And here is some, a recommended rewrite of Form 2, approval, denial, and we need to include the legal terms, avoid, minimize, and mitigate. We support Earthworks recommendations that the impact areas must at minimum include the entire OGPD or CAP and are best based on existing map units for each impacted resource. We support Green Latino's recommendation for a minimum 1 mile setback in DICs and for notification and participation of all people within the impact area. And we support Earthworks arguments for requiring informed consent for variances in a DIC as a beneficial method of minimizing impacts. We support 350 Colorado's recommendations as summarized below. This is what they submitted, and we support that. And we support the legislators' comments submitted on August 21st of this year, expressing their concern that it's come to their attention that the current draft deviates significantly from the intent of the laws they work to pass, jeopardizing the protection of DICs and allowing operators broad leeway to exceed pollution thresholds and ignore state directives to reduce greenhouse gas and nitrogen oxide pollution. And I'm just going to concur with them. We urge you to consider the importance of upholding your statutory mandate and adhere to the legislative direction to ensure the rules align with the intended goals. And that's our presentation. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. You want to drop your screen share, I can see everybody a little bit better. Commissioners, the witness is open for questions. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize that you were going through a couple of the slides kind of fast, and I think I saw, I want to say it was around slide 17, I think is the number I saw on there. But you were talking about supporting a way to challenge the decisions. Could you provide a little more detail on what you meant by that?
Well, I've heard a couple of other presenters, organizations float a thought balloon. So this is mine, is that because of the irreversible nature of the impacts on those who are exposed, in particular, we're discussing the rights of DICs, it would be, it seems well within the realm of protecting and avoiding impacts that those communities should have the right to challenge decisions that are that they object to. So I think they should have a second chance, because in this process, now there's various statuses that various groups can have, legally when assessing a permit, right? So sometimes, for example, in Aurora, the one of the groups, which is supposed to be giving some their presentation in this context here in cumulative impacts, party to cumulative impacts, they were given special status so that they could weigh in on the decision making. But maybe if those DICs, they're never allowed to apply to be free of the operation, you know, so it's all the pitch, the case that's being made is being made from the operator to the ECMC. It's not like, so I don't know if they ever have a chance to make a full pitch for what they want in their communities. They are allowed to give consent or not consent. And that, of course, we want the largest number of people notified. We want the largest number of people required to give informed consent. But if those communities are not able to stop it, they should be allowed a chance to appeal the decision.
Okay, I think I understand where you're going with that.
There should be a process established. I'm not saying there is, I'm saying we recommend that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? All right, I'm seeing no further questions. Thank you for the time and the presentation and the materials. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we got one more to go today. It's Larimer County. They've got a few witnesses. Let's take one last 5 and then we'll be back at 3:09. We are getting back on the record. It is 3:09, September 6th. Docket 24060015145. And we're going to hear from Larimer County. Mr. Sura, before you start as Larimer County's representative, you could put your Western Colorado Alliance hat back on. I just wanted to let you know that we did receive the video with sound of the crypto, whatever that was happening. So that's now on the record.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me know that.
Okay. With that, Larimer County is recognized for their case in chief.
Well, thank you. Matt Sura, representing Larimer County. And I first want to thank the commissioners, you all, for taking the time needed to hear all parties. Your preparation, attention during the hearing, and your excellent questions are appreciated. We're going last, this coveted position on a Friday due to the unavailability of one of our witnesses earlier. And I want to thank Hearing Officer Jacobs and Hearing Manager Thomas for their hard work behind the scenes and to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. The outline of our presentation is we want to talk about the health implications for continuing to exceed federal ozone limits, Larimer County's interest in these regulations, enforcement of NOx intensity standards on producing operators, enhanced systems and practices, electric drilling, sand canisters, Rule 616, that is a proposed rule by Larimer County on ambient air quality monitoring, and then our request for the return of the changes to Rule 311. And with that, I'm going to introduce Leah Schneider. She is a Larimer County Health and Environment Specialist. Leah.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, commissioners. I echo Matt's comments and truly appreciate your time today. It's been interesting to watch as I've been able to. My name is Leah Schneider. I live in Fort Collins and I work for Larimer County Department of Health and Environment. I'm currently the environmental health planner and air quality supervisor, as well as the zoonotic disease supervisor. So, why not? Just throw another hat in there. In my environmental health planner role, I work as the environmental health public health referral for our local planning agencies in regards to land use development and policy. As part of our air program, we engage in improving air quality through research, education, and outreach. We also maintain a contract with the Air Pollution Control Division to conduct compliance investigations on air pollution sources, including oil and gas facilities. And I just want to make a statement before I move on. I do appreciate rearranging the schedules and things. I ask for your patience because I had a procedure this morning and I feel like I'm still feeling a little bit of the anesthesia. So I might go fast and slow at the same time. So I really apologize. hopefully you can stay with me. I'm here for questions. But yeah, let's go in. Next slide. Okay, and some of these, you're going to see a lot of this, and I do want to bring up ozone. As shown in this slide, Larimer County is part of the Denver Metro North Front Range non-attainment area. Oop, too fast, Matt. And we are in the non-attainment area for ground level ozone. Every summer, our ozone monitors exceed the EPA's limit of 70 parts per billion. Research and monitoring has demonstrated that emissions released from the oil and gas industry result in ozone formation, specifically in the northern non-attainment area, our area. Even though Larimer County lacks a lot of the dense oil and gas industry compared to other areas of Colorado, our communities specifically suffer some of the consequences and pay the price for that. Next slide. And you're all probably very familiar with this. This is one of the most recognized studies in the Front Range regarding ozone forming emissions. This is the Front Range Atmospheric Photochemistry Experiment, also known as FRAP or FRAPE, whichever you prefer. It was conducted in 2014 and published in 2017. The study determined that oil and gas emissions are the largest contributor to local ozone formation in the northern part of the non-attainment area near the foothills. This study is from the this slide is from the study, and it just demonstrates surface ozone across the Front Range on a lovely August afternoon. The image shows how ozone pollution can sometimes accumulate in the foothills and mountains rather than on the plains, depending on the local winds. When the wind is not blowing in from the west, especially the stagnant summer days, our ozone precursor emissions of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds from the east travel west, and then they get trapped along the foothills, which results in higher ozone along the foothills, but lower levels in the east. Next slide. So let's talk about ozone. Ozone is a significant public health threat, and this has been highlighted by many of your previous speakers. When inhaled, ozone reacts chemically at a cellular level in the body, causing a number of adverse health effects. The health effects could be short-lived, but more severe in those with pre-existing respiratory and cardiovascular conditions. There is also a cumulative effect, which permanently scars lung tissue and results in chronic health conditions and premature death. Children are especially susceptible to ozone exposure and can develop asthma over time from repeated exposure. It's very serious. I'm sorry for slipping on that. The most significant health impacts from ozone are experienced by those with pre-existing diseases, those that are pregnant, outdoor workers, elderly, youth, and those living in communities that are already experiencing multiple disparities in addition to environmental burdens. These vulnerable populations are even further impacted with increased medication use, increased healthcare costs, lack of adequate insurance, lack of healthcare, hospital visits, work absences, reducing available income, and school absences, reducing test scores and higher education. Though our asthma prevalence in Larimer is comparable to overall of Colorado, Larimer County hospitalization rates for age-adjusted asthma are similar to Denver, with our rates at 697 compared to city and county of Denver at 724 per 100,000 people. And this is pre-COVID data. So think before 2020 and before all of our wildfires and things like that. Unlike Denver area counties, Larimer County has a racial demographic profile that is lower for asthma risk. We also lack the dense industry and motor vehicle traffic contributions to air quality found in Denver, which are risks that also increase the likelihood of asthma. Next slide, please. This chart is from the Regional Air Quality Council's website and shows that for nearly 30 years, Colorado has had numerous days over the EPA ozone limits. The 2008 EPA standard of 75 parts per billion are the orange bars, while the yellow bars represent the 2015 standard of 70 parts per billion. This year, as of September 3rd, Colorado has experienced 39 days over 70 parts per billion. And just so you know, this slide was actually from earlier and doesn't account for those 2 extra days. Efforts for outreach and education, warning the public of high ozone days and the associated hazards are not effective in reducing ozone or exposures for everyone. Unfortunately, ozone is a clear, odorless gas that goes undetected by our senses when it builds up during the day. So there's no warning like a green toxic cloud like you might see in the movies. So many people are unaware and not adequately protecting themselves, especially those that work outdoors, who typically have fewer occupational protections from air pollution. Even more alarming is that medical research has shown that ozone levels are as low as 60 parts per billion can cause the health effects mentioned earlier. The Clean Air Science Advisory Committee of health experts that advises the EPA have recommended 60 parts per billion rather than the current 70 as the primary ozone standard. Next slide. Narrowing the ozone data down to Larimer County, you can see in this chart from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the Fort Collins monitors highlighted in blue have seen some of the highest ozone levels in the state. In some cases, ozone levels may be slightly higher due to wildfires, but wildfires are becoming the norm. The Regional Air Quality Council noted we would still be experiencing high ozone days without the wildfire smoke. Therefore, we still need to work collectively to reduce ozone forming emissions. Rising temperatures across Colorado are also providing the ideal conditions for NOx and VOC emissions to create ozone. High ozone days typically occur when temperatures are over 90 degrees. As of September 1st, Fort Collins experienced 42 days above 90 degrees, which contributed to the 39 days of ozone over 70 parts per billion. Next slide, please. The slide before you is a graph found in Colorado's current ozone state implementation plan, aka SIP. The graph demonstrates each sector's contribution to nitrogen oxide emissions in 2016, as well as forecasted values for 2026. The 2016 emissions shown as blue bars highlight that the largest NOx emissions were from road sources such as cars, trucks, bus, large transport, probably all the Amazon vehicles. And then next, removing the 2016 values and looking only at the 2026 values, the forecasted ones, you can easily see the dramatic increase in NOx contributions predicted from the oil and gas sector. Specifically, the upstream oil and gas sector called oil and gas area sources. This sector includes the pre-production and production emission sources from the upstream oil and gas sector. At 58.7 tons per day, the upstream oil and gas sector represents 35% of NOx emissions in the non-attainment area. The upstream oil and gas sector alone represents more emissions than the combined emissions from airports, rail, non-road engines like agricultural equipment, as well as on-road engines, which those include all the vehicles driving throughout the non-attainment area. Next slide. And what are we recommending for this rule? Since NOx emissions from the oil and gas sector are a primary contributor to the Front Range ozone problem, we're asking that the Commission enforce the NOx intensity targets, not only with operators who are requesting new drilling applications, but with all operators who are not meeting the NOx intensity targets. Implementing this revision through the Commission could bring the oil and gas sector closer to achieving the legislated 30% NOx reduction by Jared Polis. Next slide. We are also requesting that the Commission mandate the use of electric drilling engines. Drilling and hydraulic fracturing with diesel engines are large sources of NOx emissions on the Front Range, as shown in this table from the 2023 ozone SIP. Though the larger source of NOx emissions is from fracking engines, we understand that fully electrifying frac engines is more challenging than drill rigs due to the lower power or due to the large power requirement. But it should still be explored by the operator as part of the planning process. If the oil and gas sector moved to at least electric drill rigs, we could reduce NOx by nearly 7 tons per day. Next slide. We are asking the ECMC to mandate the electric drilling rigs since the Air Quality Control Commission regulations do not currently regulate fossil fuel pre-production engines for drilling and hydraulic fracturing. Since these engines are not regulated, the engines do not operate under Air Pollution Control Division permitting, therefore exempt from the air pollutant emission notices, commonly known as APENs, construction permits, and operating permits. Next slide. For background on the exemptions, this slide is a summary from the AQCC Regulation 3 in the Statements of Basis, Specific Statutory Authority and Purpose adopted March 10, 1983. The AQCC at that time declined to require APENs on drilling engines based on industry testimony and information developed by the Air Pollution Control Division, which found that these sources move an average of 10 days per well site and therefore contribute a small amount of NOx. This decision was made long before horizontal drilling of multiple wells that require multiple engines that could remain in one location for multiple months. These engines with other pre-production operations have become one of the largest sources of NOx emissions on the Front Range, as demonstrated by the RAC modeling data. To reduce emissions from pre-production operations as well as production, CDPHE has been consulting with operators seeking voluntary agreements to use best management practices. This slide is an example of an Excel spreadsheet from a recent oil and gas development plan. In this BMP example, the operator indicated that they could not commit to electric drill rigs, but as part of the local government land use review for this same oil and gas development plan, a condition of approval required the use of drill rigs, electric drill rigs. The local government noted if power supply was not available, then the operator had to provide documentation from the utility provider stating why it is unreasonable to supply electricity for the drilling rigs. As a result, the operator discovered that they could get adequate electrical supply, so the operator ended up using electric drill rigs in this situation. Oh, the commission may recall Larimer County commented on the Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan. And PDC at that time agreed to use electric drill rigs for 460 wells on 22 locations in their documents. This map of the Guanella cap shows that much of the cap is in a remote was within the locations that were more remote, but they were willing to commit to use electricity. And then these next two slides are just examples, or they're tables from their application indicating their reductions in emissions by electrifying, as well as using tankless production. More than 1,000 tons of NOx were estimated to be saved, along with the 200,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions from electrifying their drilling rigs and production facilities. These past two examples are two successes demonstrating electrification. Larimer County is not seeking to place electric transformers where they would not otherwise be needed in the future. However, we have seen through experience that some locations could be adequately supplied with extensive planning and negotiating with utility providers at an early stage. If electricity cannot be supplied, if electricity cannot be supplied, then the operator should be required to provide documentation from the utility provider stating the reason in order to seek a variance from electrification. It is standard practice by planning and zoning departments to request applications to submit documents from utility providers for land development activities. This is necessary to demonstrate ability to adequately serve a development or outlining the necessary improvements before service could be provided. This could be water, sewer, gas, electricity. If operators know that electrification is an expectation, they can start having electrification discussions early like they do for negotiating a surface use agreement. Next slide. Ooh, Matt, this is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners, you've seen this language before. During the Air Quality Control Commission hearing, the industry's only comment in opposition to a similar requirement was that it would take additional time to have the conversations with the utility provider. That was enough to convince the Air Quality Control Commission not to require something similar. Please remember that the Commission, Energy and Carbon Management Commission, has the authority to adopt air quality regulations that go beyond what is required by the Air Quality Control Commission. An example of this is when you prohibited routine flaring at well sites, despite the fact that the Air Quality Control Commission permitted flaring at well sites and still does. The ECMC's flaring prohibition is now pointed to by the Air Pollution Control Division as an important NOx reduction method that they are counting on, literally counting its emission reductions in its effort to meet the required NOx reductions of 30% by 2025.
Okay, next, impact areas. It's understood that the Commission is attempting to identify geographical areas for determining cumulative impacts. This is a hard task, considering every agency uses a different geographical area for their subject matter, which may be an approach for ECMC to have a flexible impact area based on location and subject of interest. In regards to determining an impact area for air quality, a broader geographical area is essential, especially when evaluating ozone and ozone-forming emissions, which are pervasive and readily transported. As shown in this slide, the Air Pollution Control Division has divided the state into 8 multi-county regions, which help to manage and study airsheds. The multi-county regions are generally based on topography and have similar airshed characteristics, including local pollutants. These regions could be used by the Commission as an impact area for air quality, especially in reviewing comprehensive area plans and OGDPs for multiple well pads. Another option would be to use the mandated non-attainment area as a whole for designating air quality air quality impact area. The non-attainment area boundaries are thoroughly evaluated by EPA and based on county level monitoring data, source emissions and emissions related data, meteorology, geography, topography, and jurisdictional boundaries. The Air Pollution Control Division sets permitting thresholds for pollution sources based on the attainment status of that area. When evaluating closer air quality impacts at a more granular level, like near a single source, it may be more appropriate for an applicant to conduct an air dispersion model with background air quality data and local meteorology provided by Air Pollution Control Division, or other baseline monitoring if not current. These are simply suggestions, and I know Air Pollution Control Division will be around next week so that they could provide further insight on a lot of this, on their monitoring regions and things like that. Next slide. I think it's Jeff.
Yeah, now we'd like to invite Dr. Jeffrey Collette. He's a professor within the Department of Atmospheric Science in Colorado State University.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, Matt. As Matt said, my name's Jeff Collette. I'm a University Distinguished Professor in the Atmospheric Science Department at CSU, where my research focuses on atmospheric chemistry and air quality. For the past 4 decades, I have worked on air quality topics with extensive research in the last decade, in particular, looking at air quality impacts of oil and gas development, from emissions of air toxics to impacts on ozone and fine particle haze formation in different regions of the country, including the Bakken oil patch, the Permian, the DJ Basin, and the Piceance Basin in Western Colorado.
Dr. Collette, you were listed as an author on research paper that was submitted. It's entitled Air Quality Impacts from the Development of Unconventional Oil and Gas Well Pads, Air Toxics, and Other Volatile Organic Compounds, that was published last year. What were the notable findings of the research?
Yeah, this paper, which we put together, was based on monitoring that was supported by the city and county of Broomfield. It's one of the most extensive air quality monitoring efforts to date, looking at changes in concentrations of air toxics, ozone precursors, and other volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, especially during well pre-production processes, but continuing into the early phases of production. There were a number of things that we learned through this multi-year monitoring effort that are summarized in this paper. First of all, we were looking at how well we could see impacts of emissions during specific pre-production and operational production practices, both near well pads, into adjoining neighborhoods, and more broadly across the communities. And one of the things that we observed here was that the largest impacts in terms of concentration increases of air toxics and other VOCs were during drilling and during coil tubing mill-out operations. This was a difference from some of our findings several years earlier in work with the state and in work with Garfield County, where we saw the largest emissions typically associated with flowback practices. What we observed in the case of Broomfield was that the implementation of new practices, including electrified drill rigs and tankless closed loop systems for handling of fluids, did significantly help to reduce emissions. In the case of the electrified drilling rigs, you take away the engine emissions, which helps to reduce some of the impacts in terms of air toxics. However, there are still large emissions associated with degassing of drilling mud. During this study, we had an opportunity also to look at periods where the drilling mud in use was petroleum-based, and later where it was switched to a synthetic drilling mud. This was done largely because of odor complaints, and we certainly see that the synthetic drilling muds do reduce odor impacts. They contain lower amounts of some air toxics like benzene. Unfortunately, they tend to be enriched in larger, longer chain alkanes between 8 and 10 carbons. And this includes nonane, which is another air toxic, And these longer chain alkanes are also more reactive and important ozone precursors. So one of our findings was that there needs to be increased attention to the air quality impacts and the exposures to HAPs associated with the use of some of these synthetic drilling fluids that are becoming more common. In the case of the implementation of the closed loop tankless flowback systems, we observed more than a 90% reduction in the average emissions of VOCs relative to earlier green completions we had studied. So this was quite good news in terms of the average impacts. However, we saw short-term impacts that were still quite high during flowback operations. And those that we documented were often associated with periods of the emptying or cleaning out of the sand traps that are used to trap sand coming back out of the well during flowback. Here we saw large pulses of emissions that resulted in high concentrations. The figure that's on the screen now shows short-term measurements that are made during plumes that were detected during different operations. On the left is the sum of 49 different VOCs that we were measuring. And in the right, where we'll focus here, are the concentrations of benzene. And the top bar in each of those plots is a weekly sample from a background site further from oil and gas operations in the community. So for benzene, you can see it's quite low, around 0.1 to 0.2 parts per billion. But you can see in these short-term samples of plumes associated with specific operations, we see much higher concentrations of benzene. In the case of flowback, which I was just talking about, we see concentrations as high as 800 parts per billion of benzene in some of those short-term plumes. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of monitoring of this type, but these types of short exposures are highly relevant for acute exposures to benzene and other air toxics. The other thing that I'll mention is that while we typically think of the highest emissions as coming from pre-production operations, we also saw in a number of cases high emissions during production, and these were often associated with maintenance operations such as the cleaning of separators. So even beyond pre-production, when we expect emissions to start to drop down on average, we do see shorter periods of increased emissions happening.
Your research was used to offer another enhanced system in practice. The staff accepted the suggestion to cover trucks transporting drill cuttings, highlighted in yellow. What are some other sources of high emissions that deserve further investigation?
So as I mentioned, we still see extensive emissions during drilling, even with electrified grid-powered drill rigs. And we can look at the composition of those emissions and tie them specifically to degassing of drilling mud. So there are a number of points on the pad when drilling mud is being recycled that are associated with high emissions. And we've had some opportunity to be on the pad looking at emissions at different points in that recycling operation. So certainly covering drill cuttings during trucks taking them offsite is one place that can help reduce those emissions. Here, as you've added the storage of those drill cuttings before they're picked up for offsite transport by trucks is another. But there are also emissions associated with, for example, the passage of these hot mixes of drill cuttings and drilling mud across shakers to do the initial separation, and then often multiple centrifuge devices that are used to further separate the drilling mud so it can be reused. So these are two specific areas that could help. There are, of course, challenges with, for example, enclosing shakers because of all of the VOC emissions there, but this is certainly a topic that needs more attention going forward. The other thing that's listed here in red line is this issue around flowback operations. So as I mentioned, we saw the average emissions in a well-controlled flowback system with closed-loop tankless systems to be much lower than we saw in the past. However, several times per day initially, and then decreasing over time, there's a need to open the sand traps or sand canisters to take the sand out that's been accumulated as it comes back up the wellbore. This is a place where we see these large pulses of emissions. And recall, this is the highest concentration of any of the plumes we monitored during pre-production operations. So while we're happy to see the great reduction in average emissions, we still have issues here for short-term emissions that can lead to high short-term acute exposure events. Again, we don't have a specific practice to recommend here, but this is an area that certainly experts working in the industry, we hope will work on to try and find ways to reduce those shorter term pulses of benzene and other VOC emissions.
Well, the legislation requires that enhanced systems and practices be revisited every few years. And so one of the things that has been put forward by Larimer County is that that they actually state in this rulemaking, either in the statement of purpose or in the rules itself, when that might occur. And Professor Collette, I hope that you're invited to be a part of that effort. The rules, as they're written, the draft rules require a qualitative description of other sources of hazardous air pollutants within the impact area, including whether the proposed operations are anticipated to exceed or contribute to the exceedance of any applicable health limits. How would an operator obtain quantitative description of existing hazardous air pollutants within the impact area?
Yes, this is a real challenge. We don't have a lot of ongoing measurements of VOCs in general or HAPs like benzene in particular. So it's quite unlikely that existing measurements are going to be available at approximate location to get an idea about typical levels in the area where a new operation might be proposed. One can look at, for example, permitted sources that are nearby to get an idea about emissions and could use a dispersion model or other tool to try and quantify those impacts. But of course, there are many sources that are not permitted, including other pre-production operations or sources that may not even be known or disclosed and permitted.
Thank you. As seen here, Larimer County has suggested that local and regional air quality impacts should be separated, given the fact that there are different issues at play and different ways of monitoring and regulating those different impacts. So Leah, I'd like to bring you back. Can you give us a little bit of background on Reg 7? I understand that Reg 7 requires monitoring at future drilling locations. And can you explain how that works?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sure. So Reg 7, and many of you may already know this too, Reg 7 has a monitoring requirement that is more of a leak detection program. So it requires the operators submit a monitoring plan and they kind of pick what they want to monitor for. It could be methane, ozone precursors, HAPs. And then they have to monitor, they have to do 10 days of baseline monitoring. And then they will monitor during actual pre-production, so during the drilling and the fracking portions. And then they have to maintain records for, or maintain the monitoring post-production. And for some reason, I'm blanking this, and I don't know if, I think it's 30 days or 3 months. I feel like it's a three, actually, Commissioner.
6 months.
Oh, 3 months, thank you. I know, I'm just blanking, sorry. And, you know, in our experience, you know, and these reports that are submitted to Air Pollution Control Division, it's after 30 days, every 30 days they have to submit, and they have thresholds in there, but it's more for self-reporting. Like the operator is kind of just watching their own setup to see if the leaks are getting to a certain point that they can fix. And if it starts getting higher, if they start seeing higher parts per million of which, or parts per billion, whichever they're monitoring for, if it's getting to a certain level, they may have to report out, do higher things like a leak detection with their oil and gas cameras. It could be reporting to CDPHE, but it's really kind of a self-monitoring system. So it's not really giving us information to use for baseline data to apply to permitting requirements or anything like that. Or
So,
enforcement either.
thank you. Dr. Collette, how could that current Air Quality Control Commission Reg 7 regulation that requires a 10-day baseline prior to pre-production activities be useful to the ECMC?
So as we were just discussing, there's often a lack of data about hazardous air pollutant concentrations in a proposed development area. So one way these could be combined would be to specifically require measurements of benzene and related aromatics, BTEX, for that 10-day period to get some information about pre-existing concentrations at this location to which the new operations emissions would be added.
Thank you. And what we're showing here is proposed Rule 616 that Larimer County has presented and is offering as a way to supply some of that baseline information for our cumulative impacts analysis. This first slide, Dr. Collette, states that the rule would require testing of BTEX. And why was BTEX chosen?
Typically, when people do a health risk analysis of emissions and exposure to emissions from oil and gas operations, benzene almost always comes out as the highest risk factor. And that's partly because there's a fair amount of benzene in the emissions. There also can be a fair amount of benzene already in the air from other sources. And the health guideline values for benzene for both short and long-term exposure tend to be much lower than for most other HAPs that would be relevant to oil and gas development. So here the focus was to include benzene, but to go on that a bit to include some of the related compounds like toluene, the T in BTEX, that helps give some idea in the background monitoring about the source type as well as the concentrations responsible for what's seen in that air.
So the amount of toluene or even some of the xylenes will tell you something about where that emission source is coming from?
Different emission sources, for example, might have different ratios of benzene to toluene that can provide some insight in terms of the background air, what sources might already be influential at that location.
Thanks for that. Would you please explain the collection protocols operators would use in this proposed rule?
Yes, we proposed a number of options here to include sampling into evacuated canisters, sampling onto sorbent tubes, or online measurements by gas chromatography. The reason for this list is these are all methods that are known to provide robust data for benzene and BTEX more broadly. There is a lot of interest in some instruments that are offered to try and do low-cost measurements of some of these compounds. But as of present, I don't think those are high enough quality to propose for this monitoring environment. There also are a few more expensive, more sophisticated measurements, including online mass spectrometry that could be used, but generally much more expensive and less likely to be suitable for these deployments than the techniques listed here.
It states that there will only be 10 days of monitoring, and that's complementing what is in Reg 7 currently under the Air Quality Control Commission regulations. Is that long enough?
Yeah, this is always kind of a compromise, right? That you don't want to go too short because you could pick a day where the wind was howling out of the west and you couldn't measure much of anything except what came off the Continental Divide. On the other hand, you know, it may not be reasonable to ask for a year of monitoring here. So the 10-day period was selected here both because of its consistency with the Reg 7 monitoring requirement and because it's long enough to generally get some mix in meteorological conditions so that you're unlikely to be dominated by a particular weather feature that might strongly influence the concentrations.
Thanks for that. How are these monitoring thresholds set?
So benzene, the chronic health guideline value that's often cited is 3 parts per billion. Because this monitoring was only going to be for 10 days and might not be completely representative of the long-term average, we thought it prudent to measure, to establish a threshold at about 1/3 of the chronic health guideline value as sort of a flag. And the implication of exceeding this would be to require additional monitoring for a longer period so that one could better characterize those background concentrations because they may be closer to the chronic health guideline value than we typically see here on the Front Range.
Thank you. Would you please explain these final elements of the proposed rule that requires additional monitoring if those thresholds are met, and additional monitoring after post-production is done or during post-production and afterwards?
Yeah, so this is the point I was just talking about. If we typically see, for example, 0.1 to 0.2 parts per billion of benzene, but in some areas where you're close to sources that may not be disclosed, you might see a higher value. So if that 10-day value went above the 1 part per billion threshold that's proposed here, that would require longer term monitoring to better characterize what that background was, and that's proposed here for a 4-month period.
And
then
there's also additional requirements near disproportionately impacted communities, I see.
yes, definitely because of the additional stresses associated in these communities, it's important to have this kind of additional monitoring information there as well.
And finally, again, these are additional, if the application triggering the Form 2B is approved, follow-up sampling of BTEX is going to be conducted at approximately the same locations during active drilling, active flowback, and the first month of production. How is that information going to be helpful?
So these are the areas where, in our experience, we've seen larger emissions. As I mentioned, during drilling, you can have emissions from the drill rig, or if that's electrified, we see significant emissions from degassing of the drilling mud. So it's important to have some information about air toxics emissions during that period. During flowback, we also in the past have seen those being the largest emissions if these closed loop tankless systems aren't in use. And even when they are, as I showed, we see these pulses of higher concentration emissions that are important to monitor in terms of protection of community health as well. And then in terms of production, we tend to see the largest emissions early on in the production phase, and then that tends to settle down over time. This is particularly true in cases where operators sometimes go directly from doing mill out after fracking into a sort of combined production flowback system. So there in particular, it's important to capture this period of what's often higher emissions that hopefully will decrease over time.
And while this proposal goes beyond and is a little bit more specific than Air Pollution Control Division Regulation number 7, it could be used in both contexts because it does go into more detail, but it certainly could be and is applicable to Reg 7 should they decide to do that. And that was designed that way for convenience for operators. Thank you. I'm going to move on to the subject of Rule 311. Now, Larimer County was a very strong supporter of Rule 311 as it was proposed, as the changes were proposed in June. And here is one of the rules that really should be addressed at least during this rulemaking. It states Rule 311A1, if within 3 years drilling operations have not commenced for a permitted well, the Form 2 for the undrilled well will be null and void. And so there's actually an incentive for companies not to develop these resources entirely, because for a publicly traded company, these reserves get reported and influence market valuation. The efforts by Great Western Resources over the past decade were so successful that their barely commenced and undrilled wells allowed their wells to be purchased twice within 1 year by PDC and then immediately by Chevron. So this was interesting in that one of the operators actually stated in their pre-hearing statement that Form 2s, the drilling applications, and Form 2As, the location permits, approved in conjunction with OGDPs, never expire, provided the location has been constructed and drilling operations commenced within 3 years of the OGDP's approval. And so smart attorneys working for the oil and gas industry said, it says commenced. So why don't we just spud these wells and put down some conductor casing? So the wells are ultimately going to go 7,000 feet below the surface and then extend out to three miles, are only drilled for about 200 feet to 1,000 feet, sometimes 2,000 feet, but nowhere near the target formation. And that allows them to save these wells from, being invalid, and allows them to hold on to them forever, for eternity. It could be 100 years, it could be 1,000, 10,000. It could be the next ice age. We're all living in igloos, and those wells outside of Dacono will still be valid. So we've decided that we would really like to see the return of at least stop the bleeding and at least the prospective application of 311 that was put into rule. And this is long and complicated, probably could use some stakeholder efforts, but at least you need to address this 311 expiration issue and make some quick changes that, so commenced doesn't mean that they can just spud a well and then walk away for decades. And because this came up, I just wanted to also mention that Larimer County does a pre-application conference for any common review procedures. And so this applies to oil and gas as well as any other development. Requires a sketch plan, which is just a really preliminary plan. What are you trying to accomplish? What is it going to look like? And then a neighborhood meeting at the sketch plan phase. And it's only after that neighborhood meeting that the application submittal and processing and the full application review starts. So with that, we'd be open for some questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for going last on a Friday. We appreciate having an ability to hear from your witnesses, Mr. Surai, and the panel is now open for questions. I'll go with Commissioner Messner this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to ask my questions about Rule 311 and the pre-application meeting, and you've already answered the questions that I was going to ask on those. So, but thank you for that information. It's always helpful. It's good to hear how different local governments are managing pre-application hearings, the intent of those pre-application hearings, and then the kind of timing of when community meetings happen in the pre-application kind of timeline. And so I think that's helpful for our process as well. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about, in those things, or did you hit it?
Similar to what Adams County said, the pre-application meetings are a pretty informal opportunity for us to hear for the first time what the operator is up to, what their interests are, and to hear a little bit about the process. And then if there are huge flags about their location, given as an example that there was a proposal that came in for another client that was going to be right at an overpass, or an exit off of C-470. It's like, that's probably not a great location for an oil and gas facility, and they didn't know that. They had no way of knowing that, but that's a great opportunity to do some information sharing. And I don't know that it needs to be public. I don't think that it would be either helpful to the public or helpful to the process at that early stage to have the public in the room.
But then there is a public meeting, public engagement opportunity, even before the application gets submitted, after this kind of internal pre-application meeting happens.
Absolutely. Once it's a little bit more baked, but not yet a proposal, that's when it is time for there to be some public review and input.
Okay. And thanks for bringing up your thoughts on the 311B piece. I think timing of these things is important. Expiration of these things is important. So thanks for that. One other thing, kind of process-wise, and particularly because Ms. Schneider, that you're here, when ECMC kind of reaches out to local governments, the LGD, for comment or review on an application, does public health get involved in that consultation, or do they provide comments to the local public health entity? And how is that information conveyed to our application process, or is it?
So the planning department is our local government designee, but I'm included in every referral case that the planning department does. I'm part of their development review team. So we comment along with the local planning department.
Okay. I thought that's what was happening, but I was unsure. So
yeah, and I'm not sure that's consistent in a lot of counties. I know Weld County also uses their health department. I know Lauren Light, she's close professional peer. But yeah, I'm not sure that that's a regular occurrence in other counties.
Okay. I did have one question. I had a question to you, Dr. Collette. So understanding that your report determined that there's some challenges with synthetic drilling fluids, there's some challenges with petroleum-based drilling fluids. I appreciate some of the suggestions that you've included as far as what may need to be considered either in the current rules or in future enhanced system and practices rules. But I'm struggling a little bit with the drilling fluid piece, because at this stage we're encouraging generally operators to utilize the type 2 or type 3 drilling fluids. And so I wonder if you could just talk a little further about that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And it's not my intent to discourage that. There are a lot of benefits, right? There's lower content of aromatics, including BTEX, in those tier 3 fluids. There's a huge impact in terms of improving odor issues, which is an important stressor as well. However, I think we should continue to look at this issue because, as I mentioned, these synthetic drilling fluids tend to be enriched in a different set of hydrocarbons that are important. They are reactive for ozone formation, and at least one of them is an important air toxic in its own right. So I think there needs to continue to be work on this. It may not be the final choice, right? Maybe there's another way to formulate fluids that could help address some of these sort of secondary issues that come about. So I guess my opinion is just that we're not done. It's probably good that you're moving people towards the synthetic drilling fluids, but we shouldn't consider that issue closed. I think we need to continue to look at it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then in the proposed rule, the 616, and this could either be for you, Mr. Sura, or you, Dr. Collette. And maybe I'm just not fully understanding, but I think it's saying that ECMC would administer that rule. It's ECMC's rule. But I guess who's analyzing the data, who's verifying the data, like understanding there's air quality experts in CDPHE. We actually do have an air quality specialist now in ECMC, but as we administer it, I'm just trying to figure out how that gets administered. I think the concept is good. I'm still trying to figure out how to administer that. Any thoughts on that?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. I had thought that that would be something that would be done in collaboration with Air Pollution Control Division. I recognize that there is now air quality specialists at ECMC. I think that's a fantastic addition to the staff. And this is something that we would love to sit down and work out, have a in-depth discussion with Julie Murphy and her staff whenever they're available, because we want this to be something that they could administer. Right now, as Leah was mentioning, there is a very, very similar requirement over at the Air Pollution Control Division, and it's generating paper. It's generating inputs that aren't really being evaluated. They're allowing operators to choose really whatever pollutant they want to monitor for 10 days and however they want to monitor it. And so you have, somebody that's monitoring benzene with one of these off-the-shelf type monitors that just alert if there's a leak and doesn't go into, the real in-depth analysis that we would like to see. And then on the other hand, we have, somebody that's looking really closely at NOx, at another operator and another well pad. And so it's not really giving us really great data as to what are the impacts of oil and gas development pre-production. And it could be better. And I know that Air Pollution Control Division staff agrees with this, and they're looking at, potentially addressing their regulations. But this is an opportunity for ECMC to do it right and to get some good information into CITER database that would actually give us good information as to whether or not we should be concerned about any additional additions to air pollutants in a local community.
Great. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Other questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Messner, for also asking about the drilling mud. That was going to be one of my questions. I wanted to touch base quickly on just 2 points, I think. The first, Dr. Collette, is looking at the drill cuttings issue and that you talked about covering during transport, and then you also mentioned covering during storage, and you kind of briefly mentioned there's obviously issues covering the shakers. Are you suggesting that the drill cuttings, once it's gone through the shaker, once the container is full, cover it then, or covering the container during? Just a little more detail on what exactly you're trying to propose with that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So I think those are the first steps, right? The easier things to cover during transport, and to cover once all of the separation has been done. The drilling mud, as much as they can, has been recovered so it can be reused. Then those drill cuttings go into some sort of storage pile or bin before the trucks pick them up. And one could imagine covering them there in the same way you might do on the trucks as they're being hauled. The biggest emissions are probably at the shaker stage, because things are coming up hot out of the well. You've got this big mix. There are things that could be done there. Sometimes operators will chill the shakers partly to try and bring the temperature down before they recycle things. That can help reduce emissions, but I'm not sure right now there's a practical way to enclose those without posing another sort of safety hazard, unless you get more elaborate where maybe you're venting through a combustor or something like that. But we weren't prepared at this point to recommend a specific strategy there.
Okay, and with respect to chillers, do you have an idea of the temperature difference that's provided by the chillers and the amount of benefits that are provided in emissions versus the emissions that are caused by the chillers?
We have not looked at that in detail. We're currently doing some studies of the volatilization from the drilling fluid as a function of temperature to try and get a better handle on that. Both to understand how emissions might change with well depth, but also if you were to do something like chilling. But that's still work in progress.
Thank you. And then the last question I wanted to touch on was, again, going back to the discussion that was brought up about the monitoring pre-production, before pre-production processes begin, the monitoring done there. And I'm curious how the monitoring that you're proposing is different than AQCC Regulation 7 that requires monitoring for at least 10 days prior to beginning pre-production operations, during all pre-production operations, and for at least 6 months after the well is capable of consistently producing either separable gas or saleable liquid hydrocarbons.
Yes, this is an important issue. So an operator could choose to monitor BTEX, for example, as complying with that requirement. This is not what's typically done. Operators, as Mr. Sura mentioned, could choose, for example, to measure methane. Maybe that's a good choice if you're far away from population centers and you're mostly worried about greenhouse gas emissions. But if you're in proximity to a population center, we think there needs to be a specific measurement of BTEX to establish the background level, as well as to characterize how much is coming off the operation once it goes into pre-production. So right now, they're not required to do that. Sometimes they will, for example, monitor a surrogate of total VOCs. And if they see maybe a high point within 24 hours, they'll go out and collect a canister. But most of these plumes we see last, 30 minutes in duration. And so unless you're actually monitoring during those periods, you're not necessarily capturing what's going on.
Thank you. I think that's the questions I have for now.
Others with questions for the panel? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us this afternoon.
Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, on the agenda for today, and lastly was Save the Aurora Reservoir. However, they have a witness issue, and so we're going to hear from them first thing Monday morning. And I don't want to get started with the oil and gas industry proponents, stakeholders today at the end of the day. I'd rather go ahead and break and then start up Monday with Save the Aurora Reservoir, and then the folks that have outlined themselves that are remaining on our stakeholder list. We do have 2 days next week, Monday and Tuesday. I think that there's about 8 hours total. I think that's sufficient to be able to get through all of the cases in chief. And I would anticipate that it would make sense to do that and do just that, and then break and give us a chance to take a break from rulemaking and or do your other homework, which is go back through the voluminous notes that I know we've all been taking for a few days. I will encourage folks on Tuesday afternoon that this break that we have in the middle here is a fantastic opportunity for folks to start to chat with each other about issues. So does anybody have any final questions for this afternoon? Then I would move adjournment until Monday, November 9th, or a continuance to Monday, November 9th at 9 a.m.
If I can modify that to September
Yeah.
9th, 2nd.
September. Thank you. It's been a long week. All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Everybody have a great weekend.
Go Broncos.